The following is a presentation of the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Notre Dame Stadium in South Bend, Indiana.
In the world is more famous for playing football.
Until the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win overall.
We're going inside him.
He's going inside the 5.
We're going outside him.
Right up the middle, touchdown Notre Dame.
We had that guy step up and be the next man in.
Steps up, throws, completes, ball pitched behind, ball on the ground. Game over. Notre Dame knocks off number 1.
That's how you play Notre Dame football.
It's time for Notre Dame football. Fighting Irish Football is sponsored by Notre Dame partners Cannon Solutions America, Coca-Cola, Cooper Tire, Tourism Ireland, Under Armour, and Visit South Bend. Now, let's send it out to the broadcast booth, along with Notre Dame football legend Ryan Harris, the voice of the Irish, Paul Burmeister.
Oh, what a wonderful afternoon it is setting up to be here in South Bend. Welcome to Notre Dame Stadium on an 81-degree, light wind, sunny afternoon. Paul Burmeister alongside Ryan Harris. Ryan, I know we're moving toward fall, but this feels like a perfect summer day.
It's a 90-degree day and a double flyover. The planes came over, the Thunderbirds first, and then they looped back around the stadium, maybe because there's 2 teams from Indiana. I'll tell you something, Paul. Saw a lot of the older players and alumni from Notre Dame football, a lot of the Holtz heroes out here. Purdue is that kind of, the game's for the shillelagh, right? So that we have a trophy to go and grab. But also, this is one of those mini rivalries that when you play at Notre Dame, Purdue's one of those teams, it's not like a USC or Michigan, but it's right there. We don't like these guys, they don't like us, and we don't care what anybody has to say about it.
You say mini rivalry, and before we get into what's happening specifically with Notre Dame and Purdue for this season, 9 minutes till kickoff now, I want to hear about your thoughts, a little bit beyond what you just said about the rivalry with Notre Dame and what it does mean to the players here.
Well, just take Jack Kaiser, for example, starting linebacker for the Irish. He was recruited by Purdue and Notre Dame, and Purdue brought Drew Brees in to meet him and all these things, and Notre Dame was recruiting Jack Kaiser. A lot of kids have these stories on this field today, but also the family lineage here in Indiana. A lot of families from or nearby. There's a lot of familial ties. There's a lot of friends that you know. But also, you want to own your state. And whether you play one team or all the teams in your state, Notre Dame wants to continue its dominance over an in-state rival.
I can attach a number to that dominance there, Ryan. Notre Dame has won 8 straight against in-state opponents. They've also won 7 consecutive against the Boilers. You mentioned Drew Brees. I looked across the way and just wondering what Drew Brees is thinking in the booth across the stadium, the former Purdue quarterback now calling the games for NBC. Interesting afternoon coming up here for him. So here's what we have specifically. Notre Dame 2-0, 3-point wins over Florida State and Toledo. Purdue also comes in at 2-0. They have wins against UConn last week. That one came easily. The Huskies really struggling. It was a 49-0 win for the Boilers. They also won week 1 against the Pac-12, 30-21 over Oregon State. As for the Fighting Irish being 2-0, they're used to being 2-0. We're used to seeing them 2-0. This is a different feeling 2-0 after back-to-back 3-point wins.
Well, you feel lucky to be 2-0 right now if you're the Irish. But one of the things that I talked to Sergio Brown about, former Notre Dame, always Notre Dame legend, former NFL player, said, what do you see in defensively? He said they're just not comfortable locating the football. He said that's a huge step in the defensive player's career, but also it takes time in a new defense to get that. Think about all the less practice time they've had with COVID and even the interactions. Now there's no excuse, right? You got to get comfortable. So this game today, Paul, is going to be about the big play. Can they stop David Bell? Can they stop Jack Plummer from throwing out of this stadium? If they can prevent the big play, Notre Dame has a great chance to make Drew Brees sad on the other side of the field.
Hey, if it sounds like there are a lot of people here, I can tell you, last week didn't come close to a sellout at 77,000. There's a little empty spot where the band is going to sit there on the field right now. They've spelled out a giant N and a D on the sideline of the end zone away from us, from the 20 all the way through the end zone. They'll fill up that space, but it is green everywhere else. 75,000-ish already here.
Yeah, and it was an electric campus today. Walking around, got to see Oscar McBride, got to see Darius Walker and George West, some of the Notre Dame greats. So everybody's back. This is kind of the official start to the season, a couple people told me. But you got people from all over the place coming home here to Notre Dame to enjoy the atmosphere. And I'll tell you something, Paul. 90 degrees on September 18th. Not a person in this stadium has felt this in South Bend.
Just inside of 6 minutes left now until the Boilermakers and the Fighting Irish kick it off. Let's talk offense. And so many times when we kick off the offense, we talk quarterbacks. And yes, we can't wait to see Jack Cohn and Tyler Buckner to see how they work that mix that they started to do last week in the win over Toledo. Offensive line is the top focus right now. What are your thoughts with that group that everyone's watching, waiting for the young players to come together and open up some bigger holes?
Well, first things first, you want the offensive line to decide to dominate. We'll find out whether Michael Carmody is going to start or not, or if it's going to be Tosh Baker at that left tackle position. But they just haven't had the success that Notre Dame has created the last 3 years in that run game, really the last 20, 30 years. So they have to make a decision. I expect to see a little Tyler Buckner just because of the way that can open up the defense for Notre Dame offensively. But also, Paul, at this point, I wouldn't be opposed to trying other running backs. Kyron Williams, one of the best running backs in the nation, no question. But you got to get started. And what that does is it gives guys film and plays that they look at and say, oh, we can do this. And maybe a running back hits the hole a little different. That gives Chris Tyree a new idea on how to hit a play differently than he has the past year. So I'd expect some new things, and Notre Dame's looking to really turn the corner. Talk to a couple of their coaches. They've had enough of these close games. They said it's all week been about urgency. Coach Kelly has been urgent at practice every day, and that message has been gotten across the team. Coaches are expecting a big, physical, productive game for Notre Dame.
Moments ago, we just saw the first gold helmets appear out of the end zone and out of the tunnel to our far right. Brian Kelly comes out first, and his team filing in behind him as they are standing about 10 yards behind the goalpost, just in their tunnel, waiting to come out and see if they can push that record to 3-0 after wins over Toledo last week here at home and then in Tallahassee a couple of weeks ago on a Sunday night to get that record to 2-0, and they wait for the Boilermakers to come out as well. And here come the Irish. Notre Dame running out on a day, as Ryan has pointed out, either in the mid to high 80s or even getting close to 90 degrees. In the shiny gold helmets, the navy jerseys with the white numbers and the gold pants, running out onto the field right now with 3.5 minutes left until kickoff.
This is one of those games where they'll pour cold water on the front and the back inside of that jersey because it may read 88 or 91, but when you got those pads on, Paul, you know there's not a lot of place for air to escape. Your jersey's tucked in. There's heat going from your socks to your eyebrows. That's football, baby.
And you hear the boos. Purdue jogging out now out of their tunnel from our right to left. Gold helmets with the black P and white jerseys, white pants with the black numbers. They come in at 2-0 after victories over Oregon State, against Oregon State, and also UConn, as we're now inside of 3 minutes until kickoff. Interesting afternoon for Notre Dame defensive coordinator Marcus Freeman. He was at Purdue for 4 seasons as an assistant before going on to Cincinnati and then coming to South Bend. And his defense has created all kinds of big plays and negative plays and disruption plays for the home side, but also they've given up a lot of big plays.
Well, and if they can just mitigate the big play. Last week, one of them was on 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2, and there's a big 60-yard pass play that all of a sudden ends in a touchdown. That's a game-changing moment. And those big plays must be limited because David Bell, wide receiver for Purdue, is a monster. He's bigger than the Bell in Philadelphia. He has 18 yards per catch. He's a dynamic player. He's going to be all over the field paging Kyle Hamilton. That is his sole responsibility to stop that man because he is a good one.
Watching midfield now, 3 captains walking out for Notre Dame. They do have 7 this year, but the 3 walking out, Avery Davis. We also have Kurt Heinisch and Drew White.
Drew White's going to be a player I'm looking to have a better game. Paul, he had 1 tackle last week. That's not good enough. I know that Drew White doesn't like that. He has to be a dominant force, and he's got to find a way to do it today.
You're the visiting team today. It's a silver dollar. This is a head, and this is the tail. Tail and the head. What's your call? Heads is a call. It is a head. You've won the toss.
Mike went out, but Notre Dame lost the toss. Purdue deferred, and Notre Dame will take the ball.
Purdue has won the toss. They're deferring their choice to the second half. Notre Dame will receive the football, and they'll defend the south goal. Good luck, gentlemen.
Oh, the referee knows it's the south goal, Paul. We got a little Notre Dame fan there.
Notre Dame will be moving. That means to us they'll be moving from left to right. If you can picture the scene here, that means they'll be moving offensively toward touchdown Jesus. Inside a minute now before kickoff between Notre Dame and Purdue. Third straight game, by the way, that Notre Dame has started with the ball, so they're 3 for 3 that way.
2-0 that way so far.
There you go. Haven't lost yet. Little Brian Kelly note. It's actually a really big Brian Kelly note, the head coach for Notre Dame, before we get started here. All the way back in 2010, he made his home debut against Purdue, started out with a win against the Boilermakers. Now in his 12th season, he is 1 win away from tying Knute Rockne for the school's all-time win record at 105.
Well, hey, Irish fans, it's time to raise your pint of Guinness and toast to Notre Dame football as they take the field against the Boilermakers. Game time, Guinness time. Cheers, Paul.
And sláinte to you, Ryan. Remember, please enjoy responsibly. Guinness, official beer of Notre Dame alumni and fans. Diageo Beer Company, New York, New York. As we get set for kickoff here in South Bend, green everywhere, well over 70,000 in attendance for the Boilermakers and the Irish. The 87th meeting between Notre Dame and Purdue. They first played back in 1896. Ball is in the air for the 2021 version. Ball bounces 4 yards deep in the end zone and out through the back of the end zone. Notre Dame will begin 1st and 10 from their own 25.
I'll tell you something. We haven't seen this player yet, but Audric Estime, he's a running back, a freshman out of Nyack, New York, St. Joe's Prep. I'll tell you something. He just destroyed someone on that kick return, even though it was a touchback. I expect to see him in the run game sometime soon.
So last week against Toledo, Jack Cohn played a little over 2/3 of the snaps, sharing time with Tyler Buckner. Jack runs out now as the starting quarterback. Notre Dame moving left to right. They have the ball on the far hash. Just to the right of Jack Cohn is Kyron Williams. Jack walks up underneath center, now tucks back 4 yards deep to wait for the shotgun snap. Purdue lines up with 4 down linemen. Kyron Williams moves up to the right. Cohn drops back, stands in against the blitz, in trouble. He is sacked. First play, Jack Cohn goes down to the 15-yard line. Jalen Alexander, outside linebacker, came on a blitz and got him. That is a loss of 9.
Well, what's tough is 3 players were on one. The right guard, Kane Madden, and right tackle Josh Lugg were on the same guy with Kyron Williams.
They get right back on the ball and snap it. Penalty markers come out.
It'll be false start on Notre Dame. Not how you wanted to start the game.
False start. Offense. Number 21. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
And the way they started with that sack, it's going to drive Coach Kelly and Tommy Reese, offensive coordinator, nuts. The guard has to come off on the linebacker. It was a simple blitz you got to pick up. They picked it up 100 times in practice. You got to be consistent in the game.
Notre Dame loses 9 on a sack. That was the 11th sack of the year, by the way. Then they lose 5. It's now 2nd down 24 from their own 11. Cohn's in the shotgun. Now he hands off to Kyron Williams up the middle across the 15. Middle of the field, goes down at the 18-yard line. Free safety Marvin Grant came up to make the tackle. Gain of 6 to bring up 3rd down 18. And they're right back on the ball. Jack Cohn taking a look over to the sideline, but not even a thought of huddling up. They get right back to the line. Offensive line is in place. And Cohn walks up to the center. Jared Patterson lets him know of the plans and now steps back. He has 2 tight ends on the field, Michael Mayer and George Takis on 3rd and 18. Drops back, only a 3-man rush, throws over the middle. Ball incomplete. Incomplete at the 18-yard line to Kyron Williams. Just as he crossed the line of scrimmage, the ball was thrown on his back shoulder, bounced off, hit the ground, and it's 4th and 18.
And Notre Dame looking a little sluggish to start the game. Both receivers out in the routes didn't really get off of the football. That shows that they need to believe they can actually convert that 1st down. That takes a while, Paul. Took me a couple of years in the NFL to believe you can convert 3rd and 13 and things like that, but that can happen, especially with a quarterback like Jack Cohn.
Especially when you play some of those years with Peyton Manning. Jay Bramley, standing on his own 3, steps up to the 5, punts it away. He averaged 49 yards per punt last week against Toledo. This one to the 40. TJ Sheffield keeps it across the right side to the 45. Kyle Hamilton got a piece of him, but Sheffield winds his way out around the far side to the 50-yard line before he's pushed out of bounds. An excellent field position here for Purdue, a 42-yard punt and a 10-yard return 13:39 left in the first quarter. Notre Dame had it once. They punted it away. No score. And now the Boilermakers come out offensively for the first time, moving from our right to left in the first quarter. Their quarterback is Jack Plummer. No relation to Jake Plummer. We thought about that a lot this week, heard about it a lot. Jack Plummer is not the son of Jake. He is 6'5", 215, a junior from Gilbert, Arizona. And he is making the 12th start of his career at Purdue. Tailback to his right as he's in the shotgun is King Daru. 1st and 10, drops back 2 steps, throws to the far side. The ball tipped in the air and out of bounds. Kyle Hamilton on the long throw from the right hash to the near sideline. Got a right hand on that deep out route, knocked it up in the air, and it fell incomplete to bring up 2nd and 10.
And Jack Plummer aiming for Milton Wright, so they're trying to get Wright involved to take the pressure off of David Bell. Kyle Hamilton almost with a pick if he gets his second hand up. But quarterbacks get a little skittish once their first pass gets deflected like that.
The intended starting tailback for Purdue, Xander Horvath, broke his leg last week in the win against UConn. So King Daru gets the start here. Jack Plummer on the right hash, lines up under center. Daru 4 yards behind him. Notre Dame 4 defensive linemen. The handoff to Daru. Up the middle, nowhere to go. Spun around out to the 45-yard line. Ends up with a 3-yard gain. Jason Ademilola, defensive tackle, made the stop to bring up 3rd down 6.
And Jason Ademilola has to have a great game. He's in the perfect position there on that play on the backside of a run. Kyle Hamilton forced the ball back, and then all of a sudden there's Jason Ademilola. He has an opportunity to make a huge impact on this game. I expect we'll call his name a lot today, Paul.
Plummer, the quarterback, through 2 games. 45 out of 61, 74%. See what he does here on 3rd and 6. Takes the shotgun snap, stands in, throws quickly to the right on the quick slant. It's complete to the 40 and out to the 36-yard line before he's tackled is David Bell, their top target with his 15th catch of the season. Good for 9 yards and a Purdue 1st down.
And wisely, Jack Plummer used motion to realize Notre Dame was in zone coverage. He knew that quick in route was going to be there with David Bell. Notre Dame has to take some chances in those short yardage, those short 3rd and shorts to make sure they can get their hands on the football.
Bell approaching 2,000 receiving yards for his career. 1st and 10 from the Notre Dame 36. Quick screen to the left and hit right away on the 35-yard line. Tackled to the 33 after a gain of 3. Jason Ademilola. The completion to Milton Wright. The quick catch out of the shotgun and the pitch to the left behind the line of scrimmage. Sprints up for 3 yards.
And Jason Ademilola flying downfield after he saw the pass. He was 2 yards in the backfield and makes that tackle 3 yards downfield. Great effort.
Now they have the ball middle of the field, moving right to left. 2nd down 7. Plummer from the shotgun, hands off to Daru, runs up the middle and struck right when he got to the line of scrimmage. Myron Tungo-Valaya Omosa, the captain, keeps that to a gain of 2. And now it's 3rd down and 6 for the Boilers.
Well, this is really 3rd down and points because beyond this, now Purdue has a great opportunity for a field goal. If they can stop them or even get a sack here, takes them out of field goal position and forces them to punt away on their first drive.
11:35 and counting left in the first quarter. No score, Notre Dame and Purdue. The Boilers have 3rd and 6 on the Irish 32. Jack Plummer from the shotgun takes the snap, drops back, swings it out of the backfield to the 35, cut back across the 30, 25, 20, and tackled on the 20-yard line. The tailback, King Daru, swing pass to the right, worked his way back across the middle for a gain of 10. J.T. Bertrand missed that tackle where he cut back. And now it's 1st and 10 Purdue from the Notre Dame 21.
And that was all the veteran savvy by Jack Plummer. He knew he was going to go to his running back, Daru, but he waited and kept his eyes downfield. That forced J.D. Bertrand and the rest of the defense to drop for the wide open pass to Daru.
Purdue top passing offense in the Big Ten. Each of the last 2 years, they pick up 2 third downs on this drive with the passing game. 1st and 10 from the 21. Fake to Daru, rolls out to his left, throws to the 20, ball batted up and knocked down. Fell incomplete to the 18-yard line to David Bell. And Plummer threw that one while he was rolling to his left, hard and behind him. Got a hand on it to knock it up in the air, but it fell harmlessly to the ground to bring up 2nd and 10.
Well, what I like on that play, Clarence Lewis, cornerback for Notre Dame, saw that the ball went up, but took the opportunity to put 2 forearms right into David Bell's chest. And Kyle Hamilton did the same thing to Payne Durham, the tight end. So they're getting physical out there early.
Plummer starts out 3 out of 5 for 22 yards. Ball middle of the field, now 2nd and 10 from the 21. From the shotgun, he drops back. Here comes the blitz. He stands in, throws over the middle. Incomplete. Wanted his big tight end, Payne Durham, at the goal line on a seam route. Not even close. Drew White with the pressure.
And Drew White's pressure forced the early throw. Jack Plummer got fooled. They showed blitz up the middle, Notre Dame, and then dropped out and blitzed from the corner. So using a rare corner blitz after last week, and excellent coverage by Drew White.
Purdue 2 out of 2 converting third downs on this drive. They do it both times with the passing game. This, though, is 3rd down and 10 from the Notre Dame 21. No score here in South Bend. 10:42 left in the first. Empty backfield for Plummer. Drops back. Quick throw to the right. Complete to the 20. Nowhere to go and tackle to the 18-yard line. David Bell caught it right after he left the line of scrimmage. Worked his way toward the middle of the field and picked up 4. Actually picked up 3. It's now 4th down 7. Kyle Hamilton made the stop.
Just a physical game already. The most physical I have seen Notre Dame's defense be all year. Clearly that was a coaching point, and it was listened to and adopted here on this first drive by Notre Dame's defense.
Mitchell Finnernan, the Purdue kicker, will attempt a field goal just inside of the far hash. From 34 yards out, he's 3 for 3 so far this year. There's the snap, hold, the kick is up, will be plenty long, and the kick is good. Both teams have had the ball once. Purdue has a field goal, and the Boilermakers here in South Bend lead Notre Dame 3-0 with 9:58 left in the first quarter here on the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Let's just take that out of your mouth.
At Ping's Pre-K, the growing enrollment is no play date.
Toilet is not a closet.
She needs more teachers certified in early childhood development.
Is it nap time yet? Lunch?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Do you bleed gold and blue? There's a bank for you. Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics. And right now, Credit Union One is giving die-hard fans best-in-class banking benefits with the Fighting Irish debit card. Sign up for your card today at creditunionone.org/Irish and put your money where your heart is. Credit Union One, better banking for all of us. By Members' Choice, this institution is not federally insured.
Purdue goes 10 plays, 32 yards, 3:41 off the clock. Mitchell Finnernan with a 34-yard field goal to put the Boilers up 3-0, 9:58 left in the first quarter here in South Bend. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Paul Burmeister, Ryan Harris in the booth. Temps in the high 80s. Beautiful sunny afternoon in South Bend. Very light breeze. Awfully close to a sellout here at Notre Dame Stadium. Kickoff sails well out of the back of the end zone. And Jack Cohn, yes, Jack is in that huddle as they huddle up near the sideline to run back out. Yet to see Tyler Buckner. This will be Notre Dame's second possession. Their first, they went the other way. Penalty, 11-yard sack, and now they're back at it for the second time around as the offense jogs out.
And if you're Notre Dame's coaching staff, you say, hey, forget what just happened. We're starting the game over right now. Let's start the way we want to. One play at a time. Let's be physical. And already we get the old Minnesotan Joe Alt, son of the great John Alt in the NFL.
Former Iowa Hawkeye you left out.
Oh, did I?
Inside handoff to Kyron Williams. Nice move at the line of scrimmage to get out to the 30-yard line, middle of the field. 2 penalty markers come in just as he went to the ground. Cam Allen, the safety, made the stop after a 5-yard gain. We'll take a listen to Jeffrey Cervinski, the referee here this afternoon.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 6. 15-yard penalty they added to the end of the run and includes an automatic first down.
Jalen Graham with the penalty because of the juke move by Kyron Williams. he's forgotten about, but because of his speed, Kyron Williams, but he's a very shifty back, and they're juking Jalen Graham out of his shoes. Graham putting out a right hand and coming across the face mask.
Kyron Williams averaging just over 3 yards per carry this year after going over 5 last year. He got 6. It's now 1st and 10 from the 46. Cone play action, throws to the right, incomplete. The quick slant to Kevin Austin, he just dropped it. Austin had a great shot at that one, the quick slant, moving toward the middle of the field, but just went through his hands to bring up 2nd down 10.
Yeah, if it was a spear, he'd be dead. A perfect ball, quickness, timing, everything by Jack Cone. And then Kevin Austin just missing it there. But Notre Dame getting creative offensively already here in the second drive.
Kevin Austin comes into this game with 8 catches through the first 2 games. 2nd down 10, middle of the field. Cone from the shotgun, drops back, 4-man rush, looks to his left, throws left, complete at the 48 of Purdue, and then run out of bounds right away is Avery Davis, the captain out of Cedar Hill, Texas, tackled by Cam Allen, gain of 6.
Well, now you got 3rd and manageable. The whole playbook's open. You've crossed the 50. If I'm Notre Dame's offensive coordinator, Tommy Rees, I'm calling a shot and with some underneath opportunities to keep this drive going.
3rd down and 4. Notre Dame tight formation. They have 3 tight ends in the game, Mayer, Takis, and Evans. Kyron Williams, the tailback to the left of Jack Cone on 3rd and 4. Cone drops back. Blitz coming. In trouble. Ball knocked out.
Fumble.
Michael Mayer jumps on it. Either an incomplete pass or an incompletion. Either way, Mayer jumped on it on the 48-yard line. Dedrick Mackey, the corner.
The fumble recovered by the offense.
So you heard Jeffrey Cervinsky there. It was a fumble. Dedrick Mackey, the corner, came in and got Cone. Corner blitz also got to Cone twice against Toledo last week.
And that's one of the things, if you do not stop something, you will continue to see it. And Jack Cone had Mitchell Evans wide open to the left side. So Jack Cone, one of the things that Coach Kelly said, the sacks weren't just on the O-line last week. You have to recognize the blitz coverages and where they're coming from. That's going to be another coaching session there for Jack Cone on that corner
Personal
blitz.
Foul. Illegal chop block. Offense, number 23 and number 52. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced. 3rd down.
So 23 is obviously Kyron Williams. 52 is the starting left guard, Zeke Correll. And Notre Dame, they benefited from a 15-yard penalty early in this drive. Now they're moving back the other way. And let's see where the ball ends up here. They're still walking it back. But a 15-yard foul against Notre Dame. After the fumble, the corner blitz got to Cone. So the ball is placed on the 37-yard line of Notre Dame as they move left to right here in the first quarter. And Jack Cone goes back to the shotgun.
I like the screen right here, Paul.
3rd down and 19. Sets up. He runs out to his right, in trouble. Throws to Mayer. The ball knocked away. Would have been a short gain anyway, but here between the near hash and near numbers, Michael Mayer had the ball knocked away by Jalen Alexander, the outside linebacker.
And just that, poor body demeanor by everybody downfield. They just weren't looking for the football. Michael Mayer even getting that ball right in his hands. Excellent delivery by Jack Cone. Just Michael Mayer not able to come up with it with the contact.
Notre Dame's had the ball twice, Ryan. The theme here early is pressure on Jack Cone. He's already been sacked. He fumbled because of a sack on that drive. And now T.J. Sheffield back to receive the punt from Jay Bramlett. Punts it away from his own 25-yard line. Sheffield is on his own 24. Calls for the fair catch after he stepped up to the 25 in the middle of the field. So a 38-yard punt and no return. 8:42 left in the first quarter here in South Bend. Purdue leads Notre Dame 3-0. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football.
For people facing hunger in our community, a daily meal isn't a choice between different dishes. It's a choice between food and other crucial needs like electricity, childcare, or medicine. There's no luxury of what to eat. The choice is if they eat. I'm Mary Jo Martinek with the Food Bank of Northern Indiana. September is Hunger Action Month. How will you choose to end hunger? Find out how at feedindiana.org.
Light it up, let's get this show on the road. The legacy continues. J.Y., Tommy, Chuck, Todd, Lawrence, Ricky. Stinks. Friday, November 5th at 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo. Stinks. With one hit song after another. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Stinks. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
Yeah, that's right.
I bet you didn't expect to see me here. Well, here I am. Let me tell you about a little something called respect. You ever heard of it? You know what? I think it's
You're good at using your time in the shower to replay conversations and say what you should have said. We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
I think it's time for you to get out of there. You should just leave.
.8:42 remaining in the first quarter on a beautiful afternoon in South Bend. Temps in the high 80s. Scoreboard says Purdue leads Notre Dame 3-0. 8:42 left in the first quarter. With zero sugar and now even more delicious, is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Notre Dame's defense is on its sideline on the far side of the field. Purdue's offense just beneath us. They are also huddling up. Purdue about to come out for its second possession here. Jack Plummer, the quarterback, he's 4 out of 7 so far for a modest 27 yards. And David Bell, the dangerous wide receiver, one of the very best in the Big Ten. 2 catches for just 13 yards. One of those did convert a third down there on that first drive that led to a 34-yard field goal that has Purdue up 3-0. The Boilers jogging out in the field right now and setting up now, moving right to left, ball middle of the field.
If I'm Purdue, I'm taking a shot on second down. I'm going to run the football on the first down, kind of lull the defense to sleep, take a shot downfield, make Notre Dame prove that they can cover in the zone, which they're not used to downfield.
Middle of the field now for Jack Plummer to start his second drive. 1st and 10 from the 25. Hands up the middle and struck at the 24-yard line is Dylan Downing. His first carry, the UNLV transfer, picks up 4 yards as he ran right up the middle.
Jack Kaiser with the tackle. We talked about it. Kaiser recruited heavily by Purdue. Purdue wanted to build their entire class around Jack Kaiser and company. And Jack Kaiser came to the Goodfellas there, Paul.
Hey, it was Mr. Football in the state of Indiana, Royal Center, very near West Lafayette. Now 2nd down 5 for the Boilers on the 30-yard line. Another handoff inside. This one not as successful. Tackle made at the 32-yard line. Tagovailoa Amosa on Dylan Downing, his second consecutive carry. Picks up 3 yards. And that's now 3rd down 3 for Purdue. 7:55 and counting left in the first quarter. Boilermakers leading the Fighting Irish 3-0.
And this is a huge 3rd down because now Notre Dame's defense has been on the field. Only a quick 4 or 5 plays by the offense, and they're back on it. It's okay in the first quarter, but with this heat and the amount of pressure that they have to cover downfield because of David Bell, they need to get off the field right now, Paul.
Plummer's on the near hash. He now has 3 passing options to his right and 1 to his left. Empty backfield, drops back. The Irish bring 4. Throw across the middle, complete and tackled at the 37-yard line. Tight end Payne Durham split out to the wide right, came across for a 6-yard gain to pick up a first down. He went down to catch the low pass, so there's no run after it, but it's now 1st down and 10 on the 38-yard line. That's their own 38-yard line.
Jack Plummer really surveying the field, moving right to left in his reads, finding Payne Durham. Watching the film, Payne Durham's just an excellent safety target for Jack Plummer when they get to that 3rd and manageable there.
He is the next favorite option after David Bell, the wideout. 1st down and 10. Quick throw to the right side behind the line of scrimmage out to the 40-yard line and out to the 42. The catch and release from Plummer to Bell, tackled by Cam Hart, gain of 5. You see that so often in college football, Ryan, just the shotgun snap, the pitch out to the wide side of the field and see what your wide receiver can do one-on-one. That was a nice tackle by Cam Hart.
You know, offensive linemen don't like that play. 1, I got to run 15 yards, Paul. And then 2, why don't we just run the ball? You got 3 yards. You got 4 yards. We can do that on the ground. Come on. Most people don't know that.
David Bell, the top wideout for Purdue, one of the best in the Big Ten. 3 catches so far, 18 yards. 6:15 left in the first quarter. Purdue leads Notre Dame 3-0. 2nd down 5. Plummer.
Fumble.
Ball's on the ground. The shotgun snap actually went right to the running back, Dylan Downing. He picked it up. Nice heads-up play by him. He worked his way back to the line of scrimmage, but did lose 2 to bring up 3rd down 7.
And Notre Dame changing out their defensive line. I like the rotations. That's something new this week. Usually Notre Dame keeping the same defensive line personnel on, but getting Jason Ademilola, Myron Tagovailoa Amosa back on the field after a short rest, that helps.
3rd and 7. Notre Dame with 5 down linemen here. Jack Plummer taking a long look to his sideline.
Notre Dame changing their defense, too, something different. When they got caught in the blitz, they didn't change, but they just changed the defense.
3 seconds to snap the ball. Gets it off. The Irish bring 5. Plummer stands in, now steps up in the pocket, runs across the middle of the field and tackled to the 45. Kyle Hamilton came up to get him after a gain of 3 to bring up 4th down and 4.
He tried to shake Kyle Hamilton. Kyle wasn't having any of it, and even Jack Plummer giving a little head tap to Kyle Hamilton after he got up. That's a great tackle by Kyle Hamilton. Gets them off the field. Excellent sequence there for Notre Dame's defense.
And a nice job there by the defensive backs, because Plummer initially had some time as he shifted out to the left. Didn't see anything he liked, and he was forced.
Now, Purdue's special teams, they always have a little bit of a wrinkle, so you got to keep your heads up if you're Notre Dame. They do the swinging gate on field goals. They fake the field goal. They have the fake punt in there. Purdue's the type of team that'll pull that out here in a quick game, a close game like this, in a rivalry game.
Australian punter Jack Ansell takes it on the 30-yard line, punts it away. Low spiraling kick. Kyron Williams from his own 8-yard line called for the fair catch. And we'll see if Notre Dame's offense can get it going here. 4:18 left in the first quarter. Right now they trail Purdue 3-0. You're listening to the Notre Dame Radio Network.
In every conflict since the Civil War, Notre Dame graduates have fought for their country. Trained officers to serve in the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines. In both World Wars, Korea, Vietnam, the Persian Gulf, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And now we have a new initiative in service to those who serve. The Office of Military and Veterans Affairs, preparing veterans for college and helping them graduate. It's who we are. God, country, Notre Dame.
Hey, it's Dana Cortez from the Dana Cortez Show. Let's talk adventure. Let's talk thrills. Let's talk the all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder. Pathfinder is one of Nissan's most legendary vehicles that's changed the game for adventure lovers everywhere. With up to 6,000-pound towing, it's perfect for epic, adrenaline-pumping adventures or a journey to remember. Return to rugged in the all-new 2022 Nissan Pathfinder. Cruise on over to NissanUSA.com to learn more.
Towing capacity varies by configuration. Always secure cargo. See towing guide and Nissan Owner's Manual for proper use.
Research shows that people remember radio ads with British accents. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need, take it from a Brit.
Oi, barmy insurance bloke stretching dosh out your pocket. It's barmy. Liberty Mutual won't leave you skint, mate.
Can you just say Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I think that's what I said, you blooming.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
With Purdue leading Notre Dame 3-0, 4:18 left in the first quarter. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
This is WNSN South Bend, home of Notre Dame football, presented by South Bend Orthopedics.
Notre Dame offense still huddled up on its side of the field. Get ready to jog off here for possession number 3. And Ryan, this is not the start that Jack Cohn, Brian Kelly, Tommy Reese had envisioned. 2 possessions so far. Notre Dame has 9 total yards.
They need a spark. Wouldn't be surprised to see Tyler Buckner at some point in this drive, but Notre Dame has to stop shooting themselves. 2 penalties on consecutive drives. That's not how you start a football game, and they got to be tighter than that. And that's how you 1-2 yards, get some positive plays, and then you get to that 3rd and manageable, convert. They haven't converted yet. They need to have something good happen for them early on this drive.
Notre Dame moving left to right here. Ball placed on their own 10-yard line on the far hash. Jack Cohn will start this drive 1 out of 4 for only 6 yards. Kyron Williams is to his left. Kyron has 2 carries for 12 yards. They hand off up the middle to Williams, puts his head down and gets out to the 13-yard line, right up the middle. Outside linebacker Jalen Graham there to make the tackle, and he gets a 4-yard gain.
Well, and right there, Notre Dame's offensive line collapsed the right side, really dictated that line of scrimmage, and that's what created the gain for Kyron Williams. He didn't even get touched until he got tackled.
Pair of tight ends in the game now for Jack Cohn, Michael Mayer and George Takis. Tight formation to the right. Cohn in the shotgun from his own 9-yard line. Hands off and drilled in the backfield is Kyron Williams. Wow, did Jalen Graham get him. As soon as he took that handoff, he went right to the ground forcefully. Loss of 2 to bring up 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, and that's a tough play. You got Braden Lindsey coming right to left on motion. You're bringing a linebacker when you do that. And then Jack Cohn, he's yet to pull the ball and run. He has that part of his game. We need to see that.
So from the shotgun now in the far hash on 3rd and 8. 3 wideouts to the right of Cohn. 4-man rush, drops back to his 5, throws high and deep down the near side, and the ball falls incomplete on the 43-yard line. Go route to Joe Wilkins, behind him and more toward the sideline than Joe wanted, and it's now 4th down and 8.
It looked as though Joe Wilkins lost the ball in the sun. That's something that in college they don't talk to the captains about. Notre Dame chose to defend the south goal. Well, the sun's in your eyes as you look back to the ball if you're the receivers. Those kinds of things are the little details that change in the NFL.
3 possessions for Notre Dame, and they have now gained 11 total yards. Jay Bramlett standing 2 yards deep in his own end zone. TJ Sheffield setting up on his own 45. Bramlett waits for the snap. There it is. Steps up to the 1-yard line, punts it away short, end over end. Caught on the 46 of Notre Dame and run out of bounds before he got to the 40-yard line with Sheffield. But the Boilermakers will have terrific field position. Now a penalty marker comes out late as Sheffield ran out of bounds. 34-yard punt, 5-yard return. And we'll eventually check in with Jeffrey Servinski, the referee, on the penalty marker. 4 officials meeting right now.
It's gotten chippy here. It was chippy from the beginning, but that's football in September, Paul. You quarterbacks didn't get too chippy, though. You guys like to be in your huddle. You guys are always...
During the return, sideline warning, Notre Dame, their first of the half. There's no yardage penalty. Full media, timeout.
We were aware of the chippiness, Ryan. We just didn't partake.
Just didn't lower it, come down to our level, huh?
Supervised it, yes. The 87th meeting between Purdue and Notre Dame has 3:04 left in the first quarter. And right now, Purdue leads Notre Dame 3-0 here on the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Ready to start planning your next trip to South Bend? Get ideas and inspiration, itineraries, upcoming events, restaurant tips, hotel recommendations, and more by visiting the all-new visitsouthbend.com. Your next great weekend getaway awaits. After all, Mondays can wait.
Auto Value is a local Michigan-based company. You can find us all over this great state of Michigan. From Monroe to Marquette, we have you covered. When you shop at your local Auto Value auto parts store, you'll always be assured of quality, service, and a huge selection of name brand auto parts and accessories. Find out more and shop online at myautovaluestore.com. Thank you for shopping at Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Do you bleed gold and blue? There's a bank for you. Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics. And right now, Credit Union One is giving die-hard fans best-in-class banking benefits with the Fighting Irish debit card. Sign up for your card today at creditunion1.org/Irish and put your money where your heart is. Credit Union One, better banking for all of us. By Members' Choice, this institution is not federally insured.
Would you like a cleaning product that can be used in the garage, the laundry, and the kitchen, and save space in your cabinet? Hi, I'm Bruce Fabrizio, inventor of Simple Green. To learn more, visit us at simplegreen.com.
Simple Green.
Show your Fighting Irish pride with a new Notre Dame credit card. The new cashback card features iconic designs and exclusive Notre Dame benefits. Bring a piece of campus with you wherever you go. You can apply at NotreDameCreditCard.com. 3:04 left in the first quarter. Purdue still leads Notre Dame 3-0. The Boilermakers offense about to come out on the field. They'll have first down and 10 from the Fighting Irish 43. This is the 3rd Purdue possession, Ryan. Second one that'll start in Notre Dame territory.
And what happens when an offense has half of the field to work with? They gain confidence. I mean, even running onto the field, half the team for Purdue is running out to their own 40. And they're, oh, no, wait, we're 20 yards ahead. That gives confidence to an offense. There's such a short distance to go, and you already have a 3-point lead.
34-yard field goal for the Boilers, the only points on the board. Purdue has outgained Notre Dame 51-11 at this point. Ground game right up the middle, nothing going. Irish defense stout there just beyond the 45-yard line to keep that to no gain. Second down 10 coming up.
Helmet came off. He is out for one play.
Notre Dame's defensive line is playing with a physicality we haven't seen all season. Also, some new players getting in there. Nana Osafo-Mensah getting in a little bit more. He's been playing well for the Irish. Kurt Hinish playing well as here on first and second down. Then they're rotating him out for Myron Tungavailoa-Amosa on third down. So Marcus Freeman, defensive coordinator for Notre Dame, has his rotations defensively.
Limited success for Jack Plummer, the quarterback for Purdue so far. He's 6 out of 9 for 33 yards. Now he's in the shotgun on his own 43. Rolls out to his right, in trouble, backpedaling. A wide open King Daru, the tailback of the 45-40, cuts back and is now met there as he got to the 35-yard line. As Plummer rolled all the way out to his right, threw back to his tailback about 30 yards across the field. Daru gets 7 yards. Isaiah Pryor with the pressure on Plummer to force him to release that early.
And Isaiah Pryor had a choice to make. Do you wait and cover Downing when you're coming on the blitz, or do you drop off? And he dropped off while Purdue had routes going across the field to the right. That opened it up for Downing to the left.
Downing now lined up to the left of Plummer. 3rd down and 3. They're on the near hash, moving right to left. 1:50 and counting left in the first quarter. Inside give to Downing, met at the 35. Little extra surge. Got him out to the 34-yard line. Justin Ademilola with the tackle. Gain of 2. Scoreboard shows 4th down and 1 from the Fighting Irish 34. Jack Plummer remaining on the field, looking over to the side. And Purdue giving the appearance that they will go for it here on 4th and 1.
Bringing in the extra tight ends. That's going to that heavy formation. But in that you also have an opportunity to get downfield as Payne Durham, their tight end. He's the widest player. Look for him down the seam.
4th and 1 from Notre Dame's 34. Plummer under center. Timeout called. Timeout called by the by the Purdue sideline.
Purdue, their first of the half. 30 seconds.
Notre Dame's defensive line shifted at the last second, and it must have been a perfect shift because Jeff Brom made sure to call that timeout about 3 split seconds after they moved.
Well, both teams have retreated to their sidelines, and Notre Dame's defense has been on the field an awful lot here in this first quarter. They've done their job pretty well. As we pointed out, Purdue on 2 of their 3 possessions, they've started inside of Notre Dame territory.
The question we all ask, though, is it sustainable? And in 90-degree heat, it's not sustainable to be on the field the majority of the time if you're any defense, let alone a defense going against one of the best passing attacks in the Big Ten and one of the best receivers in the nation in David Bell.
So Purdue had time to think about it, and they come back on the field with their offense. 4th down and 1 on the Notre Dame 34. 1:09 left in the first quarter. Boilers lead the Fighting Irish 3-0. Jack Plummer gets under center. King Daru behind him. The end around across the 35. Tackled in the backfield. Kyle Hamilton. Wow. Says, no, you don't. Milton Wright moving across the formation. Took the reverse handoff. Tried to spin out to the right side. Kyle Hamilton keeps that for no gain. What a play.
No player in the country is making the play that Kyle Hamilton just made. He was 9 yards in the backfield as soon as he saw Milton Wright come to his flank, and he closed so fast. Milton Wright didn't even have a chance to move to try and shake Kyle Hamilton. A touchdown-saving tackle by Kyle Hamilton because there was no one from the numbers to the sideline from the 31 in. Wow, what a play.
Terrific pursuit, and then the wrap-up tackle by Hamilton. See if that can spring the offense. So far, 11 total yards on 3 possessions. They begin now 1st and 10 on their own 34. Cone from the shotgun, fakes to Tyree, drops back, nice pocket, throws to the near sideline, skying for the ball, and coming down with it. What a catch on the 45 of Purdue on the corner route. Avery Davis went high, got drilled in the air, but held on. Gain of 20.
Tyler Buckner now getting in the game after an elite throw, just an elite throw by Jack Cone. Unbelievable, right over a linebacker, under a defender. Expert placement right there by Jack Cone.
Tyler Buckner, after 19 plays against Toledo, his first one here. Quarterback draw, up the middle, sidesteps across the 45, now runs all the way out to the left. Stiff arms, keeps his feet across the 45. Excellent effort out to the 43-yard line as he is pushed out of bounds by safety Marvin Grant. Quarterback draw designed to go inside. He sprints out to the left and picks up 5 yards.
And Grant absolutely tattooed Tyler Buckner. And Jack Cone, the first player for Notre Dame, running into the scrum to get Tyler Buckner back on his feet and back to the field. That's a great teammate right there.
And the final seconds ticking off. 10 seconds left and counting left in the first quarter. Tyler Buckner averaged almost 10 yards per carry last week. And starts out with a 6-yard gain. And there is a Purdue player down on the 40-yard line. 6 seconds left in the first quarter with Purdue leading Notre Dame 3-0.
That's an exciting few plays right there, Notre Dame faithful. You get this turnover on downs because of a Kyle Hamilton tackle. The biggest pass play of the day to Kevin Austin. And then you get Tyler Buckner in there for a run that forced the defense for Purdue to go all the way from the right hash to the left sideline. You're wearing them out right here on this drive.
Oh, that back-to-back play sequence there, Ryan. Easily the best little sign of hope for the Notre Dame offense in this first quarter. 6 seconds left in the first quarter, but the 20-yard strike from Jack Cohn to Avery Davis. He runs out of the game. Tyler Buckner comes in. Quarterback draw for 6 yards. And now it's 2nd down 5, Fighting Irish on the Purdue 41-yard line. Both teams come back out of the field now. Again, only 6 seconds left. It is still Tyler Buckner at quarterback. He's lined up in the shotgun on the far hash. On the offensive line, Michael Carmody is out for the game. First quarter is now over. Tosh Baker
of the first quarter.
And really, Tosh Baker's done a great job against George Karlaftis, one of the best defensive ends in the nation. Have not called that guy's name because of the work of Tosh Baker.
First quarter comes to a close with Purdue leading Notre Dame 3-0. We'll be right back after this message here on the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Do you bleed gold and blue? There's a bank for you. Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics. And right now, Credit Union One is giving die-hard fans best-in-class banking benefits with the Fighting Irish debit card. Sign up for your card today at creditunion1.org/Irish and put your money where your heart is. Credit Union One, better banking for all of us. By Members' Choice, this institution is not federally insured.
I love being able to share with our family who's listening how much we all love State Farm Insurance. With surprisingly great rates, State Farm has saved us money with our car and home insurance.
I mean, you're my wife. You know how much I love a great deal. So, of course, I'm going to love the great rates and great service at State Farm. It's good for my wallet and for my family.
State Farm meets my needs. Plus, I get to control how and what I want for my budget. And I do it all from their award-winning mobile app.
Surprisingly great rates. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Panera believes in saying yes. Yes to clean, fresh ingredients. Yes to the new chicken sausage and pepperoni flatbread topped with rich mozzarella. Yes to delicious mac and cheese. Yes to putting it on a sandwich, creating the grilled mac and cheese sandwich. And yes to impromptu road trips to Sandwich, Illinois. Because that's living life to the flavor fullest. Get $1 delivery when you order on our app. Panera. Live your yes. Pricing and product availability may vary. Visit PaneraBread.com.
15 minutes in the books between Purdue and Notre Dame, and Purdue has a 3-0 lead after one quarter. Tony Simeone in the studio here, and it's been a sluggish start for Notre Dame offensively. Just 10 plays and 11 yards to start the game, but the defense on the most recent possession got some momentum going on 4th down thanks to Kyle Hamilton.
Jack Plummer gets under center. King Daru behind him. The end around across the 35, tackled in the backfield. Kyle Hamilton says, no, you don't. Milton Wright moving across the formation, took the reverse handoff, tried to spin out to the right side. Kyle Hamilton keeps that for no gain, one a play.
That was a turnover on downs forced by Hamilton. It got the ball back for the Irish. Since then, a big pass completion by Jack Cohn and a big run from the freshman quarterback Tyler Buckner have them on the move. Let's go back to the booth to Paul and Ryan for the second quarter.
It's only the first quarter ended in an encouraging way after a disappointing start to the first 15 minutes. Notre Dame's offense 25 yards on the final 2 plays of the first quarter. They only have 36 total for the first, so you get the picture of how the early going went Notre Dame offensively, but now they jog back on the field, and Tyler Buckner is the quarterback once again. The drive started here with Jack Cohn, who had gone the entire way in the first quarter with a 20-yard completion to Avery Davis. Tyler Buckner came in, 6-yard quarterback draw, and now he's in for the first play, 2nd down 5. From the Purdue 41. Gives inside and nothing going. Squirting out to the 38-yard line goes Chris Tyree. Gain of 3. 3-0 Purdue. 14:48 and counting left in this second quarter. 3rd down and 2. The Irish get right back on the ball. Tyler Buckner from the shotgun takes the snap, gives it once again to Tyree. Hit in the backfield. He did not get enough for the first. Actually lost yardage, lost 1. And it's now 4th down and 3 from the Boilermaker 39.
Notre Dame's going to go for it here. They're looking for a spark, and it's amazing. Tyler Buckner comes in to bring some different energy, but then when it's a big-time decision, Jack Cohn's back in the game as he is right now.
Jack Cohn in the huddle now, looking down at his left wrist, reading off a play that was sent in. It's 4th down and 3 from the Purdue 39-yard line. Purdue leads 3-0. 14:08 left until halftime. Kyron Williams is behind, and now to the left, empty backfield of Jack Cohn, who's in the shotgun.
Great time to use cadence.
He drops back. Here comes the blitz, throws over the middle. Wide open, Kyron Williams, 25-20. Nobody near him. Easy touchdown, Notre Dame. 39 yards on 4th down for Kyron Williams on the reception from Jack Cohn. 13:51 left in the second quarter. Notre Dame leads Purdue 6-3.
Just a snipe from Jack Cohn. He's getting pressure from the right on a blitz by Purdue. Shuffles ever so slightly to his left as he lifts up his arm to fire that rocket right in between 2 Purdue defenders who collapsed into each other as they tried to make the tackle on Kyron Williams, who gives the peace sign as he crosses the line.
Purdue came on a heavy, aggressive blitz, and on the short pass to Kyron Williams, once he broke a tackle, 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, middle of the field, there was nobody home. Extra point is up and in after Kyron Williams ran by himself on a touchdown reception from Jack Cohn. 13:51 remaining in the second quarter. Notre Dame with its first lead today on top of Purdue 7-3. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
O'Reilly. It's O-Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts, where you can earn double, triple, even up to 5 times O-Rewards points on select purchases. Get bonus points on more than 200 items throughout the store, like wiper blades, fuel system cleaners, motor oil, and more. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're short of PCO today. Let's try to stay on schedule.
New customers have Emery's exterminator business buzzing. She needs new specialists to tackle a swarm of appointments.
Norwegian tree mouse. That's a first.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Professional cuts at home are easy with the Conair Man Metalcraft High Performance Clipper. With razor-sharp Japanese steel blades and pro-grade power, cutting your hair with this must-have precision tool is much more than maintenance. It's Metalcraft. Transform your daily grooming from routine to ritual with the clipper that mixes metal, power, and performance. Respect the ritual. Get your Metalcraft High Performance Clipper and shop the full Metalcraft collection of precision grooming tools at ConairMetalcraft.com.
Moments ago here in South Bend at Notre Dame Stadium, Notre Dame's offense faced 4th down and 3 from the Purdue 39-yard line. The Boilermakers came with a heavy blitz. Jack Cohn found Kyron Williams 2 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, and with nobody in the middle of the field because of that aggressive blitz, Kyron broke 1 tackle and sprinted all by himself for a 39-yard touchdown. 13:51 left in the second quarter. The Fighting Irish on top of the Boilermakers 7-3 in the 87th meeting between Purdue and Notre Dame.
That was some touchdown therapy for Notre Dame's offense right there. Huge play by Jack Cohn on 4th down.
Jonathan Dorr kicks it off, and the ball will land 3 yards deep in the end zone and go back out of the backside of the end zone. So 1st down and 10, Boilermakers from their own 25-yard line. And the Notre Dame defense is off to a fine start. Plummer is an efficient 7 out of 10 here, Ryan, but he's only gained 45 yards with those 7 completions.
Well, and the question is, can Jack Plummer stay patient? That's what Marcus Freeman's defenses want to do, frustrate you into making a mistake. So Jack Cohn really has to just take what's available, and sometimes that means taking a sack or punting the football. The last thing you want to do is make a mistake that makes this a 14-point lead for Notre Dame.
Ball placed middle of the field, moving left to right on 1st and 10. The handoff right up the middle across the 25, and hard running, breaking tackles to the 33 goes Dylan Downing. 6 foot, 225 freshman, the UNLV transfer, picks up 8 before Drew White tackled him.
And a lot of people are missing, but because of the transfer rules, and it's going to change even next year where players don't have to sit, a lot of teams are getting new players and using the transfer portal to build their teams.
8-yard gain there in the first quarter. Purdue had only 9 total yards rushing. 2nd down 3, Plummer now under center. Motion from left to right. Hands off to Downey right up the middle. Tackle to the 35-yard line. Isaiah Foskey comes in, gain of 2. 3rd down 1 coming up now for Purdue. 13-10 and counting in the second quarter, with Notre Dame leading Purdue 7-3.
Riley Mills, defensive lineman for Notre Dame, is getting a lot of reps inside, and he has been disruptive. Here's a great opportunity for him to make a play.
Sunny afternoon in South Bend. Temperature in the high 80s. Near sellout crowd here for the Fighting Irish. Green everywhere. Purdue in the huddle now on 3rd down and 1. A long time in their huddle. Play clock down to 9. They run up to the line of scrimmage. Plummer is under center. Hands off. Drilled in the backfield at the 32-yard line. Big time penetration from Myron Tagovailoa Amosa. The captain drills Dylan Downing in the backfield to bring up 4th down 3.
He just swum his offensive line and got right underneath another one. And Myron Tagovailoa Amosa with the play of the day so far defensively by that defensive line. Getting vertical, Purdue wanted to cut back, but wasn't able to because of the big menacing arms of Myron Tagovailoa Amosa.
Back-to-back series end with big-time plays for Notre Dame. The series before, late in the first quarter, Kyle Hamilton made a tackle for loss on 4th and short. This time it's Myron Tagovailoa Amosa for a loss of 2. The ball is punted away from the 20-yard line. It's high. It's end over end. It bounces at the 40-yard line of Notre Dame, bounces back to the 42, and this will be nice field position for the Fighting Irish as they begin this one. 11:58 left in the second quarter, and they lead the Boilermakers 7-3 after only a 25-yard punt with no return. So we mentioned it just a little bit there offensively, Ryan. Some changes on the offensive line. Michael Carmody, we knew he had the ankle injury coming in. He's out for the game. In at left tackle now is Tosh Baker.
Yeah, and Tosh Baker's done an excellent job so far against one of the best defenses in the nation in George Karlaftis. And right here, though, Paul, what I'm doing if I'm Notre Dame's coaches and Tommy Rees, keep the ball in Jack Cohn's hands. Let him throw. Get him some passing opportunities.
1st down and 10 from his own 42. Moving right to left. He's in the shotgun. And he hands off this time inside to Chris Tyree. Dances across the 45-yard line out to the 46. Outside linebacker DeMarcus Mitchell made the stop. Gain of 5.
Notre Dame's offensive line is starting to determine and dictate the line of scrimmage. Right tackle Josh Lugg down 10 yards downfield at the end of that play, blocking his defender.
Notre Dame only 17 yards rushing so far. Cohn in the pocket, flips it out front to Tyree, who's hit right away at the 50-yard line. Little underhand flip. Cohn wanted to throw to his right across the field. Came back, flipped it to his back. He gets 3. Jalen Alexander, the outside linebacker, met him right as he caught the pass to bring up 3rd down 2.
Jack Cohn expertly recognizing he had no look to the 3 receiver side, immediately found Chris Tyree. Excellent execution by Jack Cohn.
3rd and 2 from the 50. Cohn in the shotgun, empty backfield catch, throw to Tyree at the 47-yard line, hit right away and driven out of bounds. Only needed 2 yards. He ran a quick little out route. Outside linebacker O.C. Brothers made the stop. It looks like it's just enough. Yes, it is. There the sticks move. Got 2.5 yards on 3rd and 2 on the completion. 1st and 10 now from the 47 of the Boilermakers. 11:04 and counting left in the second quarter with Notre Dame leading Purdue 7-3. Cohn back in the shotgun. Fakes, throws across the middle. Ball almost intercepted. At the 32-yard line, the ball was knocked down. Kevin Austin, the intended receiver, on the quick slant. Jamari Brown, the corner, got his hands on it and almost picked it off.
Well, now George Karlaftis, the defensive end for Purdue, switched from his right side to left, and he got around Josh Lugg there, made Jack Cohn get rid of the football a little earlier than he wanted to.
Tyree, the tailback to the right of Cone, who's in the shotgun. He also has 3 wideouts to his right. Here comes the blitz. Cone drops back, now runs out to his right, finds open room. Mayer wide open to the 40-yard line, tries to cut it back, but gets cut down low and is tackled as he's pushed back to the 43-yard line. Gains 5. Nice tackle by the safety Marvin Grant to bring up 3rd down 5.
Well, Purdue's found something with George Karlaftis moving onto the other side of the field. Defensive ends giving some physical play to Josh Lugg, and right there collapsed the right side of the line, forcing Jack Cone to bubble out to his right and find Michael Mayer in kind of an awkward position. Michael couldn't get upfield because of the way that Jack Cone had to throw the football running right.
Mayer with 16 catches coming into this game. That was his first. It's now 3rd down and 5 from the Purdue 42. Cone is in the shotgun, 3 wideouts to his left. He drops back, he looks to his left, now throws the one-on-one ball to the right, well over the head of Kevin Austin. The ball sailed out of bounds on the 15-yard line. So it's now 4th down and 5 from the Boilermaker 42. Cone stays on the field.
Wow.
Let's see what the decision is. He's right back up there, barking instructions to the right, now to the left. 4th down, 5 to go. Notre Dame will go for it. 10:06 left in the second quarter. Fighting Irish leading the Boilermakers 7-3. 4th and 5 from the shotgun.
I like Joe Wilkins. He's man-to-man to the left of the offense. There's no one behind him.
And one-on-one to the right is Kevin Austin, all by himself to the short side of the field. Cone backs up now, waits for the shotgun snap, takes it on 4th and 5. Stands in the pocket, throws to the left, incomplete. Through incomplete, late penalty marker comes in at the 42-yard line. Michael Mayer, the intended receiver, on the little out route to the left of Cone. The ball was nowhere near him, but there was a lot of contact, and a late flag came in against the outside linebacker, Jalen Graham.
Jalen Graham tackled him before Michael Mayer was able to do it. Michael Mayer not looking healthy. Maybe he's dinged up a little bit.
Defense number 6. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot includes automatic discount.
The ball was thrown at the feet and out in front of Mayer. Ball he never would have caught anyway, but it was near him enough. So Jalen Graham with that contact, and he was holding Mayer. He clearly was holding him.
Can't do that.
Easy call that way. That is still illegal. So 10:02 left until halftime. Notre Dame leads Purdue 7-3. They now have 1st down and 10, moving right to left from the Boilermaker 32. Cone in the shotgun. Chris Tyree to his right. He drops back. Another blitz. One-on-one ball down the right sideline to Kevin Austin. Incomplete. Penalty marker comes in. Austin leaped for that ball inside the 10-yard line. There was contact between Austin and Jamari Brown, the corner, in a one-on-one situation.
And Jamari Brown pushing him out of bounds. You can't do that either. So back-to-back penalties there, really hurting Purdue's defense.
Pass interference. Defense number 7. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. It's an automatic. First down.
Brown had his arms extended. Anytime a defensive back has extended arms against a receiver, they're going to call that 9 times out of 10.
Purdue led Notre Dame 3-0 after the first quarter, but the offense did get going. At that point, the touchdown came on a 39-yard strike from Jack Cone to Kyron Williams. Most of it was a run after the catch and run. Tyler Buckner is the quarterback now. 1st and 10 of the 17. Quick pitch to the left to Tyree across the 20, 15, head down across the 10-yard line and goes down right there. Nice hard running there by Chris Tyree to pick up 6. Middle linebacker Kieran Douglas made the stop. 2nd and 4 coming up from the Boilermaker 11.
The pitch got Chris Tyree and his speed to the edge, and then Chris Tyree, all 190 pounds of him, absolutely destroyed a 240-pound linebacker, Jalen Alexander. That's a confidence booster for Chris Tyree.
Buckner now from the shotgun with Tyree to his left. Same play. Quick pitch to the left across the 10, and that's all the farther he gets before he's run out of bounds. Gain of 1. The pitch from the shotgun from Buckner to Tyree. It's 3rd down and 3 from the 10-yard line.
And what I like is that Notre Dame's not asking Tyler Buckner to do too much. Oftentimes coaches will say, okay, you're a good dual threat quarterback. Well, now we want you to run the rest of the offense too. Tyler Buckner's still a freshman. He hadn't played football for 2 years until last week. So they're slowly getting him in, and that's the way to keep the production high.
On the near hash now as they move right to left. You hear the whistles. Timeout called by Notre Dame. On 3rd and 3 from the 10-yard line of Purdue.
Notre Dame. Their first of the half.
And Notre Dame will huddle up there on the sideline.
30 seconds.
And we'll see if the quarterback remains Tyler Buckner there.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because I was thinking to myself, Jack Cohn's gotten you to this point, throwing the one-to-one matchup, finding that penalty that was out there, getting you a touchdown on 4th and 2. I mean, Jack Cohn's been playing out of his mind, so interesting that they're going with Tyler Buckner. But Buckner does bring that extra 12th man to the field because he can pull down the football and run it. And what I would expect for Notre Dame, I'm calling a run to the right and a pass. That defense has been burned kind of by Chris Tyree. Keep Chris Tyree to the right. Make that pitch fake, but then throw it over the top for a touchdown. Let's go, boys.
Notre Dame 89 yards in the last 2 possessions. That means a lot when you consider their first 3 possessions. They had 11 total yards. This current drive, 8 plays, 48 yards, has them set up 3rd down and 3 on the Purdue 10-yard line. They'll have the ball in the near hash. They're moving right to left in this quarter. 7-3, the Irish leading the Boilermakers. Jack Cohn now in at quarterback, and Kyron Williams his tailback. Cohn looks like he's going to line up under center. Now he backs up to take a shotgun snap. One wide out to his left, one to his right. Throws to his left. Fade pass to the end zone to Kevin Austin, well over his head in the back of the end zone. Never had a chance. The ball went about 8 yards out of bounds on the fade route to the left to bring up 4th down and 3.
And oftentimes quarterbacks are told to aim for the back pylon. Had he done that, Kevin Austin would have been able to run underneath and catch the football. But this time just throwing it a little left and short, about 5 yards short of that left back pylon. And those are the little things that cause the incompletion right there.
Jonathan Dorr now from 28-yard line, from the 28 yards outs on the near hash. All 3 of his field goals made this year from beyond 40 yards. He waits for the snap. Still waiting for that snap. There it is. Hold is good. The kick is up, plenty long. And his 28-yard attempt is good. 8:45 remaining in the second quarter. Notre Dame on a little 10-0 run. They lead Purdue 10-3 with 8:45 left until the halftime break. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football.
Research. What do you think of when you hear Mishawaka Barnaby's? Is it their one-of-a-kind pizza or maybe their beef bar? Whether it's their pizza or sandwiches, Mishawaka Barnaby's is second to none. Speaking of second, their second location, that's Barnaby's of Granger, is now open for both dine-in and carry-out. Mike Lade and his staff thank you for your continued support. That's Mishawaka Barnaby's at the corner of Grape and Edison, and Barnaby's of Granger at the corner of Capitol and Cleveland. And coming this fall is Barnaby's of Twin Branch. Stay tuned for the tasty details.
Bill's Collision will get you out of the fix you're in.
Auto accidents are often traumatizing. If you're in a major crash or minor fender bender, put your mind at ease. Bring your damaged vehicle to Bill's Collision Service, located in Middlebury. Bill's will take care of preparing the estimates, filing the insurance claims, and even helping you find alternate transportation. No matter how long it's been since you've had an accident, Bill's is here for you and committed to restoring your vehicle to its pre-accident condition. In addition to doing quality collision repair, Bill's fully trained ASE certified technicians have a great reputation for performing routine maintenance. Their service team does oil changes, alignments, along with brake and exhaust work. You can trust your vehicle for service and repair to the experts at Bill's Collision. Visit their website at billscollisionsvc.com and be sure to follow them on Facebook. Bill's Collision, U.S. Highway 20, just west of State Road 13 in Middlebury.
Bill's Collision will get you out of the fix you're in.
Sunny 101.5 is your home for Notre Dame football.
Notre Dame goes 10 plays, 48 yards. They take 3:13 off the clock. It ends with a 28-yard field goal from Jonathan Dorr. 8:45 left in the second quarter. The Fighting Irish lead Purdue 10-3. Tourism Ireland and Notre Dame Athletics have teamed up to bring you the best of Ireland. Over the next few months, be on the lookout for exciting announcements and giveaways. Tourism Ireland, official partner of Notre Dame Athletics.
Can we go to Ireland next year again? Is that what's going on?
Just trying to get a reschedule?
Yeah, I was planning to golf in Ireland, and I don't know if they've ever seen a 6'5", formerly 315 guy golfing out there in Ireland, but that was going to be me, hacking away in the long grass.
Would they see him golfing well? Or just golf?
A statewide Amber Alert has been declared. Repeating, a statewide Amber Alert has been declared. The Gary Police Department has requested the activation of an Amber Alert from Gary, Indiana, which is 150 miles northwest of Indianapolis. The victim, Christopher Green, is a 7-year-old black male, 4 feet tall, 95 pounds, with black hair, brown eyes, and last seen wearing a black and red button-up shirt with black pants. Christopher was last seen on Saturday, September 18th, 2021 at 9:07 a.m. in Gary, Indiana, and is believed to be in extreme danger. Suspect number 1 is a Shayna Brown, a 40-year-old black female, 6 foot 1 inch tall, 250 pounds, black hair with brown eyes, last seen wearing a black shirt and blue pants. Suspect number 2 is a Helen Willis. She's a 58-year-old black female, 5 foot 3 inches tall, 240 pounds, black hair and brown eyes. They are driving a gray 2017 Toyota Camry with Maryland registration LJA 617. If you have any information on this incident, contact the Gary Police Department at 219-660-0000 or 911. This concludes the Amber Alert.
Eight minutes left. Notre Dame up 10-3. 3 wideouts to the right of Plummer, drops back, swings it out of the backfield. A pass, a lateral, wanting to pass, but then tackled to the ground at the 11-yard line. Nano Osapa-Mensah snuffed that one out. Plummer threw it about 2 yards behind him and waiting to throw the ball downfield. A loss of 7 yards on the intended trick play. Great job by Osapa-Mensah to tackle Milton Wright.
Well, Milton Wright had Garrett Miller, the backside tight end, wide open for a touchdown. He was just looking front side at David Bell, and luckily Kyle Hamilton didn't fall for it.
You hear the crowd come to its feet, well over 70,000 today. 3rd down and 14. Plummer drops back, throws incomplete. He was struck by Isaiah Foskey as he tried to throw the ball at the 5-yard line. Foskey all over him on his rush to bring up 4th and 14.
And the crowd clapping in unison. Excellent pass rush by Isaiah Foskey, just using the left long arm, and Isaiah Foskey almost getting a fumble, extended his right arm right into the 90-degree elbow of Jack Plummer as he tried to throw. Close to the football, but excellent to get off the field on 3rd down. Isaiah Foskey's really been playing well this year, Paul.
3 consecutive possessions. Notre Dame's defense stepping up on either 3rd or 4th down to end a drive. Now a punt coming from their own goal line. Punted away, barely at the 4. It's short, it's end over end. Goes out of bounds, and Notre Dame will have terrific field position here. Let's see where the ball is set up. And they're still walking up the near sideline across the 50 and 45, and they stop at the 43. Only a 28-yard punt there. And Notre Dame's offense getting going here. That started in the late first quarter. It's continued in the second quarter. 7:02 until halftime. They lead 10-3, and they'll have 1st and 10 now from the Purdue 43-yard line.
And Notre Dame now has a choice to make. Do you continue to run the football and wear down this defense, or do you take a shot to get a quick lead? Paul, right here, I'm executing the run game. I'm trying to get things going with that offensive line and Kyron Williams, because you know you have Jack Cohn and that passing ability in your pocket.
Right now, only 11 rushes for 24 yards for the Fighting Irish. 1st and 10 from the 43. Cohn drops back in the pocket, throws to the far sideline, complete at the 32-yard line on the throw from the right hash all the way to the far sideline. Braden Lenzy with the catch, and then pushed out of bounds right away by the cornerback Dedrick Mackey, gain of 9 yards.
Just a laser left to right from Jack Cohn. And just those are the kinds of plays that you love to make as a quarterback. Braden Lenzy, too, getting some confidence with that catch right along the sidelines.
Cohn walks up to Jared Patterson. Now ball on the far hash, moving right to left. Cohn backs up to the shotgun. Gives inside to Williams across the 30 and makes it out to the 29-yard line. Just outside of the far hash. Gains 5 on a patient hard run. Cam Allen, the safety, came up to make the stop. Good enough for a 1st down. It's 1st and 10 Irish from the Purdue 29-yard line. 6:23 and counting until halftime. Notre Dame once trailed 3-0. They now lead 10-3. Cohn backs up in the shotgun. Kyron Williams to his right. Drops back, gives off to Williams, runs up the middle, bounces out to the right. There he's wrapped up at the 27-yard line and pushed back by the safety Marvin Grant, but he does pick up 2 yards. 2 the big number here for the ground game, as Notre Dame 13 carries into this one as a team, Ryan. They still average just a little over 2 yards per rush.
Well, it's coming, though. They've gotten now those runs that were getting stopped at the line of scrimmage in the first quarter are starting to get 2, 3, 4 yards. You get to that third and fourth quarter, those are 5, 8, 10-yard runs. Wear down a defense.
Still on the right hash, 2nd down 8. Cohn from the shotgun, drops back, swings it out of the backfield to Tyree. Across the 30, working toward the near sideline, across the 25, and cut down low at the 23-yard line. Safety Kim Allen once again with a nice aggressive tackle. Keep that to a gain of 5 and brings up 3rd down and 3.
And Jack Cohn making a quick decision to get it to Tyree to his left. And Tyree in space is one of the best players in the country. Unbelievable, elite track speed. And Jack Cohn's making a quick decision. I'm going to get it to my playmaker.
3 wideouts to his right. The one pass catcher to his left is Michael Mayer in the shotgun, 3rd down and 3. Penalty marker comes out before the ball is snapped. Referee is Jeffrey Servinski.
Should be on Zeke Carell. Defensive line moved at the last second.
Full start. Offense, number 52. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
And those defensive linemen move. They say, they make that kind of sound. You're not supposed to, but there aren't a lot of referees with microphones right there by the center, so they get away with it a lot, Paul.
So 3rd down and 3, Big Rye, a lot different than 3rd down and 8, which is now what Jack Cohn faces on the Purdue 27-yard line. Ball in the near hash. Chris Tyree remains to his left. Michael Mayer by himself to the left, again whistles, and now it's a timeout called by Purdue.
Prior to the ball being snapped, timeout Purdue. Their 2nd of the half. 30-second timeout.
I wonder, Ryan, if they did not like the matchup of Michael Mayer all by himself to the left with one-on-one coverage there on 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, you don't want anybody one-on-one against Michael Mayer. I don't care who you are across the country. You want Michael Mayer, #1 target, to be covered.
Passing situation here for the Irish on 3rd and 8 from the Purdue 27, Ryan. Glance down at the numbers. Jack Cohn, 8 out of 15 for 90 yards. Not big-time numbers, but he did start out 1 for 6, so he has moved that in the right direction as the game has gotten longer. Kyron Williams, 6 carries for 21 yards so far. Top receiver is Chris Tyree. He's caught it 3 times for 11 yards. As for the wideouts, Avery Davis has 2 grabs for 26. You hear those whistles. The officials want the Fighting Irish back out on the field as Purdue's defense is already there and waiting. And now Jack Cohn comes back out. Tyler Buckner has played a little bit here today.
Well, a first down here is huge. There's 4:56 left in the game. You get a first down, you can get down to that 1-minute mark. Purdue gets the ball back at half, so you want to be productive here on 3rd down.
Mayer no longer to the left of Cohn by himself. He's the first of 3 wideouts to the right of Cohn. The one-on-one to his left is Kevin Austin. Cohn walks back into the shotgun, waits for the snap on 3rd down and 8 from the Purdue 27. Drops back, 4-man rush, takes the shot against Austin, throws it well out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Austin was on the streak route, just running right down the field, and Cohn threw it high and behind him. Sailed out of bounds without Austin having a chance to touch it, and it's now 4th and 8 from the 27.
It was the right call, the right throw, and the right matchup, but that's twice now that Jack Cohn's missed out of bounds about 2 yards. What's a quarterback thinking like that, Paul?
I mean, the one thing you know is you got to give him a chance. Something scared him a little bit, and he just floated out of bounds. So Jonathan Dorr on the field now to attempt a field goal from 45 yards out. He's made all 3 of his field goals this year in the 40s. Snap, hold, low field goal, but plenty long, and it's no good. Low field goal, a line drive attempt from Jonathan Dorr, 45 yards out, and he misses.
Defensive line for Purdue pulled out at the last minute before the snap. That might have caught him off guard a little bit.
Media timeout.
As you heard, timeout coming, so 4:46 left until halftime. Notre Dame's lead on Purdue remains 10-3. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
To show you how easy it is to file a claim with Geico, we hired a Shakespearean actor.
Oh, woe is me. Wherefore are thy claims help when I hadst a fender bender?
Pardon the interruption, but when you file a claim with Geico, your claims team will be in touch right away.
But willest they forget about me later when thou needest updates?
No. They'll always be there to, helpeth you out.
Well, I suppose that I should bemoan something else, like my lactose intolerance. Oh, whyest must dairy disagree with me so savagely?
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
O'Reilly.
When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly. Parts.
It's so sticky.
At Hannah's Organic Honey, business may be sweet, but they need an e-commerce queen bee to lead the hive.
Okay, these jars are going to Jakarta. Oh, wait a minute. Does that say Jackson?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Schedule virtual interviews and talk to candidates right from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
4:46 remaining in the second quarter here. Purdue and Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, leading the Boilermakers 10-3. Looking to share all the great Notre Dame athletics traditions with other Irish fans while away from campus? Visit the new Fighting Irish Pub Network to find Notre Dame fans and programming at local establishments nationwide. To locate Game Watch locations, earn prizes, and more, visit fightingirishpubnetwork.com. So while Notre Dame's offense, even though it's gotten better as the game has gotten longer, continues to struggle, they're just 1 for 8 on third down. The defense comes out. They've given up only 63 total yards and no touchdowns yet to the Boilermakers. 4:46 until halftime. This drive for Purdue will begin 1st and 10. Moving left to right, they're on their own 27-yard line with the ball in the near hash. Jack Plummer at quarterback, standing on his own 22-yard line. Drops back, quick throw to his right, complete to the 32, across the 35. And there's David Bell. His top wideout has been very quiet today. Ran a little stop route to the short side of the field and picks up 9 yards.
David Bell will be playing on Sundays. Unbelievable quickness. And the way he ran that route forced the defender for Notre Dame to drop out of that zone because he thought David Bell was going for a 20-yard touchdown pass.
4 catches for 28 yards so far for David Bell. 2nd down 1 now from the 36. Plummer on the near hash, still in the shotgun. Takes the snap, hands off to Downing, in trouble in the backfield, and ripped down at the 25-yard line. Captain Kurt Heinisch met him there in the middle of the field. He only needed 1 for a first down, but he didn't get it. It's now 3rd down and 2.
Myron Tagovailoa-Amosa creating the penetration to the left of the offense that forced the running back to cut back. And Downing just brought down like Kurt Heinisch was pulling down a tree. I mean, just picked him up and threw him over his shoulder.
Last 3 possessions have ended for Purdue in situations like this, with the Notre Dame defense stepping up. It's now 3rd down and 1. From the shotgun, Plummer stands in. 4-man rush, swings it out of the backfield, and drilled at the 33-yard line, J.T. Bertrand. On Dylan Downing, the running back who caught the swing pass, but didn't make it back to the line of scrimmage. Bertrand, the leading tackler for the Irish, 5th tackle for loss on the day. That's a loss of 2.
Well, a tackle that now gives Notre Dame the opportunity to get one more shot at the end zone after they found their feet offensively. J.D. Bertrand led the team in tackles the last 2 games. First player to do that, double-digit tackles back-to-back games since Alohi Gilman. So the Alpharetta, Georgia standout, really playing well for Notre Dame.
Jack Ansell from his own 20-yard line, punts from his 18. A low spiraling punt will land on the 15. Straight up in the air, still rolling across the 12 down to the 11-yard line. Nice job by Ansell with the punt of 56 yards and no return. When we come back, Notre Dame will have the ball 1st down and 10 on their own 11-yard line with 2:51 until halftime and leading Purdue 10-3 here on the Notre Dame Radio Network.
The Cooper Discoverer Rugged Trek is a tire that checks all the boxes of what you need in a truck tire and throws in everything you want on top of it. Start with must-haves like stone blockades to protect you in rough terrain and whisper groups for quiet freeway driving. Add to that dual sidewalls that let you choose between 2 different designs to show your truck's wild side. And the Cooper Discoverer Rugged Trek is a tire that doesn't force you to choose between what you need from a truck tire and what you want in a truck tire. So go with the truck tire that has it all. Go with the Coopers. Learn more at coopertire.com.
Spooky or seasonal, fall is the reason for it all. And Lowe's has it all at a price that's never scary. Like Halloween and harvest decor as low as $3.98. And select 3-quart mums, $5.98 to $8.98. This season, let's all fall together with Lowe's. Home to any budget, home to any possibility. Mums available in-store only. Pricing excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Valid 9/16 to 9/22. While supplies last. U.S. only.
Panera believes in saying yes. Yes to clean, fresh ingredients. Yes to the new chicken sausage and pepperoni flatbread topped with rich mozzarella. Yes to delicious mac and cheese. Yes to putting it on a sandwich, creating the grilled mac and cheese sandwich. And yes to impromptu road trips to Sandwich, Illinois. Because that's living life to the flavor fullest. Get $1 delivery when you order on our app. Panera. Live your yes. Pricing and product availability may vary. Visit PaneraBread.com.
Welcome back to South Bend. 2:51 until halftime. Notre Dame leads Purdue 10-3. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
This is WNSN South Bend, home of Notre Dame football. Presented by South Bend Orthopedics.
Defensive battle continues. Purdue right now offensively, they're 0 for their last 5, converting third downs. Notre Dame not a lot better for the game. They're 1 for 8. But the Fighting Irish offense will begin now. 2:51 left in the second quarter. First down and 10 from their own 11-yard line. They remain on their sideline. Gives me a chance to turn to Ryan Harris and ask that the run game has been a struggle. I know it's a priority to get it back. Do you go with it here? 2 timeouts left and almost 3 minutes left to work with the clock here, or do you go right to the passing game and see if Jack Cohn can get it going?
Well, you always want to start a 2-minute drill, a short situation like this with a positive play. I would start with the run, but then click it out to the 5 wide, let Jack Cohn dial it up. And they're going to maybe do that here as they see Tyler Buckner coming onto the field. Start with a positive play in this situation. Get further away from your end zone as they're on the 11-yard line.
Tyler, 1 carry for 5 yards so far. He has not thrown a pass. First and 10 from his own 11. Fakes the handoff inside, swings it out right. Low throw incomplete on the far numbers to Kevin Austin. He had to go down and tried to pick it off his shoes. Couldn't do so to bring up second down 10.
And if that ball is about 3 inches higher, Kevin Austin has an excellent block sprung for him in front because Purdue just blitzed when they saw Tyler Buckner in there. That's what teams are going to do. Buckner had the opportunity there, and that's how close it is at this elite level. You got to make every throw perfect.
Second down 10 now, still on their own 11-yard line, moving right to left near hash cone. Pardon me, Buckner takes the snap off the left side, hit in the backfield, makes it out to the 10-yard line. But that's a loss of 1. Tyler Buckner tried to carry off left tackle and he was pushed into the backfield to bring up third down 11.
Well, it's interesting now. Notre Dame's going to leave Tyler Buckner here on third down to stay in the game as they brought in Jack Cohn for most of these situations.
So Buckner will have 3 wideouts to his right, 1 to his left in a one-on-one situation. That's Kevin Austin to the short side of the field. He backs up now. He's ready on 3rd and 11. Stands on his own 5-yard line. Penalty markers come out.
That's twice now the defensive line for Purdue has moved and the lineman for Notre Dame has jumped.
Ball start. Offense. Number 79. 5-yard penalty. They're down.
And that's one of those things. Linemen don't know this in college, Paul. You can actually talk to the referees. You know, in the NFL, they get quite the earful, right? Hey, these guys are barking out when they're moving. They can't do that. And if the referee doesn't know to look for it, they don't know what to look for or hear for in that case.
Situation just got tougher for the freshman quarterback Tyler Buckner. 3rd down 16 from the 5. He's standing on his own goal line. In the shotgun, drops back, quarterback draw, breaks a tackle across the 5-10, near numbers, across the 20 and pushed out of bounds. Great call, great blocking and acceleration from Tyler Buckner. He gets 20 yards, first down Notre Dame.
And that play was made because Kevin Austin sold that he was going on a deep ball against man-to-man coverage, and then about 9 yards downfield when he knew that Tyler Buckner was running, put his hands on the defender, made a block for the first down.
1:58 till halftime, 1st and 10 from his own 25. Buckner in trouble in the pocket. Down he goes. That was Jack Cohn that came back in the game. And Jack Cohn gets sacked on his own 17-yard line, loss of 6.
And George Karlaftis just absolutely getting some work in on Josh Lugg, right tackle for Notre Dame. Karlaftis was playing on the left side, moved to the right, and that's where he's found his success today.
1:30 and counting until halftime. Notre Dame up 10-3, 2nd and 16 on their own 19. Cohn floats out to his right, throws to the far sideline, hits Avery Davis on the 35, hit and dropped at the 35-yard line. But what a
Offense
catch.
Number 23's helmet came off. He's out for one play.
Davis went high for that corner route.
First down.
And picks up 16 yards to bring up 1st and 10 on their own 35-yard line. 1:19 until halftime. And now Cohn drops back out of the shotgun, fires the quick out off the fingertips as he threw to his left to the near sideline to Braden Lenzy, a diving Lenzy. Couldn't come up with it, so it's 2nd down 10 from their own 36-yard line. 1:14 as the clock stops. Notre Dame leads Purdue 10-3.
And today, Jack Cohn has been just a little bit off, about a foot off with his throws to his left. Paul, sometimes I saw from when I play with quarterbacks, that's them stepping too close together with that front leg.
2nd down 10 now from the 36. Cohn remains in the game, takes the shotgun snap, drops back in the pocket, now looks to his right, wants it all down the right side to Kevin Austin, incomplete at the 20-yard line. He had 2 steps on Dedrick Mackey. Perfect pass would have led to 6, but it was a little bit too much, and it's 3rd down 10.
Well, and Jack Cohn had to move to his right because of the pressure from George Karloftis, defensive end for Purdue. Those are the plays that change a game, and you just got to make that play when it's available.
Joe Theismann will join us at halftime, by the way. Former great at Notre Dame quarterback, moments away from being in the booth. 1:07 left until halftime. 3rd down and 10 for Jack Cohn. Drops back, now steps up in the pocket, throws over the middle, through the hands on a perfect pass to Joe Wilkins on a 20-yard down and in route. Between the hashes, he couldn't catch it, and it's now 4th down 10.
Thrown a little high by Jack Cohn, but that's a ball that Joe Wilkins has to come down with. Sometimes that means that the receiver broke his route in a little too early. Jack Cohn used to a little more space back there, but just hit the outstretched hands of Joe Wilkins.
And Joe Wilkins would love to have that one back a little bit high, but Joe didn't have to jump. Just went through his hands right above his head. Jay Bramlett on to punt, standing on his own 21-yard line, steps up to the 25, punts it away. Low spiraling kick back up to the 18-yard line. And now out to the middle of the field and going down at the 20 is TJ Sheffield. And a long spiraling effort there from Bramlett. 46-yard punt, 1-yard return. 51 seconds left in the first half. Purdue trails Notre Dame 10-3. We'll see what they come up here offensively as they jog out onto the field. Boilermakers now with 1 timeout remaining and trailing by 7. Jogging back out is Jack Plummer. Been a modest afternoon for him so far. He's 10 out of 14, but he's only has 54 passing yards to show for it. And David Bell, one of the best receivers in the Big Ten, just 4 catches, 27 yards. Ball middle of the field, 1st down and 10. Plummer throws over the middle to the 25 and out to the 27 goes his big tight end Payne Durham. 6'5", 255 junior. Caught it, spun forward. It's now 2nd down 4, 38 seconds and counting left in the second. Purdue keeps that 1 timeout. Plummer drops back, again throws over the middle, same pass, complete out to the 35-yard line goes Payne Durham. 1st down Purdue. 30 seconds, the clock stops temporarily after that gain of 8. Ball placed on the 34, 1st and 10. Now the clock starts again, 27 and counting for Plummer. Shotgun snap. Notre Dame rushes 4. Plummer stands in, now rushes out to his right in trouble and fires that ball out of bounds to avoid the sack as Howard Cross was up in his face. 20 seconds left in the half. Notre Dame leads Purdue 10-3.
And the Notre Dame defensive line has been a difference maker in today's game, constantly putting pressure on Jack Plummer, forcing him to move in the pocket, throw the ball earlier than he wants. That kind of pressure goes a long way into the second half.
Ball middle of the field as they move left to right. Notre Dame with 4 down linemen. That's what they rush. Quick throw to the right, complete to the 35, across the 40, and tackled at the 41-yard line. Jackson Anthrop picks up 8. And you hear the whistles. Now Purdue uses that timeout. That was their last one. 11 seconds left in the half.
Timeout. Purdue, their 3rd and final of the half. It's 1 minute. Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 13 seconds. 13 seconds.
I had a defensive coach that would put 2 cornerbacks on either sideline about 10 yards off the ball in this situation and say, hey, no one catches the ball 10 yards behind you on this sideline. Make sure you keep them in bounds. That takes away the field goal opportunity for Purdue. Gets the ball back to start the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, from a quarterback's point of view, Ryan, you're right at the end of your time to throw that down and in because you know that they're expecting you to throw out wide. If you throw a 12-yard in route, can you get back on the ball and spike it with 1 second left? That is awfully tight here for Purdue, so they're likely needing to go to the sideline or maybe take that deep shot.
Whatever happens.
Numbers as Jack Plummer now is ready for the shotgun snap. 13 seconds left until halftime. Notre Dame leads Purdue 10-3. This is 3rd and 2 from their own 42. Quick slant over the middle, caught at the 45, and now tackled at the 47-yard line. The clock did not start there.
Clock's not moving.
On the scoreboard, it is still stuck at 13 seconds. Something will need to be done about that. Now it's down to 5. Plummer gets the snap, runs out to his left, being pursued on the 35-yard line, crosses the 40, now throws it deep down the middle of the field, and the ball falls incomplete.
Oh, they're going to get a roughing the passer on Howard Cross.
So the ball was on their own 48-yard line. If you give them 15 yards, that pushes it up to the 37, would be a 53-yard attempt.
The result of the play is an incomplete pass, and the half is over. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense, number 57. That 15-yard penalty will be assessed to start the second half. It's the end of the first half.
So as Jeffrey Cervinsky let us know, that 15 yards will come to the benefit of Purdue to start the second half. Hey, at halftime, Joe Theismann will join me here in the booth. After 2 quarters of play here at Notre Dame Stadium, the Fighting Irish lead the Boilermakers 10-3. Let's go back to Tony Simeone for the Notre Dame halftime report.
All right, Paul, thank you very much. A defensive battle in South Bend so far as the Irish lead 10-3. Defense looking really good so far in half number 1. Plenty to get to in halftime. We'll look around the college football scoreboard. Also talk with Ryan and go in depth to how that first half played out and what adjustments he's seen the defense make. But as Paul alluded to, when we come back, Notre Dame legend Joe Theismann will be in the booth for an interview. Back after this, you're listening to Fighting Irish Football.
There are sports bars everywhere these days, but there's only one place for award-winning jumbo wings, bigger beers, and better food and drink values all week long. Wings Etc. Grill and Pub. We're so much more than wings. Enjoy wraps, salads, subs, seafoods, quesadillas, amazing appetizers, and awesome daily lunch food and drink specials. And now, when you can't eat here, order online for pickup at togo.wingsetc.com. It's fast, easy, and convenient. Wings Etc. Grill and Pub. Good food, great times, and online ordering at togo.wingsetc.com.
At KeyBank, we know you've got a lot in your head when it comes to buying a home. You're full of excitement and angst from all the unsolicited advice and tiny fine print. That's why at Key, you can get our best rates, and you're matched with a dedicated loan officer who is with you step by step from application to celebration. We work hard to make your home buying process easier so you can get out of your head and into your new home. KeyBank opens doors. Visit key.com/home loan. KeyBank is member FDIC, NMLS number 399797, equal housing lender.
Oh, while we're in lawn and garden, I was thinking I should pick up one of those little things for watering my plants.
A hose?
No, the things that look like teapots, but for plants. You know, you tip it over and it goes blah, 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 blah.
You're good at describing words you've forgotten.
Like those things that give the plants a shower, you know, that you fill up.
A watering can?
Yes, a watering can. I knew that.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
Sticks. Light it up, let's get this show on the road.
The legacy continues. JY, Tommy, Chuck, Todd, Lawrence, Ricky. Sticks. Friday, November 5th at 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo. Sticks. With one hit song after another. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Sticks. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
Welcome to Halftime on the Notre Dame Radio Network. Your complete first half recap is coming up as we send you inside our network studio. Here's Tony Simeone.
10-3, Notre Dame has the lead after one half of play. Tony Simeone inside the studio. It's been a defensive battle today, and this week we've got someone on campus that knows plenty about offense. One of the all-time greats here at Notre Dame, Joe Theismann, has been on campus all weekend, and he's been gracious enough to take some time out of his busy schedule to spend it with us during halftime. He's in the booth right now with Paul Burmeister, and let's go up to them.
Hey, Tony, thank you very much. You know, it was a treat in Charlotte for the ACC title game last year. I had Joe next to me the entire game. Don't get to do that anymore, but Joe, it's nice to look to my left and at least see you here at halftime.
Paul, it's great to be with you. And I made Ryan promise that he wouldn't hit me if I took this chair for just a little short period of time.
He's large, but he's kind.
He is. He's a big, gentle giant.
So I looked it up here, Joe. I figured you would have had some success against Purdue. September of 1970, Fighting Irish beat up on the Boilermakers 48-0. You had 3 touchdown passes that afternoon. It's been a little while. What do you remember about that day?
You know, it was sort of the way the entire year went for us. I mean, we just had great success at the beginning of a game. I didn't play a lot of fourth quarters my senior year, to be honest with you, but I remember going up and down the football field. I mean, our offense was so efficient. You know, Tom Pagno was the offensive coordinator. Era was, you know, anytime I looked at the sidelines, Era was staring back at me. I was scared to death to go over there anyway. But it was an efficient day. We had a very efficient group of guys. We ran the ball well. I think the 1970 Notre Dame football team, I still believe, holds the records for averaging more plays than anybody in the history of football, college football, at 92, and we huddled.
I was going to say,
now,
that,
people
that
are
was
not going to believe
pace.
that. It was before shotgun. It was before hurry-up offenses. We were just in and out of the huddle so quickly, and we had a great defense that got us the ball so many times. But, you know, I always, you know, those gold helmets, I thought, you shouldn't be wearing gold helmets. We're wearing gold helmets. So a little bit of inspiration there.
Hey, thinking about quarterback play, was there ever a time when you were playing here at Notre Dame where you had to share the job and kind of come back and forth as we watch Jack Cohn and Tyler Buckner both play here, just like they did against Toledo?
I did not at the collegiate level. When I went to Canada and played in Toronto, Greg Barton and I split a little time up there. So that was the only time I ever shared that experience. And believe me, you really need the right kind of people to do that. And I think with Jack being basically a senior and Tyler being a rookie, a young guy, a freshman, it's a good blend. It's a mix of athleticism, being able to get to the edges, and of course Jack being able to work out of the pocket and throw the football. So you sort of get what you want in your offense from two different people with a little bit of a different threat from each one of them. We just can't continue to miss opportunities like we have in the first half. I mean, we've had 2 major opportunities in that last drive to be able to put points on the board, and those are the throws that you have to make as a quarterback, and those are the plays that change the course of a game. It takes a lot of pressure off of your defense. It's a 10-3 football game right now. I think we can sit here and reasonably say easily could have been 17-3, which changes what Purdue's going to have to do now in the game, as well as what Notre Dame will have to do.
What would be your strategy if you were a quarterback or offensive coordinator in there in that locker room for Notre Dame, for either quarterback, for Jack Cohn or Tyler Buckner here coming out in the second half as Notre Dame leads 10-3?
Well, Tommy Rees has done, I think, an excellent job calling the plays. I mean, it's not that the opportunities haven't been there. The execution wasn't. The 4th down one that was for a touchdown to win, that was gutsy. That was a terrific call. Great throw, good call. I think I look for a little more balance. I'd probably run the football a little bit more to try and get Purdue up around the line of scrimmage, force those linebackers to make plays, run maybe a little bit of play action, and then take your deep shots down the field. We haven't seen Mayer. We haven't seen him at all. So, you want to get your tight end involved a little bit more. You want to be able to run the ball a little bit more, control the game, because your defense is now doing that. You want to do it on the offensive side, and then take your shots.
I know you've written a book here recently, Joe, How to Be a Champion Every Day. For people who were thinking about getting it or just starting to read it, what's one thing you would really like, a lesson or a theme to be taken away after spending time with that book?
Well, it took me a long time to write it, Paul, and I would like people to look at it and say, there are things in here that could apply to my life. There are things in here that I find very interesting. General Colin Powell helped me write some stuff on leadership. I talk about goals, attitudes, customer service, client services, teamwork, and motivation. And it really, I feel like the world of sports, the world of business, and our own lives all parallel one another. And I would love people to take an opportunity to read it and or listen to it. I did the audio for it, which is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
How'd that go for you?
Oh, it was a long process. My gosh. But I dedicate the book to the service, to military service, to everybody, the men and women that defend this country. I just can't say enough thank yous to them. And then the last chapter of the book is Derek Jeter has a website called, it's a letter to your younger self. And I sort of would like to encourage people to read the book. I hope you enjoy it. It's only 162 pages. It's not War and Peace. But at the end, think about if you could write a letter to your younger self, what advice would you give the young Paul Burmeister?
Yeah.
And so a little bit of thought, but I talk about my 1-yard punt, my record-setting punt against the Chicago Bears. Being here at Notre Dame, matter of fact, I'm going to go over and see Roger Baldessari, and it's great that we're both here today because he's really the one who changed the pronunciation of my last name from Thiesman to Theismann. It was Roger's genius that did it. Because I get yelled at from all my friends back in Jersey. They say, I can't believe you changed your name. I didn't. Roger did it. I throw all the responsibility on him.
Did he do it and then inform you later? Like, how did that go down?
If we have a second, this is the conversation. He calls me in his office. He says, Joe, how do you pronounce your last name? I said, it's Thiesman. He says, no, it's not. It's Theismann. I said, no, it's not. It's Thiesman. He said, no, your last name is pronounced Theismann. I said, give me the phone. I called my dad back home in Jersey, get my dad on the phone. I said, Dad, I got a question for you. Okay, Joe, what do you want? I said, how do you pronounce our last name? There's like dead silence on the phone. My dad comes on. He says, son, you're a senior in college. You don't know how to pronounce your name. What's going on? I said, Dad, look, I'll explain later. Just tell me how do we pronounce our last name. He said, Thiesman. Hung up the phone, turned to Roger, says, my last name is Thiesman. I know. I just got to phone my dad. He said, Joe, I want to tell you something. There's a trophy out there called the Heisman Trophy. Goes the best college football player in the country. We think you have a chance to win that trophy. But we're not going to count on the reputation of the University of Notre Dame, nor your athletic skills. What we're going to do is you're going to change your name from Thiesman to Theismann. And 51 years ago now, Roger created a brand for me, and I am Joe Theismann. And but it's still funny. It was the first time that anyone had ever really created any type of a Heisman Trophy campaign.
Yeah.
And I think of Joey Harrington when we was at Oregon. Yeah, I mean, Times Square.
That's right.
Big pennants and everything hanging around. But this was really the first time that any public relations office at a university had created this unique situation. Like I said, I've been with it ever since, unless I go home to Jersey.
My first thought, Joe, was like, did they tell the play-by-play guy that the name was different now? Because those sort of things.
Did we have a play-by-play guy? I thought we had somebody with a megaphone just yelling things out. I'm not sure. It was so long ago. It's funny. I talked to a lot of I did an autograph session at the bookstore. I'm actually going to do another one for the USC game coming up. But so many young people coming in and saying it and talking about what has taken place on campus. I mean, I lived in Breen Phillips and I lived in Walsh. They're both female dorms now. By the way, hats off to our women. The Notre Dame women athletic programs have just been absolutely spectacular. Yeah. I mean, they have lit it up with what they've done from national championships everywhere. But it's funny to talk and look at the university as we sit up here in the stadium and look out at the different buildings that have come up since we were here a few years ago.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, it was really fun to call that game with you in Charlotte last year. It's nice to hang out at halftime. I hope the book sales go well, and more than anything, I hope you just have a good time here back on campus.
I love being here. I mean, this university means the world to me, and I'm so proud to have a degree from the University of Notre Dame. I'm so proud to have been a part of their athletic program. And for me, I think, and I just had some conversations with some young people earlier today. I said, you know, you can always go someplace else, but you can't always go to the University of Notre Dame. And that's what makes this place very special.
Well said.
Thanks,
appreciate
buddy.
your time. Nice to hang out with you.
Great being with you. Thanks, Paul.
Former Notre Dame great Joe Theismann hanging out with us here, Tony, at halftime with Notre Dame leading Purdue 10-3.
Paul, thank you, and thanks to Joe Theismann for taking some time to visit with us during halftime. As Paul said, Notre Dame has the 10-3 lead. We'll be back with more on the halftime show after this. This is the Notre Dame Football Radio Network.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents
Doug. And we're back with Limu, Emu, and Doug for the final question. Category is things you climb.
All right, Limu, what do you think? You sure? We're going with Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Oh, so close. We were looking for stairs.
Huh. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
We're short of PCO today. Let's try to stay on schedule.
New customers have Emery's exterminator business buzzing. She needs new specialists to tackle a swarm of appointments.
Norwegian tree mouse. That's a first.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The workplace is changing. Make yours better than it was before and create a workplace people love with Envoy. Don't just come back to better. Envoy. Make hybrid work. Envoy.com. That's Envoy.com.
Would you like a cleaning product that can be used in the garage, the laundry, and the kitchen, and save space in your cabinet? Hi, I'm Bruce Fabrizio, inventor of Simple Green. To learn more, visit us at simplegreen.com.
Simple Green.
Halftime here between Notre Dame and Purdue. Tony Simeone coming to you from the studio as the Irish lead 10-3 over the Boilermakers at the half. Let's take a quick look at some other scores around college football so far today. Alabama off to a good start playing at Florida. They lead 14-3 late in the first quarter. Iowa now ranked 5th, leading 9-7 over Kent State. One to keep an eye on here too that's just underway in a quarter. And Ohio State only with a 3-3 tie against Tulsa right now. So after their tough loss to Oregon, struggling at home at least early against Tulsa. Some finals, Oklahoma holds on against Nebraska earlier today, 23-16. Sooners remain unbeaten at 3-0. Indiana had a chance against Cincinnati, but the Bearcats rallied back in the second half to pick up the win, 38-24. They now improve to 3-0 on the season. That's Notre Dame's opponent after next week when the Irish play against the Badgers in Chicago. So Cincinnati improves to 3-0. Notre Dame trying to remain unbeaten. That could be an unbeaten showdown here in South Bend. Michigan with a big win over Northern Illinois, 63-10 in that one. And then one more common opponent for Notre Dame to keep an eye on, West Virginia beating Virginia Tech today. So the Hokies got that big win against North Carolina earlier this season in the opener. They lose today, losing for the first time this year against West Virginia on the road. They trailed 24-7 at halftime. They made a big push towards the end, but the Mountaineers pick up the 27-21 victory. So another Notre Dame opponent takes a loss. Notre Dame will play Virginia Tech on October 9th in the final game before the bye. A couple of games to keep an eye on later tonight. Auburn and Penn State in prime time on ABC. That'll be a great matchup. Both teams 2-0. Auburn ranked 22nd. Penn State is ranked 10th. We'll be back with more in the start of the second half after this. Notre Dame leading Purdue 10-3. This is the Notre Dame Football Radio Network.
The Cooper Discoverer Rugged Trek is a tire that checks all the boxes of what you need in a truck tire and throws in everything you want on top of it. Start with must-haves like stone blockades to protect you in rough terrain and whisper groups for quiet freeway driving. Add to that dual sidewalls that let you choose between two different designs to show your truck's wild side. And the Cooper Discoverer Rugged Trek is a tire that doesn't force you to choose between what you need from a truck tire and what you want in a truck tire. So go with the truck tire that has it all. Go with the Coopers. Learn more at coopertire.com.
Let's just take that out of your mouth.
At Ping's Pre-K, the growing enrollment is no play date.
Toilet is not a closet.
She needs more teachers certified in early childhood development.
Is it nap time yet? Lunch?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Panera believes in saying yes. Yes to clean, fresh ingredients. Yes to the new chicken sausage and pepperoni flatbread topped with rich mozzarella. Yes to delicious mac and cheese. Yes to putting it on a sandwich, creating the grilled mac and cheese sandwich. And yes to impromptu road trips to Sandwich, Illinois. Because that's living life to the flavor fullest. Get $1 delivery when you order on our app. Panera. Live your yes. Pricing and product availability may vary. Visit PaneraBread.com.
Take your family vacations to the next level with the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Nissan's brand new Pathfinder has the same bold spirit as the original that changed the game for adventure lovers over 30 years ago.
Today, the legend returns with all-new rugged capabilities that help you make thrill-seeking off-road memories.
So get outside and return to rugged with the all-new 2022 Nissan Pathfinder. Check out nissanusa.com to learn more. Towing capacity varies by configuration. Always secure cargo. See towing guide and Nissan owner's manual for proper use.
The workplace is changing. Make yours better than it was before and create a workplace people love with Envoy. Don't just come back to better. Envoy. Make hybrid work. Envoy.com. That's Envoy.com.
Would you like a cleaning product that can be used in the garage, the laundry, and the kitchen, and save space in your cabinet? Hi, I'm Bruce Fabrizio, inventor of Simple Green. To learn more, visit us at simplegreen.com.
Simple Green. Home. It looks a little different for everyone. For some, it's a rustic cabin. For others, a big city high-rise. And for others, it's renting a tiny studio that said it had laundry in the building, but the dryer's always broken. And don't get me started on the gym. That's not a gym, it's an elliptical machine and a boiler room. And let's not even discuss parking. But no matter where you call home, Geico makes it easy to bundle and save on renters and car insurance. Easier than getting your landlord to return your calls. You can't hide forever, Leonard.
Halftime nearly complete between Notre Dame and Purdue. The Irish have a 10-3 lead over the Boilermakers. Real quick, a note for our affiliates following along. We're skipping break 14, so the next break that you will roll will be break L. Irish have a 10-3 lead over the Boilermakers, and the story in this one so far has to be the defense, allowing less than 100 yards to Purdue in the opening half and just 15 on the ground. And as we go back up to the booth, let's check back in with Paul Burmeister and Ryan Harris.
Tony, thank you very much. And as you point out, the Notre Dame defense has done very well in that first half. I look at the Notre Dame ground game and only 44 yards to show for their efforts there in the first two quarters.
But it has been dominant when they got downfield, and you need to work on it. It needs to develop. I mean, gardeners out there know you plant a seed, it doesn't sprout right away. Well, right now, this offensive line is creating and spouting a run game. Here's where you really let it grow in the third and fourth quarter, and that's on Coach Tommy Rees to keep calling those plays to wear down the Purdue defense.
Notre Dame offensively, or pardon me, Purdue offensively is a team that's built on the pass, and they will get the ball to start. And their quarterback, Jack Plummer, 14 out of 20. For only 82 yards.
The longest pass play, 10 yards. So Notre Dame taking away the big play so far in the first half. They can keep it up. This will be a successful night for Notre Dame.
Keep in mind, with that penalty, the roughing the passer to end the first half. The kickoff was from the 20, so it's run across the 20-yard line, 30. Out to the 35-yard line goes Marcellus Moore. Jonathan Dorr had to kick that ball off from 15 yards back because of a roughing the passer call that ended the first half. Return of 22 yards. So Purdue begins first down and 10 on their own 34-yard line.
If you're Notre Dame's defense, you want to talk to the defensive line at the halftime saying, hey, keep putting the pressure on. You're going to break this offensive line. And defensively in the backfield, keep preventing the big play. They have shut down one of the best wide receivers in the college football landscape in David Bell, and one of the best passing quarterbacks as well in Jack Plummer.
David Bell, only 4 catches, 27 yards. Purdue moving left to right here in this third quarter. They have first and 10 on their own 34-yard line. Plummer takes the ball, hands off inside, gashed off the right side across the 40-yard line and met right there. Drew White, the linebacker, makes the tackle on King Daru, who had a full head of steam across that line of scrimmage, gained 6 yards.
And right there, Notre Dame did a cross blitz, meaning J.D. Bertrand went one way, and here came Drew White the other way over the top to make the tackle. I would blitz less if I'm Marcus Freeman right now. Let your guys play.
Second down, 4 on the 40-yard line, empty backfield for Plummer. 3 wideouts to his left. He looks that way, fires, caught at the 45-yard line, and spinning out to the near sideline. At the 48-yard line goes Mershawn Rice on the long out route from right to left. 8-yard gain. First down Purdue now on their own 48-yard line.
And Purdue clearly finding a couple things they liked at halftime. Often what happens at those breaks, offensive coordinators say, hey, they're doing this. Here's what we're going to do to start the third quarter. And right now it's working for Purdue.
First and 10 from their own 48-yard line. Inside of 14 minutes now in the third quarter. Plummer takes a shotgun snap, drops back. He's in trouble, spins out to his left, runs across the 40, throws across his body to the left. The ball's incomplete on the 45-yard line of Notre Dame on those far sideline. J.D. Bertrand on the blitz chased Plummer out as he rolled to his left to escape trouble, fired incomplete.
And that incompletion happened because Drew White covered all the way across from the middle of the field, far to the left sideline, and then came back towards the quarterback, knocked the ball out with his left hand for the incompletion.
2nd down 10 now, empty backfield for Plummer. He's just 15 out of 22 for only 99 yards. Trips wide out to the right, throws over the middle, completes between the hashes, still on his feet across the 40, across the 35, and out to the 30, and tackled goes Jackson Anthrop. Caught the ball middle of the field and spun out to his left. Gets all the way down to the Notre Dame 30-yard line, a gain of 22.
Notre Dame's defense is doing an all-out blitz in the middle of the defense. This cross dog is what they call it, and that opens up the middle of the field. I'm not understanding why Notre Dame's choosing to do that. They have the ability to play stout up front while also covering zones with their linebackers. I would get out of those blitzes right now.
22 yards from Plummer to Anthrop. Longest play for the Boilermakers so far today. 1st down and 10 on the far hash from the ND 30. Plummer drops back, throws to the near sideline, complete to the 25, up to the 20, and then wrestled out of bounds at the 19-yard line goes Brock Thompson, 6'3", 190 junior from Indianapolis. His first catch gains 11 yards. The tackle made by cornerback Cam Hart.
Notre Dame's defense blitzing again. That left Isaiah Pryor covering 2 players, and then he had to go make that tackle in the flat. Nice weight room tackle using his left arm to create a little bicep curl that brought in the offender for the catch.
Most impressive drive for Purdue so far today to start the 3rd quarter. They have 1st down and 10 on the Fighting Irish 19. Empty backfield. The whistles blow just as Plummer got that shotgun snap. The early movement coming up against the Boilers.
87, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
Good thing to stem the tide there, but Notre Dame, you have to create something defensively to stop the bleeding right now. Purdue just marching down the field, doing what they want at will, picking apart the defense for Notre Dame.
Jack Plummer 3 out of 4 for 41 yards on this drive. And by the way, Ryan, his top receiver, David Bell, hasn't touched the ball on this drive. 1st down and 15 now from the Notre Dame 24-yard line. Plummer from the shotgun, drops back, looks to his left, fires complete at the 15, and coming back on the curl route, pushed backwards was Brock Thompson, but a strike put right on his chest as soon as he turned out of his cut for a 7-yard gain.
And Notre Dame going to a zone defense look there. They're also covering David Bell with 2 players every play. So Jack Plummer looking for other options offensively and found one there.
11:58 and counting left in the 3rd quarter. Notre Dame leads Purdue 10-3. Purdue's first possession here of this 3rd quarter going very well. They have 2nd down and 8 from the Notre Dame 17. Plummer takes the shotgun snap, rolls out to his right, quick completion to the 17, and drilled at the 15 as he approached the near numbers. Kyle Hamilton there to make the tackle on the tight end, Payne Durham, gain of only 1.
Kyle Hamilton coming in with some force, but that play might be reviewed for targeting. Hopefully not. But there was a collision. You could even hear the helmets clacking together up here in the booth.
You hear 70,000 plus come to their feet now. Big play here early in the 2nd half. Purdue facing 3rd down and 7 from the Notre Dame 16 and trailing 10-3. Whistles blow. Timeout call.
Timeout. Notre Dame. Their first of the half.
Notre Dame had 10 players. So Coach Kelly is pretty upset right now.
30 seconds.
On a 3rd and 7, you need 11 players on defense.
It's a good time to have every last player out there giving you a chance.
And that's when a player that I played with, Peyton Manning, would say, hey, hurry, hurry. That lets you know no matter what play we had called, no matter what check, snap the ball right now, because there's either a pick-apart opportunity on the defense or they've got 12 men on the field. That's the part of the game I missed, those little plays within the play that only the greats could see.
As for what's going on in the here and now, Ryan, in real time about 5 minutes ago, we were praising the Notre Dame defense.
Yeah.
They gave up less than 100 total yards in that first half. They didn't give up a touchdown. And Purdue is going right down the field. Quarterback Jack Plummer, 6'5", 215 junior from Gilbert, Arizona, has played his best football here to start this 3rd quarter. He has the Boilermakers facing 3rd down and 7 from the Fighting Irish 16.
Well, now Notre Dame has 12 players on the field. They got to get off before this ball snapped.
And they did. Now playing with 11 on 3rd and 7.
Communication.
Empty backfield here for Plummer from the shotgun on the near hash. Waits for the snap. There it is. Drops back 3 steps. Throws middle of the field. Low and incomplete. At the 10-yard line, he had Milton Wright on a curl route, but off his back foot, he fired it low, and it's now 4th down 7.
Well, Milton Wright tried to catch the ball top-bottom, where you really need to go from the bottom up to scoop up that football. Notre Dame with a lucky break there because of the decision by Milton Wright.
Mitchell Finneran, he's 1 for 1 from 34 yards out, on from the right hash now. He is walking it off. This will be a 33-yard attempt. Again, he's 1 for 1 from 34 yards out from the right hash. A 33-yard attempt. The kick is up, plenty long, and the kick is good. Mitchell Finneran has a pair of field goals, and Notre Dame leads Purdue 10-6, 11:06 remaining in the 3rd quarter here on the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Professional cuts at home are easy with the Conair Man Metalcraft High Performance Clipper. With razor-sharp Japanese steel blades and pro-grade power, cutting your hair with this must-have precision tool is much more than maintenance. It's Metalcraft. Transform your daily grooming from routine to ritual with the clipper that mixes metal, power, and performance. Respect the ritual. Get your Metalcraft High Performance Clipper and shop the complete Metalcraft collection of precision grooming tools at CVS and Best Buy.
The Cooper Discoverer Rugged Trek is a truck tire made with the understanding that driving a truck is supposed to be fun. Like any Cooper tire, the Rugged Trek is designed to do everything you need it to do. It's got stone blockades to protect your tires off-road and whisper grooves for smooth, quiet street driving. But with its in-your-face design, including dual sidewalls that let you choose between 2 aggressive looks, the Cooper Discoverer Rugged Trek is also a tire that shows off your truck's wild side. Learn more at coopertire.com. Go with the Coopers.
The workplace is changing. Make yours better than it was before and create a workplace people love with Envoy. Don't just come back to better. Envoy. Make hybrid work. Envoy.com. That's envoy.com.
Would you like a cleaning product that can be used in the garage, the laundry, and the kitchen, and save space in your cabinet? Hi, I'm Bruce Fabrizio, inventor of Simple Green. To learn more, visit us at simplegreen.com.
Simple Green.
Notre Dame and Purdue played for the first time all the way back in 1896. This is the 87th meeting between the Fighting Irish and the Boilermakers. 11:06 left in the 3rd quarter here in South Bend. Notre Dame leads Purdue 10-6 after the Boilers took the opening drive of that second half and ended it with a 33-yard field goal. And now both special teams are on the field waiting for Purdue to kick it off.
Notre Dame offensively found a good rhythm, staying on the football. They call it no huddle. It's not quite a 2-minute, but stay on the ball, get back to the line of scrimmage. I expect to see that as Notre Dame's offense comes back on the field for the 3rd quarter.
Fighting Irish happy to let that football bounce 3 yards deep and roll out of the back of the end zone. And this will be Notre Dame's first possession here of the second half. In the first half, Jack Cohn just 9 out of 20, 107 yards, 1 touchdown. That came on a 39-yard strike to Kyron Williams. Threw the ball about a couple yards beyond the line of scrimmage, and Kyron broke a tackle, ran by himself the rest of the way. That was the highlight for the Fighting Irish offensively in that first half. Now they jog onto the field with Jack Cohn out. Tyler Buckner has played a little bit. Kyron Williams is the tailback in the game. Only 6 carries for 21 yards so far for Kyron. This is 1st down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Cohn drops back 1 step, throws over the middle to Michael Mayer. One-handed effort, and he got drilled. The ball falls incomplete. The ball thrown high on the crossing route to Mayer. He had to extend the left hand way above his head, and he took a shot to the midsection, and he remains on the field.
He's doing some heavy breathing right now, and the medics for both teams right on the field right away.
10-yard penalty includes an automatic first down.
Michael Mayer just outstretched left hand trying to bring in the football, and bam, helmet to the elbow. And that actually might be targeting, because not only is it if you hit the player in the helmet, but if you lead with your crown, that also is targeting. I wouldn't be surprised if they review this for Kieran Douglas to get hit with a targeting penalty as well.
He's the starting middle linebacker. Michael Mayer is up and standing on the sideline, looking like he wants to come back in, but a holding call against Purdue as Notre Dame set up now 1st down and 10 on their own 35-yard line. Ball in the near hash as they move from the right to the left for us here in this third quarter. Cone in the shotgun. The inside give right up the middle, gets out to the 37-yard line. Gain of 3 for Kyron Williams. Tackle made by the outside linebacker / defensive end Kydron Jenkins.
Just a straight downhill run. I like that call by Tommy Reese, offensive coordinator for Notre Dame. Let's get Kyron Williams going downhill.
Right back on the ball. Cone flips out to the left side behind the line of scrimmage and hit right away as he caught the quick pass. That's Braden Lenzy. And the tackle made by Jamari Brown, the corner who was on Lenzy as soon as he caught the ball. No gain, and it brings up 3rd down and 7. Mayer is back in the game. Fighting Irish in that first half, they were 1 out of 8 converting 3rd downs.
That's an awful number on 3rd downs. You're not going to win many games like that, but it's a new quarter, a new half, new opportunity.
Jack Cone from the shotgun, 3rd down and 7. 3 wideouts to his right. He drops back, looks that way, throws deep over the middle to Kevin. It's complete. 20, 15, 10. Into the end zone goes Avery Davis. The deep post route to Avery Davis ends with a 62-yard touchdown. 9:59 left in the third quarter. Notre Dame leads Purdue 16-6.
How about that for a 3rd down conversion? Jack Cone looking at the defense. They got 2 high safeties. He steps back, gets excellent protection from his offensive line, steps up in the pocket, and delivers an absolute strike right down the middle, right in between the hashes. Avery Davis, what a big play for him, and a great story of perseverance by the graduate.
The captain, 4 catches, 105 yards. He beat Chris Jefferson, the safety there. And now Jonathan Dorr waits for the snap. There it is. Hold is good, and the extra point is up. And the extra point is good. 62 yards on 3rd down from Jack Cone to Avery Davis. Notre Dame leads Purdue now 17-6, 9:59 left in the third quarter. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football.
Hi, this is Doug Leckleitner of Leckleitner Door Sales and Service. While not all things can stand the test of time, we're proud to say after 40 years plus, we're still here. Doing what we do best at Leckleitner Door, servicing and installing garage doors is what we do. And our goal continues to be satisfying each and every customer, in good times and bad. Thanks for allowing Leckleitner to serve you. For residential or industrial garage and entry door needs, give us a call. Leckleitner Door, call 295-6311.
Message to Amy Spin Class. Happy 3rd, 29th birthday, Amy! Exclamation point. Ha ha. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji. Balloon emoji.
You're good at voice to text.
Pizza emoji.
We're good at your insurance. Find an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent online, over the phone, or in person. And stop knocking on wood.
Sherwood Tire wants to know, is your car shaking, rattling, and rolling, but not in the way Elvis did in the 50s? If it shakes and rattles when you roll down the road, bring it to Sherwood Tire for an alignment. Summer's heat has taken a toll on area roads, and construction zones are everywhere. But don't just take your car anywhere. Bring it to Sherwood. Their certified trained technicians have over 160 years of automotive repair experience. Get your car straightened out for better handling, tire wear, and gas mileage at Sherwood Tire at the corner of U.S. Highway 30 and Oak Road in Plymouth.
9:59 remains in the third quarter here in South Bend. Notre Dame now enjoying its largest lead of the game over Purdue, 17-6 after Jack Cone hooked up with captain Avery Davis, 62 yards out. And Ryan, that was great to see. First of all, points on the board is what you're looking for, but the deeper kind of passes from Cone in that first half were sailing too far out in front of his wide receivers, sometimes even out of bounds. Yeah. And that was a perfect pass on a post route from Cone to Davis.
Well, and Avery Davis doubling his receiving total right for the season in just one catch. And you need that downfield threat. One of the things it does, of course, gives confidence to the quarterback and offensive line. But defensively now, Purdue does not want that to happen again. That brings another safety out of that linebacker space, a linebacker deeper so that there's more space for the run game. Now that the defense for Purdue knows you have that deep threat possibility, the run game will open up, and you'll be able to control the clock as the game goes on.
Jack Cohn, 2 touchdown passes now, 1 to Kyron Williams, 1 to Avery Davis. Jonathan Dorr kicks the ball away, and it lands 4 yards deep. Purdue will begin first down and 10 from its own 25-yard line. So just like they started the game with a field goal drive, they started the second half, Purdue did, with a field goal drive, but now 9:59 left and they're deficit double digits. See if they can put together a touchdown drive here, led by junior quarterback Jack Plummer. Jogs onto the field now.
Well, also, too, Paul, defensively, you don't have to press. You don't have to create something, right? Notre Dame can just play without the blitz.
19 completions and 27 attempts for only 131 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. King Daru, the tailback to the left of Jack Plummer, who's lined up in the shotgun. He drops back 3 steps, standing, looking. Daru out of the backfield across the 20, 25, and 30, and run out of bounds on the far side at the 33-yard line by Clarence Lewis. And that's a gain of 8 yards.
King Daru really being a force for Purdue today. Not just running the football, but also catching it as well. He's a dynamic player for them.
Second down 2, they're calling it on the 33-yard line. Jack Plummer making his 12th start here for the Boilermakers. Modest numbers so far as he faces second down 2. Takes the shotgun snap, inside give to Daru. Across the 40, he has room across the 45-50. Running down the far sidelines into Notre Dame territory. Across the 40-yard line, Kyle Hamilton runs him out of bounds. But a run up the middle by Daru, and then a sprint out to the left for 30 yards. It's first down and 10 Boilermakers on the ND 36.
Well, Notre Dame's defense, again, getting caught in a blitz, blitzing from the corner position. And if you're going to do that, Clarence Lewis has to collapse down the line of scrimmage. He went a little deep in the backfield. That opened up the opening for King Daru.
Purdue's offense, they're on their second possession of the second half. They both move deep inside of Notre Dame territory. Plummer drops back, lifts one down the near sideline. David Bell skies for it, makes the catch at the 3-yard line. Penalty marker thrown. It'll be interference against Notre Dame, but Bell stretched for that one inside the 5-yard line on the near side. And it's first and goal, Boilers from the 4 after a 32-yard gain.
Defense, number 5. Penalties decline. Results of the play, first down.
David Bell was held on the back of his jersey and then his left hand. And then Cam Hart finally let him go, and he still made a diving catch with 2 hands, putting his body between the ball and the ground to make sure he came down with the reception. That's an elite catch by an elite player in David Bell.
Purdue's offense has found something here in this third quarter. They have first and goal from the 4. Plummer takes the snap, gives inside to Daru, wrapped up as he got to the line of scrimmage, and dragged down to the 4-yard line. No gain. Hey, Ryan, Purdue didn't have 100 yards in the first half. They're now up to 223, and there's 8:25 and counting left in the third quarter.
Well, they've just found what works for them against Notre Dame's defense. I say it all the time, and the greats on offense in the NFL do too. You got to play if-then football. If they're going to do this, then we're going to do that. And that's what Purdue has done to a T right now to get in this scoring position.
Second down goal from the 4. Purdue trailing Notre Dame 17-6. King Daru, the tailback behind Plummer. Takes the give inside, runs up the middle, going nowhere. Got to the 4-yard line, but Drew White was there to meet him. Maybe a 1-yard gain. It is a 1-yard gain. It's now third down and goal from the 3-yard line.
Jason Adamilola making a huge play as well, shedding his offensive blocker and getting in on the tackle. But a heads-up play by Drew White, standing his ground and sending King Daru down to the turf.
Purdue just 4 out of 11 on third downs. This is a big one, third down and goal from the 3-yard line, trailing Notre Dame 17-6.
This is 2-down territory, too, if you're Purdue.
Plummer from the shotgun. Takes the snap, drops back to the 10, fires near side of the end zone, incomplete. Penalty marker comes in. Tried to throw the fade out route to David Bell. Clarence Lewis dove for it. Knocked it away. They're going to get him for some contact, though, before the ball got there.
Well, I'm not sure, watching the replay, where the contact was, because the right hand of Clarence Lewis was perfectly placed in front of the football.
Defense, number 14. Penalty incurred in the end zone by ruled will be placed at the 2-yard line. It's an automatic first down.
And they're calling it because Clarence Lewis had his left hand
number 6 on the defensive pass interference
wrapped all the way to the right hip of David Bell. Who knows how much force was applied, though, Paul? I mean, really, did it affect the play? Apparently, the referees thought so.
Looked like an awfully good play, the way you coach it up in two-a-days for defensive backs. Little bit too tight there to Bell, so now it's first down and goal, Purdue from the 2-yard line. Plummer remains in the shotgun, has Giroux to his right. Takes the snap, looks to his left, throws left. Far side of the end zone, jumping for it, and a touchdown catch. Milton Wright on the fade route, about 8 yards deep in the end zone on the far side. Went up high to get it. Cam Hart was right there, but that's touchdown Boilermakers. 7:08 left in the third quarter. Notre Dame's lead is now 17-12.
And good protection and coverage by Cam Hart. He just never turned his head around to find the football. He followed the receiver's hands up, and he was just a hair second late. Otherwise, that's a deflection. I'll tell you, Paul, at first and goal on the 2, after holding them to 3 straight plays, yeah, I think that was going to happen eventually, the way Purdue's been dicing up this defense here.
From the right hash to the far left part of the end zone, pretty pass from Plummer. Extra point is up. Extra point is good. 7:08 left in the third quarter. Notre Dame 17, Purdue 13. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
The pitch is moving up a day.
Antonio's animation studio needs a 3D designer today.
What are we going to do?
Someone who's as artistic as they are organized.
How are we going to get all this done? What about the production schedule?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Screen for quality candidates with the skills your role needs with Indeed assessments. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Professional cuts at home are easy with the Conair Man Metalcraft High Performance Clipper. With razor-sharp Japanese steel blades and pro-grade power, cutting your hair with this must-have precision tool is much more than maintenance. It's Metalcraft. Transform your daily grooming from routine to ritual with the clipper that mixes metal, power, and performance. Respect the ritual. Get your Metalcraft High Performance Clipper and shop the full Metalcraft collection of precision grooming tools at ConairMetalcraft.com.
Get ready to experience the best of Ireland, a land famed for its historic castles, dramatic coastlines, charming villages, and fresh local ingredients ready to be savored in a cozy traditional Irish pub or a Michelin star restaurant. Notre Dame Athletics and Tourism Ireland have teamed up to bring you the best of Ireland so you can experience it all for yourself. Visit UND.com/thebestofIreland to enter for the chance to win a trip to Ireland for 2. Tourism Ireland, official partner of Notre Dame Athletics. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
2-yard touchdown strike from Jack Plummer to Milton Wright for Purdue. Extra point makes it Notre Dame 17, Purdue 13, 7:08 left here in this third quarter. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
This is WNSN South Bend, home of Notre Dame football, presented by South Bend Orthopedics.
Notre Dame has won 7 consecutive against the Purdue Boilermakers, but this is a game here in South Bend at Notre Dame Stadium. 7:08 left in the third. Fighting Irish leading the Boilers 17-13. A little bit of concern defensively here, Ryan, after the defense was so good for Notre Dame in that first half. Purdue's had 2 possessions in this third quarter. One ended in a field goal, one with a touchdown.
Well, 2 ways to stop a blitz are to protect against it with your offensive line and running back, or to call different plays. And clearly Purdue came out of the first half and said, we're not protecting against the pressure. Let's throw some plays with some routes coming across the middle behind that cross dog blitz. So if I'm Marcus Freeman, it may be his favorite blitz of the game. You got to get rid of it because Purdue is looking for it and drawing up their plays to beat it.
Tailback King Giroux on that drive for Purdue, 3 carries, 33 yards. Jack Plummer in the second half, 8 for 10, 91 yards and a touchdown. Kickoff is up in the air and it goes out of bounds. Penalty marker comes out and Notre Dame will take that gift.
That's a
kick out of bounds. Kicking team number 57. Ball be placed at 35-yard line. First down and 10, Notre Dame.
Little kickstart there for the Fighting Irish offensively. 7:08 left in the third. leading Purdue 17-13. They'll have first down and 10, moving right to left here from their own 35-yard line.
I have liked the urgency of Notre Dame's offense, especially in the second quarter. They were on the ball, they were moving. That type of urgency led to the big play to Avery Davis for the touchdown. Let's see if Notre Dame can continue that urgency throughout the third and fourth quarter.
Jack Cohn remains the quarterback. We've not seen Tyler Buckner in this third quarter yet. He did play in the first half. First and 10, Cohn in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Hands off inside to Kyron Williams, out across the 40 and down to the 41-yard line. Tackle made by outside linebacker DeMarcus Mitchell after a gain of 6.
Kyron Williams a little frustrated, just missing one arm. He'd have been down the sideline. But this is what happens. That run was a 2-yard run in the first quarter. Now in the third quarter, it's a 6-yard run. You got to keep running that football, wear down that defense.
Both Purdue and Notre Dame with 53 total yards rushing right now. Second down, 4, Fighting Irish. Williams up the middle, now bounces out to the left. Tries to make a tackle, but goes down to the 45 as he worked his way to the left side. But hey, that's a 6-yard carry followed up by a 5-yard carry for Kyron Williams.
And this is the kind of production that gives an offensive line confidence. We ran right and got 6 yards. We ran left, and now it's a first down. First down, second down, first down. That's a good rhythm.
First and 10, Ryan now from the 46-yard line. That's their own 46. Jack Cohn acted like he was going to take the shotgun snap. Now looks over to the sideline.
I like Kevin Austin man-to-man to Jack Cohn's left.
That's to the short side of the field. Plenty of time on the play clock at 10 seconds now. Takes the snap, play action, stands in the pocket, throws to the far sideline, jumping for the ball, but not catching it. It falls incomplete. Braden Lenzy on the far 40-yard line. On the high, deep out route, couldn't come up with it, and it's second down 10.
Braden Lenzy right there, just not jumping early enough. Should have. Fans are upset. They wanted a holding call or a pass interference as the right arm of the defender was right attached to that right hip of Braden Lenzy, preventing him from skying for that football.
See if Notre Dame can get Michael Mayer involved. Only 1 catch for 5 yards so far. Second down 10. Kyron Williams around the right side across the 45. As he tried to get outside the far numbers, he's tackled low. Safety Marvin Grant getting it done there. No gain. Third down and 10 coming up.
And you mentioned Michael Mayer not getting active. He is back in the game, though, after a huge hit. But Kyron Williams deciding to go outside. That outside edge is just in football. Coaches on offense in college and the pros tell me that kind of outside zone, that's not there without a pitch anymore. You got to kind of stay on that tackle track and stay between the tackles 5-6 yards from the snap of the ball.
Now on the far hash, once again, Jack Cohn has single coverage to Kevin Austin, the only receiver to his right. He drops back, looks toward Austin, steps up, rolls to his right, throws deep to Austin down the field. He jumps for it, doesn't come down with it. On the 15-yard line, on the far numbers, Kevin Austin went high with Jamari Brown, the corner, with tight coverage. Neither one of them came down with the ball. Fourth down and 10 now from the 46-yard line.
And that's an excellent job by Jack Cohn getting out. Had he put it a little more downfield, Kevin Austin could have caught it, but this is a ball Kevin Austin should have caught. Hit both hands, he brought it to his hip, and as he brought it down, hit the ground, the ball squirted out.
Looked like he had control, Ryan, but then he hit the ground and couldn't quite hang on, and almost there for Notre Dame. Jay Bramlett from his own 45 punts it away, high, spiraling punts. Fielded at the 2-yard line, then back into the end zone. Now coming out to the 2 and making it out to the 3-yard line. Poor decision there by Marcellus Moore. Caught the ball sprinting at the 2. Momentum carried him back across the goal line. And he eventually made it out to the 4-yard line, but a dangerous special teams play there. 52-yard punt by Jay Bramlett. Nice job there.
Full media. Time
by the Notre Dame punter. 4:58 left in the third quarter. Notre Dame leads Purdue 17-13. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Research shows that people remember radio ads with a booming voice that emphasizes all the main points. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
That part is super important.
Here's one with a booming voice.
I'm emphasizing everything.
Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance.
Like a page with every word highlighted.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Spooky or seasonal, fall is the reason for it all.
And Lowe's has it all at a price that's never scary. Like Halloween and harvest decor as low as $3.98. And select 3-quart mums $5.98 to $8.98. This season, let's all fall together with Lowe's. Home to any budget. Home to any possibility. Mums available in-store only. Pricing excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Valid 9/16 to 9/22. While supplies last. U.S. only.
Take your family vacations to the next level with the all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Nissan's brand new Pathfinder has the same bold spirit as the original that changed the game for adventure lovers over 30 years ago.
Today, the legend returns with all-new rugged capabilities that help you make thrill-seeking off-road memories.
So get outside and return to rugged with the all-new 2022 Nissan Pathfinder. Check out NissanUSA.com to learn more. Towing capacity varies by configuration. Always secure cargo. See towing guide and Nissan owner's manual for proper use.
First meeting between Purdue and Notre Dame since 2014 is a tight one here in South Bend. 4:58 left in the third quarter, and the Fighting Irish leading the Boilermakers 17-13. Paul Burmeister and Ryan Harris in the booth. Hot day on the field. Temperatures started in the high 80s, and it feels like they haven't changed a whole lot.
I was going to say sweltering even here in the booth. Just amazing football weather in South Bend in the September. Typically it's about 43 degrees, overcast skies and showers.
You know how they say it's normally hotter on the field? I think it's hotter in the booth.
It might be, but especially with the rubber pellets now, that's 30 degrees hotter because that heat's coming from below you, above you. You're sweating from everywhere if you're a football player on the field right now.
Purdue is in a tough spot here. 4:58 left in the third, trailing 17-13. First down and 10 on their own 4-yard line. Jack Plummer in the shotgun stands a yard deep in his own end zone. Drops back, quick flip out to Bell, caught on the 3, stretching out and leaping out to the 7-yard line. Bo Bauer, middle linebacker, makes the tackle. Jack Plummer is now 9 for 11 in this third quarter.
Well, and they've found David Bell. So Marcus Freeman, the defensive coordinator for Notre Dame, has to do something different because Purdue's getting creative in trying to get Bell the ball.
First half, the Boilermakers had 97 total yards. In this third quarter, 2 possessions, they have 132. Second down 7 from their own 7-yard line. Plummer drops back to his own goal line, throws out left to the far numbers, caught at the 10 and out to the 14-yard line. Goes Jackson Anthrop. Quick fire out to the left and a run for 7 yards. Little breathing room now for Purdue as they have first down and 10 on their own 14-yard line.
Well, interesting, they used 2 pass plays to get to where they're at now for that first down after the run game was so effective for Purdue. So they're operating on all cylinders right now.
They're moving left to right here in this third quarter. Ball on the far hash. King Giroux, the tailback, just to the right of Jack Plummer. Notre Dame 3-down lineman. Another quick throw to the left side, caught at the 15 and rambling out to the 19-yard line. 6'5", 255 tight end Payne Durham, who was split out wide to the left, caught it behind the line of scrimmage and ran for 4 yards. Purdue once again not huddling, just right back to the line of scrimmage. Second down 6 from their own 18. 3:28 and counting left in the third quarter, trailing Notre Dame 17-13. Empty backfield now for Plummer. 3 wideouts to his right. He drops back, looks over the middle, steps up, will run it across the 15-20, has a little room across the 25 and dives out to the 29. A called pass, but he liked what he saw up the middle, so Plummer took off running for 11 yards, and this drive that started on their own 4-yard line now has them first down and 10 on their own 29.
Isaiah Pryor, linebacker for Notre Dame, blitzed, but was just way too high, aiming about 10 yards in the backfield. Jack Plummer saw it coming a mile away, stepped up in the pocket and realized no one was in front of him, took off for the run.
Boilermakers have been on the move offensively for each of their 3 drives here in the third quarter. Middle of the field, first down and 10 from the 29. Nice pocket for Plummer, now runs up to his right in trouble, and down he goes at the 25-yard line. Justin Adamilola with the sack after Plummer initially had time. Credit the defensive backs there. Sack for a loss of 4.
Well, Notre Dame only rushed 3 defensive players, closing down some of those quick throw windows. It confused Jack Plummer. When he started to take off, there was Justin Ademilola getting in, make sure his brother's not the only one having fun on defense.
5 defensive backs out there for Notre Dame. They line up with just 3 defensive linemen once again, as Ryan pointed out. 2nd and 14 from their own 25. Swing it out of the backfield to the 20. Caught, running out to the 25 on the far sideline, and tackled down is King Daru. Kyle Hamilton hit him high, brought him down for no gain.
Well, King Daru caught the football, looked at Kyle Hamilton, who was flat-footed, staring, saying, which way you going to go, buddy? I'm going to get you either way. Daru tried to take it outside, brought down quickly by the All-American Kyle Hamilton. I'm telling you, Paul, he is a gift to watch if you're a football fan.
Sideline to sideline, he's been terrific. 3rd down and 14, Purdue. They're 4 for 11 on 3rd down on their own 25 right now. Jack Plummer looks to the sideline, gets the call, now walks up to the line of scrimmage. And back to the 20-yard line in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Notre Dame brings 4. Plummer steps up in the pocket, tries to flip it out front. Incomplete. He was in trouble while moving up and stepping to his left. He went with a little shovel pass that fell incomplete. A lot of pressure there from Jason Ademilola to bring up 4th down 14.
And Jason Ademilola saying to his brother, oh, look what you can do, I can do better. Hit Jack Plummer right as he threw the football. But that play really happened because of Clarence Lewis showing that he was going to blitz and then dropping to the deep 3rd, really confusing Jack Plummer, giving him nowhere to go with the football.
Australian punter Jack Ansell standing on his own 10-yard line. Kyron Williams standing on his own 33. There's the snap. Punted from his own 14-yard line, low end over end. Williams from the 40, lot of room across the 45 on the far sideline, across the 50. Penalty marker comes in as Williams was tackled on the 45 on the far side of the field. Would be a return of 21 yards. We'll check in with Jeffrey Cervinsky, the referee today, on the penalty marker. We have 3 officials, now 4, in a discussion on the 42-yard line about that flag.
It's going to take a ball from the...
During the return, holding. Return team, number 45. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Notre Dame ball, 1st down and 10.
So that takes them from the opponent's 42 to their 42. Quite a different place on the field. Kind of flips the field right there for Purdue for a second.
Correction.
Notre Dame.
The holding was on number 52.
Bo Bauer for Notre Dame, linebacker out of Pennsylvania.
So that'll back Notre Dame up there to the 35-yard line, their own 35-yard line. They would have been well inside of Boilermaker territory.
It's a tough penalty with 1:10 to go, 3 in the 3rd quarter. But an opportunity for Notre Dame's offense to get the ball going again through the run game.
Jack Cohn, 69% for the year. Starts this drive just 11 out of 25. You hear the whistles. 3 flags come out just before the snap got to Cohn.
It's the 3rd penalty now on the offensive line for Notre Dame because of the movement of Purdue's defensive line. They're shifting quickly to one side right before the snap, and it's getting the offensive lineman for Notre Dame.
False start. Offense, number 79. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
And that's one of the reasons why I don't like that clapping for the football, Paul. And a lot of guys in the NFL don't like that. But when you're waiting as a player and you see movement, you may have thought that there was a clap. When you get to that cadence, it's a lot easier to hear and know when the ball is going to be snapped.
7 penalties for Notre Dame for 56 yards. Cohn drops back, steps up in the pocket, now runs out to the right across the 30-yard line. He keep it himself, runs out of bounds there on the far side of the field. Jalen Alexander, outside linebacker, is the one who got it done. Cohn gains 5 yards.
Well, I liked watching that Eli and Peyton, the Manning brothers, telecast. One of the things, if anybody watched it, Russell Wilson was on in the 4th quarter, and he said, anytime there's a penalty, I try and get half of it back on the next play. So right there, Jack Cohn just trying to get some positive yards after the penalty.
2nd down 11. Irish moving right to left here in the 3rd quarter. Ball's on the far hash. Cohn from the shotgun, drops back, looking, fires to the near sideline, completes. Braden Lenzy at the 45, and then fell forward. The throw from the right hash to the near sideline, a long way for that ball to travel for a 12-yard gain.
And right there, Braden Lenzy getting open while Chris Tyree picked up the blitz. Excellent time by the offensive line. Give Jack Cohn the time to diagnose that defense. Braden Lenzy, had he kept his feet, could have turned back into the field and upfield for a touchdown.
13 seconds and counting left in this 3rd quarter. 1st and 10, Notre Dame on their own 47. Jack Cohn is now under center, shouting instructions to his left, now his right. Chris Tyree is behind him, and he hands off to Tyree up the middle, makes it to the 50-yard line, middle of the field. Gain of 3. Safety Marvin Grant made the tackle, and that'll be the last play of this third quarter.
The third quarter.
We head to the fourth. Notre Dame and Purdue, the 87th meeting between the Fighting Irish and the Boilermakers. 3 quarters of play in the books. Notre Dame leads Purdue 17-13 on the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Auto Value is a local Michigan-based company. You can find us all over this great state of Michigan. From Monroe to Marquette, we have you covered. When you shop at your local Auto Value auto parts store, you'll always be assured of quality, service, and a huge selection of name brand auto parts and accessories. Find out more and shop online at myautovaluestore.com. Thank you for shopping at Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
What's stopping you from getting the original Peloton bike?
I need flexibility with my workouts.
Choose from thousands of classes available 24/7.
It's hard for me to stay motivated.
Programs, artist series, and badges keep you reaching new goals.
45-minute bike boot camp. 30-minute hit ride.
My 45-minute hip-hop ride. You get all that? For how much?
The original Peloton bike is now at its best price ever. Get game-changing cardio at a new game-changing price. The original Peloton bike, now $400 less. Learn more at onepeloton.com.
Good Foods Group, a family-owned, Wisconsin-based, and Chicago-born company, is proud to sponsor the Shamrock Series game between the Badgers and the Fighting Irish. Good Foods uses fresh ingredients to make delicious guacamole, salsa, and dips. You can sack hunger with game day goodness by picking up Good Foods guac made with perfectly ripe hand-scooped avocados at your local Target. Pick and save, or via Instacart or online at shop.goodfoods.com.
Just about set for the fourth quarter between Notre Dame and Purdue. Tony Simeone with you in the studio. Irish have a 17-13 lead over the Boilermakers. Both victories so far this year have been 3-point wins. It looks like we're in for another exciting finish. For the finish, let's go back up to the booth to Paul Burmeister and Ryan Harris.
Tony, thank you very much. That was a third quarter where we saw the Purdue offense come alive. They had 97 yards of total offense, Ryan, in the first 2 quarters total. And they went for 150 yards in that third quarter. Jack Plummer was 11 out of 14. They averaged just over 7 yards per play. But they're on the sideline right now. Notre Dame offense out there as we start the fourth, leading Purdue 17-13. Jack Cohn remains at quarterback. We've seen a little bit of Tyler Buckner. That was all in the first half. It's been Jack Cohn's game, though, today.
Well, and he's been excellent for Notre Dame through the pass, directing them, using different cadences. So he's their starting quarterback. He gives you a great opportunity to win this game. 2nd and 7 now from the 50-yard line. He drops back, throws out of the backfield. Tyree wide open at the 40, across the 35-30, sprinting, still on his feet inside the 20, and did step out of bounds. Oh, wow. He was on his way to the end zone. He caught that swing pass to the left, but stepped out of bounds on the 31-yard line of Purdue. So not a touchdown, but a big play to start that third quarter, gain of 19 yards. And what I love is Jack Cohn diagnosed it right away. The cornerback for Purdue turned in with the scissor route. That wheel route was open from about half a second after the snap and darted Chris Tyree right with the football as he was running upfield. And as soon as he got to that left sideline, looked like a track meet. Looked like he was just marking off the meters. First down and 10 now from the 31 of Purdue. Cohn hands off to Tyree, patiently up the middle, bounces out to the left as he's dragged out to the left, makes it to the 28-yard line, gain of 3. Defensive tackle Lawrence Johnson made the stop to bring up 2nd down 7. Notre Dame's offense feeling really confident, running the football, passing it, also using different formations. So coordinator Tommy Rees really using everything he can to make a successful play here in the red zone. 2nd down 7, going from the shotgun, Tyree to his left. Acted like he was going to take the snap, now looks over the sideline. Walks back up to the line of scrimmage. Takes 4 steps back in the shotgun. Tyree shifts just to the left of Jack Cohn. Tyree takes the handoff inside, keeps his feet, but then gets nailed at the 27-yard line. Nice job of falling forward, gains 3
after he absorbed a big hit from middle linebacker Kieran Douglas. It's now 3rd down 5.
Well, you've mentioned it twice on back-to-back runs, but Chris Tyree, with all that speed, it's often hard for a player to be patient in the run game at that running back position. But Chris Tyree slowing down his footwork and then exploding back to the line of scrimmage for the short gain.
Tyree, 8 carries, 22 yards. Kyron Williams, just 10 carries for 35. 3rd down and 5 now as we hit the 13-minute mark in the 4th quarter. Notre Dame leading Purdue 17-13. They're on Purdue's 26-yard line. Cone from the shotgun, drops back. Purdue brings 4. Jack throws middle of the field, complete 15-yard line of the quick slant to Avery Davis and brought down to the 11-yard line. Safety Cam Allen made the stop. But Avery Davis on the quick slant picks up 15 yards to the middle of the field. 1st down and 10 from the Boilermaker 11.
And just a perfect read. Michael Mayer was on his left, and Jack Cone looked there, didn't like what he saw, immediately found Avery Davis for the 1st down. Hit him right on his left hip with the football. Excellent placement, excellent catch, 1st down.
Davis 5 catches, 120 yards, and 1 touchdown. 1st down and 10 from the 11. And Jack Cone now under center. Tyree behind him. Hands off to Tyree. Right up the middle across the 10 and brought down to the 8-yard line. Gains 3. Clock ticking. 12-10 left in the game. Notre Dame's lead of Purdue is 17-13.
On this drive now, wearing down the Purdue defense and giving less and less time for the Purdue offense to make up the lost ground in the score.
Now Notre Dame huddling up, no hurry at all now, leading by 4 inside of 12 minutes in the game. Current drive, 8 plays, 57 yards. Cone in the shotgun. Tyree motions out to the left, empty backfield. Cone takes the snap, looks left, steps up, in trouble, and is sacked. Jack Cone sacked middle of the field at the 13-yard line. Outside linebacker DeMarcus Mitchell in for the tackle for loss to bring up 3rd down 11 from the 12-yard line. Loss of 5 there on that sack.
Josh Lugg, right tackle for Notre Dame, got beat there. And Josh Lugg today, I've been watching him as he's faced a couple of tough defensive ends, and George Karloftis and others. He has to punch. Use your hands.
Middle of the field now, shotgun, 3rd down and 11. Cone standing flat-footed on his own 16-yard line, directly middle of the field, just looking over to his sideline, and Notre Dame calls a timeout.
Timeout. Notre Dame. They're 2nd of the half.
And that's one of the things talking about Josh Lugg's technique. As linemen, when you get tired, right, and one, you're trying to listen hard for the play because you got big guys breathing right next to you. But then when your technique starts going, the first thing to go for linemen when they're tired is their hands. You have to punch, extend those elbows, keep your defender away from you. Even if you miss, you get a piece of them and redirect them. And Josh Lugg, just playing a little tired right now, has to use his hands better.
Jack Cone, the quarterback for Notre Dame, has been solid on this drive. 3 out of 3 for 46 yards. He and the rest of the offense still on the sideline. Here in South Bend, Indiana, Notre Dame Stadium. Notre Dame comes in 2-0. They won in Tallahassee in overtime. They won by 3 points right here last week over Toledo. Playing host to Purdue, and the Boilermakers also come in here 2-0. They have victories over Oregon State and UConn as their defense jogs back on the field. Notre Dame ball placed middle of the field, moving left to right. They face 3rd down and 11 from the Boilermaker 12-yard line. Jack Cone's in the shotgun. He has Chris Tyree 1 yard to his left and 3 wideouts to his right. He looks to his right, steps up, throws into the end zone, and out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. While on the move, stepping up and moving a little bit to his right, Jack Cone fired to the right side of the end zone, out of the end zone, to bring up 4th down 11.
And the throw to Braden Lenzy in the end zone was there. Jack Cone just had a little bit of pressure from the left. Did not want to let that go, letting the play develop a little more, but he had the defenders back to him. Those are those NFL throws that Jack Cone's able to make. He'll look at that on the sidelines and make it next time.
Jonathan Dorr is set up very well here. Ball exactly middle of the field with a 30-yard attempt. He's made from 28 and missed from 45. His 30-yard attempt is up, and it's good. 30-yard attempt from Jonathan Dorr is good, and Notre Dame leads Purdue 20-13, 10:50 left in the game. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
We're short of PCO today. Let's try to stay on schedule.
New customers have Emery's exterminator business buzzing. She needs new specialists to tackle a swarm of appointments.
Norwegian tree mouse. That's a first.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Professional cuts at home are easy with the Conair Man Metalcraft High Performance Clipper. With razor-sharp Japanese steel blades and pro-grade power, cutting your hair with this must-have precision tool is much more than maintenance. It's Metalcraft. Transform your daily grooming from routine to ritual with the clipper that mixes metal, power, and performance. Respect the ritual. Get your Metalcraft High Performance Clipper and shop the complete Metalcraft collection of precision grooming tools at CVS and Best Buy.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Jonathan Doerr's second field goal of the afternoon. This one from 30 yards out. Has Notre Dame on top of Purdue now 20-13, 10:50 left in this one. A battle of a pair of teams who are 2-0 coming into this game. And it's good to see Purdue and Notre Dame back together. They started playing, Ryan, back in 1896, 87th meeting, but they haven't played since 2014.
Yeah, that's okay with me. I didn't like Purdue. You know, had a good couple of DNs when I was playing here at college. A couple of them went on to the NFL. One of them, Rob Ninkovich, won a couple Super Bowls. Wasn't my favorite person in college, but he's a good player. I'll give him credit.
Jonathan Doerr jogs up to the ball on the 35, kicks it away. And from the 6-yard line, here comes Marcellus Moore. Across the 15, dancing across the 20. Keeps his feet, but pushed back to the 20-yard line there. And that's where the Boilermakers will begin after a return of 15 yards. Purdue quarterback Jack Plummer has been much better in the second half than he was in the first. His game totals 25 out of 34, but those 25 completions good for only 187. Pretty much, Ryan, taking the place of a ground game, which hasn't been much for Purdue. They've only rushed for 60 yards in this game.
Well, if you're Notre Dame defensively now, it's okay for an interception to come from a cornerback. Maybe jump a couple routes you've seen before.
1st and 10 from his own 20. Plummer quick fire out to the left. Low offering, incomplete at the 25-yard line. It was a long throw from the right hash to the near numbers to Milton Wright. He went down to get it, but couldn't come up with it. And it's now 2nd down 10. Plummer looking over to his sideline. 10:41 left, down by a touchdown. No sense of urgency yet. I was just talking to Ryan in the break now. If you're a quarterback in this situation, you're thinking you have 2 more possessions left. Make good use out of this, but no sense of urgency yet. 2nd down 10 from the 20. Fakes the handoff to the left, sets up in the pocket, now runs out to the right, directing traffic, throws back across the middle of the field, incomplete at the 35-yard line. Tough throw as he rolled out to his right and tried to get it back to the left to Milton Wright. Wright was wide open on the 35, but couldn't catch it to bring up 3rd down 10.
Excellent effort by Nana Safu-Mensah. He's had a couple of big plays here today for Notre Dame, even though he's just a junior out of Fort Worth.
Jack Plummer 0 for his last 3, facing 3rd and 10 from his own 20-yard line.
So Notre Dame's doing something different now than they've done the past 2 weeks. When caught in a blitz because of the pre-snap and fake snap by offenses, they've stayed in the blitz, but now they're changing the defense when the offense changes.
See how many Notre Dame rushes. They bring 5 here on 3rd down. Plummer in trouble, ripped down to the ground at the 5-yard line. Notre Dame's defensive front comes up big. Myron Tagovailoa Amosa and Isaiah Foskey, the 2 defensive ends, meet at the quarterback. 13-yard loss.
Myron Tagovailoa Amosa was right to the right of Jack Plummer. He thought he could step left, but he didn't see Isaiah Foskey right there. Just a vicious defensive line in constant pursuit. What a huge play by the Notre Dame defense.
And now, Ryan, we'll see what they can do with what ought to be great field position here as Kyron Williams is standing on the 50-yard line. Jack Ansell, 8 yards deep, runs up to 2 yards deep in his end zone, punts it away, short punt, goes out of bounds on the Notre Dame sideline.
Be on Notre Dame. It's going to be on the 41 of Purdue. Excellent field position for Notre Dame.
Well, what a combo there on back-to-back plays. The 13-yard sack and then a bad punt by Purdue of only 26 yards. 9:45 left in the game. Notre Dame leads Purdue 20-13. Back to South Bend momentarily. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football.
Sticks. Light it up, let's get this show on the road.
The legacy continues. JY, Tommy, Chuck, Todd, Lawrence, Ricky. Sticks. Friday, November 5th at 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo. Sticks. With one hit song after another. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Sticks. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
You might ask yourself, when is the best time to start saving for retirement? The answer is simple. It's today. Kimberly Thibodeau, your South Bend Edward Jones financial advisor, is here to help. They'll work with you to build a plan for your ideal retirement by identifying your unique goals and help keep you on track to achieve them. The sooner you get started, the better. Call Kimberly Thibodeau at 574-277-2267 to schedule an appointment today. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Air. It's the power source of all life. As the world's #1 air conditioning company, we aim to perfect it. It affects how we work, how we play, how we grow, and how we perform. It's the one thing we all share, and at Daikin, nothing could be more important.
Perfect your air with Legacy Heating and Air. LegacyHeatingandAirInc.com.
This is Notre Dame football on Sunny 101.5.
Notre Dame and Purdue played every year for 69 consecutive years, starting in 1946. But they haven't gotten together since 2014, and this has been a good one here in South Bend. Notre Dame leads Purdue 20-13 with 9:45 left in the game. And the Notre Dame offense will set up shop in great shape here to start this drive. First down and 10 from the Boilermaker 39-yard line. Defense just got it done in a big way for the Fighting Irish. They just produced Purdue's first 3 and out of the second half on their 4th possession as the offense now jogs out, once again led by Jack Cohn. It has been Jack the majority of the way here at quarterback for Notre Dame. He's 14 out of 29, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Lines up now on the shotgun on the far hash, has Kyron Williams to his right. Fakes to Williams, sets up in the pocket. Deep shot down the right side to Braden Lenzy in the end zone. Off his fingertips, dropped. Had 2 steps on the Boiler defense, 5 yards deep in the end zone, and just had that one go off his fingertips.
He could hear the crowd raising in their amazement as he just blew past the defender for Purdue, and his arms, it just hit his right bicep. Perfectly thrown football by Jack Cohn. Bread meat basket.
Second down 10 now from the 39. Cohn in the shotgun, drops back again, in trouble and is sacked. Middle of the field at the 47-yard line. Lawrence Johnson, defensive tackle, 6'3", 310 out of Fort Wayne. Throws him for a loss of 6.
And Jack Cohn was trying to hedge the defense. He thought the wheel route was there again, a big play they had with Chris Tyree earlier. That play wasn't there because the Purdue defender stayed home. And as Jack Cohn started to survey the off defense again, he just couldn't find an open receiver fast enough.
And they call it 3rd down and 17 now from the 46-yard line. Cohn drops back, runs out to his right, looking downfield. Dumps to Williams at the 50, 45, 40, and cut down low at the 38-yard line as he ran down the near sidelines here. Nice tackle by Purdue cornerback Dedrick Mackey after a gain of 9.
I think Notre Dame's going to go for it here.
Offense stays on the field, 4th down and 10. 8:39 and counting left in the game. They lead Purdue 20-13. Now Jack Cohn in the offense. They jog off to the sideline. Jay Bramlett comes on. on 4th and 9 from the Purdue 38-yard line.
Punters love this opportunity. One of the best things you can do as a punter is down it out of bounds inside the 10, and on the right hash, you have a great opportunity to do that down the right sideline.
Bramlett standing on his own 47-yard line. There's the snap, steps up to the 50, punts high, end over end. We'll see where it lands. On the 4, bounces down to the 1, and is down right there. Wonderful job by Bramlett and the special teams. A 37-yard punt down at the 1-yard line.
Well, they're going to review this because it looks as though Kyle Hamilton touched it before, well, while Kyle Hamilton was in the end zone. We're watching the replay now, and both players, Kyle Hamilton did get in, by about 2 inches. Kyle Hamilton was out of bounds in the end zone, but then jumped forward at the last second. But they still might review it because that is awful field position for Purdue. You're going to have to march 100 yards to get back in this football game, and you're starting in the student section where it's the loudest place in the stadium.
75,000 plus on their feet. 2013 Notre Dame, 8:05 left in the game. Plummer from his own end zone. Hands off just across the goal line, making it out to the 1-yard line. Goes King Daru. Kurt Heinisch, the first one to hit him.
Wow, and what a play for King Daru to get out of the end zone. First contact was made by Myron Tungavailoa-Amosa in the backfield. He could only get a hand on him, and Daru got out of that end zone to prevent the safety.
Jack Plummer not only trailing in the fourth quarter, he's in the shotgun 5 yards deep in his own end zone. 3 wideouts to his right. Notre Dame rushes 4. He drops back, throws over the middle, complete to the 15-20, across the 25 and out to the 28-yard line. Little slant over the middle to Jackson Anthrop. About a 5-yard throw, and then a run for a 27-yard gain, and Purdue exhales. They now have first down and 10 from their own 28-yard line.
They could have called a false start on the right tackle, and then Drew White was just out of place for that last throw.
Plummer from the shotgun looks to his right. He has 3 wideouts there. Catch and down right away at the 33-yard line on the far sideline. Gain of 5. High throw to Mershawn Rice, but at 6'2", 205, he just reached up and snagged it before he was brought down by Cam Hart. 6:54 and counting left in the fourth quarter. Notre Dame leads Purdue 20-13. Boilermakers have the ball on their own 33-yard line, facing second down 5. Jack Plummer in the shotgun. He's been operating out of that most of this game. 2 wideouts to his left and 1 to his right. Drops back. Notre Dame brings 4. Quick throw to the left and hit right away and dropped at the 31-yard line. Cam Hart came up to meet Jackson Anthrop on the swing to the left. Right at the line of scrimmage, the contact knocked the ball loose, and it's third down 5.
And Cam Hart doing what every defensive back is taught. Finish the play. Even if you see your player make a reception, finish the play. Because Cam Hart finished and tackled as Anthrop made the catch, the ball got knocked loose, and now it's a 3rd and 5.
A huge third down, Ryan. 3rd and 5 from their own 33 and trailing by 7. 6:33 left in the game. Plummer drops back, throws off his back foot down the near sideline to Bell. Line of contact, no flag thrown, incomplete. Cam Hart and David Bell were locked up there as the ball fell incomplete at the 30-yard line.
And David Bell tried to make it look like a penalty. He actually grabbed Cam Hart on the play as the ball was thrown behind him. He tried to throw Cam Hart, who may or may not have had a little bit of jersey in his hand. We don't know.
Nice job by the Fighting Irish defense on David Bell the entire game. He comes in averaging over 100 yards per game. 6 catches, 62 yards, and did not come up with that one on 3rd and 5. Purdue has the punt team out. Punted away from their own 22-yard line. Low end over end to Kyron Williams on his own 25. Up the middle to the 30. Across the 35, 40, 45, and tackled at the 48-yard line. A low line driving punt gave Kyron Williams a full head start. 42-yard punt, and Kyron brings it back 20 yards. Notre Dame will have first down and 10 from their own 48-yard line. We're in South Bend. We have 6:16 left in the game, and Notre Dame leads Purdue 20-13. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Get more
more miles on the road with O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system means better gas mileage for your car. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Injector Cleaner for $8. Plus, earn double O Rewards points. For a clean, lubricated, more fuel-efficient system, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The workplace is changing. Make yours better than it was before and create a workplace people love with Envoy. Don't just come back to better. Envoy. Make hybrid work. Envoy.com. That's Envoy.com.
Would you like a cleaning product that can be used in the garage, the laundry, and the kitchen, and save space in your cabinet? Hi, I'm Bruce Fabrizio, inventor of Simple Green. To learn more, visit us at simplegreen.com.
Simple Green.
Ready to start planning your next trip to South Bend? Get ideas and inspiration, itineraries, upcoming events, restaurant tips, hotel recommendations, and more by visiting the all-new visitsouthbend.com. Your next great weekend getaway awaits. After all, Mondays can wait.
Would you like a cleaning product that can be used in the garage, the laundry, and the kitchen, and save space in your cabinet? Hi, I'm Bruce Fabrizio, inventor of Simple Green. To learn more, visit us at simplegreen.com.
Simple Green.
.6:16 left in the game here in South Bend. Notre Dame leads Purdue 20-13. The Fighting Irish, Ryan, have beaten the Boilermakers 7 consecutive times. This has been a battle today, but Notre Dame in a good spot right now. First down and 10 from their own 49-yard line. Offense remains on their sideline on the far side of the field. Jack Cohn has gone almost the entire way today. It was a big story coming in. How much Jack Cohn, how much Tyler Buckner would we see? Well, Tyler Buckner's 0 for 1. Jack Cohn is 15 out of 31, 223, 2 touchdowns, and no picks. And he is waiting to take the snap here to start this drive in the fourth quarter.
What I do like, though, is that Notre Dame has run the football 27 times, so they're trying to get that run game going. And it turned into some 6-yard gains before. Let's see if we can get back to that.
Cohn from under center, hands off to Williams, right up the middle, covers up the ball, keeps his feet, still going, across the 35-30, running out middle of the field, 10, 5, touchdown, Kyron Williams! Woo! Incredible run, 51-yard touchdown! 6:05 left in the game. Notre Dame leads Purdue 26-13.
Like a pinball in a pinball machine, Kyron Williams went up into the teeth of the defense, the left side of the offensive line, opened it up, and then he went to his right and broke 5 tackles as he pinged from the right to the left, back straight, then he stepped back, then he went to the left, then to the right, and then across the goal line. What a huge run for not just Kyron Williams, but the entire offensive line for Notre Dame.
Well, he was wrapped up once right up the middle and about 15 yards downfield, broke another tackle on the right side, cut back to the middle into the end zone. Terrific work there, Kyron Williams. The extra point attempt is up and in. And prior to that, Ryan, you mentioned you liked that they were still running the ball, even though Williams was only 10 carries for 35 yards. Well, now with that 51-yard touchdown, the commitment to the ground game pays off. 6:05 left in the game, and Notre Dame leads Purdue 27-13.
Zeke Correll had a huge block opening it up, and that's why, Paul, when people say, what's wrong with the run game? Well, the run game's a lot of things, and one of it is having an offensive coordinator who calls the 28th run of the game that goes for a touchdown now. That's the difference. Those first and second quarter runs, yeah, you're getting 1 yard, 2 yards. Up until that run, Notre Dame averaging 2.3 yards per carry. Well, that average goes way up with a touchdown like that. So now Tommy Rees knows to keep calling the run. Defenses know they have to look out for that. But now if you're Kyron Williams, you're going back to the sidelines, and that running back says to the offensive lines, I told you we can do it. That's what it looks like when we decide to dominate, and Notre Dame did just that.
Kyron Williams now averaging 7.8 yards per attempt. Came in averaging just over 3 yards in the first 2 games. Jonathan Dorr kicks it up and away, bounces 2 yards deep. And Purdue will come out first down and 10 of the 25. One more note about that touchdown there. Jack Cohn was under center, and when the quarterback is under center and comes out and gives it to the running back up the middle, the back has a chance to get the ball already moving downhill. And I think that really paid off for him as he had that momentum and broke those tackles right at the line of scrimmage.
When we won the Super Bowl, one of the things we found out when Peyton Manning handed off the ball in shotgun, that got to the running back, got to the line of scrimmage a full second slower. So under the center, like you're talking about, that running back has speed, and the blocks are better because you're getting through that line of scrimmage quicker, as Kyron Williams just did.
Now trailing by 14. Jack Plummer on the field, 6:05 left. First and 10 in his own 25. Looks to right, fires to the right, high. Threw that one high to Jackson Anthrop, about 5 yards down the field and on the far sideline to bring up second down 10.
Another thing that big run does is that's a new lane that Kyron Williams hit. He's not gone through the B gap for this year for a big run like that. Now he has confidence to go there. The offensive line has confidence to go there. Now the defense, they just can't give up a score, so they're playing with their ears pinned back to get after that quarterback.
Plummer just 2 out of 7 in the fourth quarter. Drops back, fires to his left. Bell complete, but hit right away and knocked out of bounds at the 25-yard line. So Bell with the catch on the quick out to the left side, but no gain. DJ Brown, the safety in there, that actually give him a gain of 1 yard. Third and long now from the 27.
I'm happy to see DJ Brown in the game. He's been a player that's just continued to work hard in Notre Dame's defense for his opportunities, and he has been a difference maker for Notre Dame today because people focus on Kyle Hamilton, but your other safety better be just as sound and as intelligent, and that's exactly what DJ Brown is.
Ball on the near hash, third down 8 from his own 27, trailing Notre Dame 27-13. Plummer stands in the pocket, over the middle to Bell. Terrific catch at the 35-yard line and goes down right away. He reached behind him and caught that in route. Kyle Hamilton with a huge hit on him right away, and down. Bell has not moved. Gain of 9 yards.
And it was a legal hit by Kyle Hamilton. David Bell, as he was cutting across left to right, had the ball kind of behind his right shoulder. So as he turned, he got the left shoulder of Kyle Hamilton right in the square of his back where the ribs meet the spine. They call that spinal. Ouch.
And his head face down hit the turf awfully hard, bounced back up, and he has not moved on the 35-yard line. 5:16 left in the game. Notre Dame leads Purdue 27-13. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Toast to Notre Dame football by raising a pint of Guinness. Now a proud partner and official beer of Fighting Irish alumni and fans. Even during these unprecedented times, we're reminded that football, just like a pint of Guinness, is about building the bonds between us all. So here's to the Irish faithful, whether you're Irish by blood or in spirit. Guinness, official beer of Notre Dame Fighting Irish alumni and fans. Please drink responsibly. Diageo Beer Company, New York, New York.
Do you bleed gold and blue? There's a bank for you. Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics. And right now, Credit Union One is giving die-hard fans best-in-class banking benefits with the Fighting Irish debit card. Sign up for your card today at creditunion1.org/Irish and put your money where your heart is. Credit Union One, better banking for all of us. By Members' Choice, this institution is not federally insured.
It's O-Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts, where you can earn double, triple, even up to 5 times O-Rewards points on select purchases. Get bonus points on more than 200 items throughout the store, like wiper blades, fuel system cleaners, motor oil, and more. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
On the play just before we went to break, Jack Plummer hit David Bell, the star wide receiver for Purdue, on an in route that was thrown well behind him, and he was hit hard by Kyle Hamilton, went down, face down onto the turf, and just really bounced off the turf. It looked like his face mask hit it first, and he hasn't moved. He's on the ground, and the entire Purdue bench is out around David Bell, and some of the Notre Dame athletic training staff is out there as well. It's about 10 to 12 people around David Bell.
The tough part is Bell was turned and then just an absolute shot. And when he hit the turf, the ball came out. They're also reviewing whether or not it was a catch. And what a physical hit by Kyle Hamilton. And that's something that in the future, and hopefully David Bell is just fine and, really just shaking it off down there on the field. But you throw a hit like that on film, the future receivers who are going to be coming to play against Kyle Hamilton, they're going to see that and be weary of that as well. That turns into short arms further down the season.
And you hear the crowd cheer, and it looks like Bell sat up. The entire Purdue bench, all of the players are out forming a half circle around where David Bell is on the 35-yard line.
Some people call Bell the best player in the Big Ten. So no surprise his team is just sending him good vibes. And the old Notre Dame team is on the field as well. They were cheering for him. Kyle Hamilton leading the chorus of cheers as well. You never want to see an opponent get hurt. You do want to see your opponent lose a football game, but you never want to see them lose health.
Bell right now 8 catches, 73 yards. And still is out there on the 35-yard line. So here's what has happened so far. We'll keep watching Bell in the injury situation that has all of us concerned. 5:16 left in the game. Notre Dame leads Purdue 27-13. Purdue led 3-0 after the first quarter. Since then, Notre Dame's offense has had plenty of decent moments as they move along the way here, leading 27-13. Kyron Williams just had a long touchdown run. Kyron had a long touchdown catch from Jack Cohn in that first half. That came in the second quarter. Jack Cohn has gone the majority of the way here for Notre Dame at quarterback. 15 out of 31 for 223, 2 touchdowns and no picks. But all of a sudden here in South Bend, the actual game doesn't matter a whole lot. David Bell, wide receiver for Purdue, took a big hit from Kyle Hamilton and went down face first off of the turf about 5 minutes ago.
And the cart's coming out. When David Bell hit the ground, his head came up about another 2 feet. So this is scary. And sometimes too, when you're in so much pain on the field, they get to you and they say, "What's wrong?" You say, "I don't know, but something's wrong." Sometimes it takes the player a minute to identify what's wrong, but David Bell was not moving for a minute there, and good to see him sitting up.
And the cart has come out. It's on the 30-yard line. A couple of yards away from Bell, who's just beyond the 35.
What a devastating hit by Kyle Hamilton. I mean, think about that. The receiver's going down and gets hit from behind so hard that they spring off the field as though they hit a trampoline. Just tough. And David Bell, just tears in his eyes, getting onto the cart. Pushes himself back onto the cart, though, so he has his strength, he has mobility in his arms and legs, and a whole bunch of handshakes and head pats from his teammates as he leaves the field with his Boilermaker teammates still out there trying to win this football game.
As he got up, they had a bandage they were holding on to his lower lip there, so the cut there as well. That's probably the least of the worries as he's being carted off the field and going through the tunnel to our right, where Notre Dame normally runs out and then runs back in there at halftime, and the cart now delivers him through that tunnel and out of sight.
The ruling on the field has changed. It is an incomplete pass. The ball will be placed back at the 27-yard line, where it will be 4th down and 8.
Well, it'll be 4th and 8.
Game clock will start on the snap.
And Purdue has to go for it. And now try being the receiver to go against Kyle Hamilton right now, right? I mean, it's just like, man, that's how that physicality lasts beyond the play that was made.
Always the hardest part for a player after there's a serious injury. You run back out there and play more football.
Yeah.
But both teams line up now. 5:16 left in the game. Notre Dame leads Purdue 27-13. Boilermakers facing 4th down and 8 on their own 27-yard line. Backup quarterback Aiden O'Connell is in the game. He drops back 3 steps up in the pocket, will keep it himself across the 30, 35, and that's all the further he made it. And that's right where the markers are. DJ Brown, the safety, made the tackle. It's an 8-yard gain. It looks like he has just enough for the first down. Yes, he does. Nice job there, Aiden O'Connell, on the hard run. 1st down and 10 now from the 35. Stands in the pocket, looks in trouble. Now fading to his right, throws complete across the 45 to Anthrop to the 48-yard line of Purdue. So as O'Connell was rolling out, he was fading away to his right, threw across his body. 13-yard gain. It's 1st and 10 now from the 48 of Purdue. 4:45 and counting left in the game. Fighting Irish lead the Boilermakers 27-13. O'Connell throws over the middle, off the fingertips of Milton Wright. He had a touchdown catch earlier in this half. Falls incomplete. 2nd down 10 coming up from the 48.
Well, and Aiden O'Connell, the 5th-year senior, probably a better pure passer, understanding the plays. But Milton Wright right there not making the catch because he was looking to locate Kyle Hamilton. Again, a hit like that stays in the minds of receivers in this game and games to come.
2nd down 10 from the shotgun. O'Connell, you hear the whistles blow. They come out just before the snap. There's a penalty marker.
Start. Offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Back him up to be 2nd down 15. And Jack Plummer was the quarterback. He went 25 out of 36 for 187. Aiden O'Connell is now 4 out of 9. 6 penalties against Purdue for 60 yards. O'Connell has 2 wideouts and a tight end to his left. 1 wideout to his right. Notre Dame brings 4. O'Connell stands in, throws the crosser to the left, across the 50, across the 45 of Notre Dame, and run out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Shallow cross from right to left. In stride, Mershawn Rice took it and picked up 16 yards.
Well, Notre Dame's defense playing some prevent defense, so they're allowing catches underneath, and Aiden O'Connell just finding the open receiver.
1st and 10 from Notre Dame's 41. Quick fire to the left side, complete and out of bounds at the 38-yard line. His tight end, Payne Durham, gain of 3. Clarence Lewis with the coverage. 4:18, 4:17 and counting. 2nd down 7. Notre Dame leads Purdue 27-13. Fighting Irish looking to push that record to 3-0 after they started the season with wins at Florida State and at home against Toledo last week. O'Connell drops back. He's on the right hash. He throws to the far numbers, complete to the 30-yard line. And the tackle made right away on Mershawn Rice. Back-to-back plays. He catches a pass. He gains 9 there. Cam Hart made the tackle.
And Aiden O'Connell doing an exceptional job running the offense in this up-tempo.
1st and 10 from the 29. Stands in the pocket. Throws over the middle. The ball caught with one hand. The left hand by King Daru. Goes down right away there. He fell down after he brought it in with the left hand. Gains 3. It's 2nd down 6 from the 25.
King Daru really making a name for himself today. A one-handed catch after a couple of huge catches and big runs for Purdue. He's a key player for them.
3:23 and counting left in the game. Notre Dame leads by 2 touchdowns. O'Connell from the pocket throws to his right, complete on the quick slant on the far hash, and the tackle made at the 12-yard line. A strike, a fastball, 12-yard gain to Milton Wright. It's 1st and 10 now from the Notre Dame 13.
And Kyle Hamilton upset with himself. He went with his hands open, palms up for an interception instead of palms down.
O'Connell hands off inside, nowhere to go. Down to the 11-yard line and goes King Daru. Gains 1 yard. Clock ticking now, 2:52 and counting. Notre Dame 27, Purdue 13. Aiden O'Connell has starting experience, backup quarterback for his career, comes in with over 1,100 passing yards and doing a nice job here on this drive. He drops back from the shotgun, throws over the middle, and the ball bobbled in the end zone and intercepted. Kyle Hamilton takes the bobbled pass, went to the ground with it. Jack Kaiser ripped the ball away, and Kyle Hamilton benefits with the pick in the back of the end zone.
His 3rd of the year, and what focus by Kyle Hamilton. Amazing play by Jack Kaiser, covering Payne Durham, deflecting the ball up. But Kyle Hamilton right there over the top. That's what they call over-the-top help, and bobbling the football and catching it just like you would practice in the playground.
Well, Payne Durham, the tight end, about 5 yards deep in the end zone, had that ball. It was high, but it went through his hands. Right away, Kyle Hamilton stuck out the left hand, and it stuck to that hand, and Kyle Hamilton has another interception.
Wow.
Notre Dame now, 2:32 left in the game, leading Purdue 27-13, and about to take over with the ball.
They call this 2-minute offense here, and that's not the 2 minutes down to the wire when you got to go no huddle. You need 1 first down and you win this football game.
Well, Purdue has 3 timeouts left. Jack Cohn under center. Has Chris Tyree behind him. Turns to his left, hands off up the middle. Tyree makes it out to the 23-yard line. Picks up 4 yards. Lawrence Johnson, defensive tackle, with the stop. And you heard the whistles blow.
Timeout. Purdue.
Purdue calls its first timeout.
Game clock on.
This is what my buddy Matt Hutchings would call a quarterback boot. Everybody thinks the running back's getting the ball. How about Jack Cohn getting over to the left after faking it out to the right? No one would be there. That's what Matty would say.
Looking ahead to what Notre Dame has here. They play Wisconsin in Chicago next week. The Badgers are off this week. Their next 2 opponents, Cincinnati. They had a tough one in Bloomington today, but they beat Indiana 38-24. And Virginia Tech. Notre Dame goes down to Blacksburg early in October. The Hokies lost to West Virginia today, 27-21. That was the first turnover of the game, by the way. Kyle Hamilton with the interception in the end zone. It's now 2nd down 6. 2:27 left in the game. Jack Cohn will once again, while he was under center, now he backs up to shotgun. Chris Tyree to his left. Tyree up the middle, drilled as he got to the line of scrimmage. Makes it out to the 23-yard line. Middle linebacker Kieran Douglas makes the stop for no gain. Another timeout called by Purdue.
Second charge. Team timeout. Purdue. 30 seconds. Game clock operator. Please place 2:23 on the game clock. Thank you.
Kyron Williams has been the offensive star for Notre Dame so far with a touchdown catch and a touchdown run. His touchdown run came early in this 4th quarter from 51 yards out when he broke 5 tackles. His touchdown reception came from 39 yards out in the 2nd quarter as he caught the ball a couple of yards beyond the line of scrimmage and then broke a tackle and ran by himself to the middle of the field. The key there with Kyron Williams on his touchdown runs, Ryan, broken tackles.
Broken tackles, and he used to get about 6 yards, 5 yards after contact. This year was averaging just under 1 yard after contact. So part of it is Kyron Williams. Part of it's the fact that 3-4 of your offensive linemen are now in the NFL. Another part of it is, can you call 28, 29, 30 runs in a game and still win?
3rd down and 6 from their own 24. Williams with a handoff up the middle, bounces out to the left, across the 25, stiff arm across the 30, slides down. Nice job of not going out of bounds, but he gets to the 30-yard line. It's where he had to get for a first. This will come down to a mark.
Excellent job by Kyron Williams.
Charge team timeout.
Seeing that the hole was not right to the left, but then he made it all the way to the left-hand side, over by between the numbers and the sidelines, and wisely goes down to force Purdue to use their last timeout.
A great run with the speed and then the wisdom to go down there. Smart athletic play by Kyron Williams sets Notre Dame up 1st and 10 on their own 30-yard line. 2:16 left in the game. They lead Purdue 27-13. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Notre Dame Radio Network.
This is WNSN South Bend, home of Notre Dame football. Presented by South Bend Orthopedics.
Kyron Williams now 12 carries for 92 yards. Notre Dame's offense has not produced a 100-yard rusher yet this season. Let's see if they leave Williams in and he gets a chance to get those 8 extra yards. Now, Purdue has now used all of its timeouts, and Notre Dame has 1st and 10 on the own 30-yard line.
One of the things I talked to former Notre Dame great Darius Walker, and said, you know, what's Kyron Williams thinking? Your offensive line leaves for the NFL. He said, you just don't want to press. You don't want to try and do too much. It's not just on Kyron to make the run game. And the offensive
challenging the ruling on the field of a first down.
It's hard to challenge when you don't have a timeout, so they must have figured something out here at the break. But I'll tell you something, talking with Darius Walker, he said just for Kyron Williams, the key is to stay with the offense. And a credit to Kyron Williams for not pressing, not doing too much, and the offensive line for Notre Dame deciding to dominate and doing it in the 4th quarter.
And it looks like Notre Dame, with the formation and the personnel they have out there, will just have Jack Cohn take a knee. As we mentioned, Purdue with no timeouts left. And now as they review that last play, Notre Dame jogs off to its sideline for one more huddle up there as they check and see if the last play stands, as it was ruled a first down on a 6-yard run by Kyron Williams.
I think they're going to call this back. It's going to be 4th and an inch.
And if it is 4th and an inch, you would expect Notre Dame to, on their own 30-yard line, to punt that one away.
Yeah, I mean, you know me, man. I'm a believer in offensive linemen, big uglies just in general. So I'd say do a quarterback sneak, but I think that the wise, prudent football move is to punt it with the lead, yes, in 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
That would be the gambling man in you there.
Just, believe in the big guys. One of the things that they're looking at is when Kyron Williams went down, he had the ball in his left hand instead of his right hand, which was clearly over the 30-yard line. A Superman dive would have been a little bit better, but hey, the thing that is funny, fans look back and they think, oh, you could have done this, could have done that. Well, that play's happening at about 20 miles per hour, right? Those guys are flying, running, sprinting. You're trying to see the angles, and then all of a sudden you get to the out of bounds. I'm going to get down. So you're not thinking all the way through. I'm going to get down with my right hand and extend it a little more to ensure we got a first down.
After further review, ruling on the field has changed. The runner was short of the line to gain. Ball at the 29-yard line. Well, it'll be 4th down and 1. Purdue gets the timeout back, and they have one more challenge.
Well, during that timeout, while they were reviewing Ryan, Brian Kelly and Brian Polian were talking on the sideline. Polian, the special teams coordinator for Notre Dame, I'm sure they were saying, hey, if it is 4th down in less than a yard, what's the call here? And we'll see what Notre Dame runs out from the sideline with, if it's the punt team or not. And just a reminder here, we mentioned it before the broadcast, that Brian Kelly is 1 win away from tying Newt Rockne for all-time wins here at Notre Dame with 105.
It's amazing work by Coach Kelly. Being in the same program, think about how many young future fathers that he graduated in this program.
So Notre Dame brings the offense back out. Kyron Williams is the tailback. 4th and 1 from the 29. Cohn from the shotgun now gets under center. Williams the tailback behind him. Cohn now barking out signals. 6 seconds left on the play clock. Looks like he's just trying to draw the Boilers offside. They're not having it. Down to 1 second. And the timeout called by Notre Dame.
Team timeout, Notre Dame. 1 minute.
So while they talk it over on the sideline, we can revisit that fact we just rolled out there. Brian Kelly in his 12th season, just a win away, and right now leading by 14 with a little over 2 minutes left against Purdue. Looks like that win will happen here this afternoon, a win that would tie him with Newt Rockne for all-time wins in school history and put him at 105. It's just, anytime you bring up Newt Rockne's name and you say a coach is about to match him here on this campus, is amazing.
It is. I mean, Newt Rockne's in the Mount Rushmore of football. I don't care who else you put in there, right? But think about the different players. Not only is he now going to be tied for the all-time winningest coach in Notre Dame history, he's graduated the winningest quarterback in Notre Dame history. How many first-round picks has he had come out defensively, offensively? And Coach Kelly's done an amazing job of building not just the program, but also great pros in the NFL. Ronnie Stanley being one of the highest-paid left tackles. You can go throughout the list. How many guys are playing in the NFL who played for Coach Kelly?
Jay Bramlett on to punt now. He's standing on his own 14-yard line. Waiting for the snap. There it is. Gets it away. A low spiraling punt. Caught on the 23-yard line of Notre Dame, out across the 30 and run out of bounds. Goes T.J. Sheffield. But Notre Dame avoids disaster there by getting that punt away. That's really priority number 1 when you're leading by 2 touchdowns with 2:06 left in the game. 46-yard punt, 15-yard return. And Purdue has its work cut out for them here, trailing 27-13. No timeouts left. And 2:06 left in the game.
We talk a lot about Kyle Hamilton with his 3rd pick in the last series. But this defensive line for Notre Dame came to play today. They've been physical from the first snap to the last.
Aiden O'Connell remains in at quarterback like he was in the last drive for Purdue. delivers complete at the 40-yard line and wrapped up at the 45 and out to the 48-yard line. Penalty marker came out, though, just as O'Connell let the ball go.
It's going to be holding on the Purdue offensive line.
Offense, number 68, 10-yard penalty, first down.
I'm not used to hearing holding on 68, but that time, 68 for Purdue. Cam Craig just grabbed Myron Tagovailoa-Amosa and pulled him to the ground as he had gotten beat by Myron. Excellent effort from the senior. You're up 2 scores. You could be in there saying, I'm not going to get hurt, but Myron Tagovailoa-Amosa still getting after it.
First down at 20 now from the 29-yard line. O'Connell backs up. 4-man rush. He throws over the middle, complete to the 30. And out to the 35-yard line goes Jackson Anthrop. Clock ticking once again. Purdue cannot stop the clock. No timeouts left. That was a gain of 7. A game the Boilermakers led after the first quarter 3-0.
Timeout for an injured player.
Myron Tagovailoa-Amosa got hit by his own player trying to make a play back on the ball. J.D. Bertrand hit him in the head, and he kind of got up a little woozy right in front of the referee. Couldn't hide it at all, and so the timeout called.
Tagovailoa-Amosa now jogging off the field. He's just made it by himself there to the Notre Dame sideline. 1:35 left and counting. O'Connell drops back, throws short to his left. Ball caught at the 38 and run out of bounds at the 40-yard line. The tailback King DeRue caught that one out of the backfield with about a 2-yard out route to his left. Picks up 6 yards. 1:28 left. Purdue facing 3rd down and 8. And O'Connell looking over to his sideline. Kyron Williams has a long touchdown run, a long touchdown catch for Notre Dame to pave the way to this 27-13 cushion. 1:28 left in the game. O'Connell from the shotgun. Notre Dame brings 5. He throws high and deep to the right side, and the ball falls. Picked off. Almost. Yes, it was picked off at the 15-yard line. The ball was batted in the air, and then a sliding interception by D.J. Brown. Cam Hart tipped it up in the air.
Cam Hart's down on the turf right now. What a play for D.J. Brown, coming over the top as a safety with the help. The deflection from Cam Hart, and then D.J. Brown has been putting in work year after year. A senior out of Annapolis, Maryland, finally making a play. It looks as though Cam Hart got kicked in the right leg by the receiver for Purdue. But D.J. Brown, when he caught that football, just letting out a scream of relief. Sometimes as a player, until you get an interception, until you make that big play, you really don't know deep down if it's within you. And then all of a sudden it happens, and in that moment you recognize your ability and your talent. And that just happened for D.J. Brown.
Cam Hart was on his back. Now he sat up on the 18-yard line. He has 5 athletic trainers around him and much of the defense around him as well. Now Cam just up to his feet. He's not walking yet. Brian Kelly right in front of him, having a conversation with him as Cam Hart now starts to walk gingerly off the field.
He just got kicked there. That hurts. I mean, you get kicked with a cleat. That's hard, bone on bone, and those cleats got metal bottoms now. Amazing the technology, Paul.
And Jack Cohn comes out on the field here now, Ryan, to take a knee with 1:21 left, and Purdue out of timeouts.
Best play in the playbook, and Peyton Manning would come in sometimes and say, you guys want to go on 2 here or what? No. 6 right tight diamond on 1.
Takes a snap. He'll have to do that a couple of times here, and we can run through some good news here for Notre Dame. They'll now have 8 consecutive wins against Purdue.
Final. Team timeout. Purdue.
Purdue took
They got that timeout back. Yes, they did.
Yeah, this is why we don't like Purdue as Notre Dame football players. You say, listen, man, we get it. You got a timeout. But you're down 14 points here with 1:18 to go. It's not happening. And congratulations to Brian Kelly. 105 wins. Ties Newt Rockne for the most ever wins in Notre Dame history. That is an amazing accomplishment. Cheers to Coach Kelly.
And Jack Cohn takes a knee. Coach Kelly will join us here a little bit after the game. And now the final seconds tick off. 1:10 and counting. So now we can back up to this good news here for Notre Dame. Besides the fact that Notre Dame head coach Brian Kelly is going to tie Knute Rockne with 105 wins. This will make 8 straights over the Boilermakers for Notre Dame. They've won 25 of the last 30 now against Purdue. And also, this will be 9 consecutive games against in-state opponents.
Take that home with you, Purdue. I'm sorry. I know I should be nice. Hey, what an amazing game. Great efforts by Purdue. But I'll tell you, this is one of those near rivalries that you just love playing in as a Notre Dame player.
Jack Cohn takes a knee again at the 11-yard line, and he will not have to do it again.
Bring the shillelagh, or keep the shillelagh.
The Shillelagh Trophy travels back and forth between South Bend and West Lafayette. Will continue to remain in South Bend. 19 seconds and counting. Notre Dame will now have 26 consecutive wins at home. Last loss came in September of 2017 to Georgia. This one didn't come easy. Purdue led 3-0 after the first quarter, but Notre Dame continued to come back slowly but surely after that. Final seconds tick off the clock. Notre Dame moves to 3-0 on the season with a hard-fought 27-13 win over Purdue.
Just amazing resolve by the offense. I think that starts with Coach Tommy Rees calling run play after run play. And then Kyron Williams just maintaining the tape. First 2 games have been tough. First 2 quarters of this game were tough. But believe in your offensive line, believe in the play calls, find the open hole. He did that for a big run. And how about Jack Cohn? 2 straight games now getting taken out of the game. At one point, Tyler Buckner gets hit on the sidelines. He goes running over to pick him up. You couldn't ask for a better teammate and leader than Jack Cohn.
Workmanlike afternoon for Jack Cohn. You don't often see him, whether it's here in South Bend or when he was playing in Madison, with a game where he's under 50%. He came in here in the high 60s after playing at Wisconsin for a couple of seasons. 69% this year, but only 15 out of 31. Did have a couple of drops.
But a couple of big throws, too. I mean, a huge throw to Kevin Austin, a huge throw to Avery Davis. That deep ball threat opened up the run game down the game as it went into the second half in the fourth quarter.
Kyron Williams coming up with a couple of huge plays here in the passing game and also the ground game. In the second quarter, a catch and run, 39-yard touchdown for Kyron. And then in the fourth quarter, maybe his most impressive touchdown run he's ever had here, 51 yards out where he broke 5 tackles. And that was the nail in the coffin. And Notre Dame's team now from about in the far part of the end zone, about the 12-yard line into the end zone. All the players arm in arm singing the alma mater, and I get the feeling every single time this happens that you would like to go out there and do it again.
Go out there. I'd love to sing it for you right now. You know what I'm saying? In the heavens. You want some more?
Sure.
But I also want to say, too, the thing about Coach Kelly and his teams, they've been so resilient. You know, last year, you lose the greatest linebacker in the entire college football landscape. What do? You get a kid who's never started to lead the team in tackles for 3 straight games. That kind of depth, that kind of perseverance, resilience, whether it's due to injury, circumstance. You take Brandon Wimbush and a great quarterback here for Notre Dame, and Ian Book comes in and he becomes the winningest quarterback of all time in Notre Dame. Chase Claypool goes in the second round. I mean, the resilience that he's built with the character players he's brought to this program has made not only the 105 wins happen, but made a lot of people successful. Lovely Notre Dame.
J.D. Bertrand with 12 tackles today, easily the leading tackler this season. Kyle Hamilton also had 10 tackles in the interception back of the end zone in that fourth quarter. One of the big plays to help seal this win as Notre Dame moves to 3-0 with wins over Florida State, Toledo, and now Purdue. 27-13, 8 straight against the Boilermakers. Head coach Brian Kelly joins us now. And Coach, you made your home debut with a win against Purdue all the way back in 2010. What'll stand out about this most recent win here this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, we raised our standard, right? I mean, our competition was not quite as, I don't know, from our standpoint, we didn't compete at the level that we needed to in the first 2 weeks, and we raised that level through how we practiced this week. I think that's the point I wanted to make more than anything else, and I'm proud of the way the guys prepared this week. And then we came out and we played physical football and the kind of defense that we've all been accustomed to we've got some new players that are stepping into some major roles, that are learning how to play the kind of football we need. And so I think we saw some of that. We'd like to be a little bit more consistent on the offensive side of the ball. We left a lot of points out there, but we saw the tenets of good football. Solid defense, a run game when we needed it. And obviously, I think in the second half, Jack played very well.
Brian, I'd like to, first of all, congratulate you here in your 12th season on tying Newt Rockne for the all-time win record with 105, and also get your thoughts on everything you and the staff and players have accomplished the last decade plus to put your name right there next to Newt Rockne.
Yeah, I think it's more about consistency and performance, getting players to play at a level that is equal to the standard of Notre Dame and the tradition of Notre Dame. We've won, I think, 26 consecutive games now at home. That's an incredible feat just to do that week in and week out. And I think more than anything else, it's, sometimes we all get a bit jaded with winning. Winning's hard. And to do that for, such a long time, you need great players, great coaches, and an administration. And Father Jenkins and Jack have been on this journey with me, and we got more to do.
A lot of winning recently, 36-5 since 2018. Brian, congratulations on the team win and what you accomplished there individually, tying Newt Rockne. Enjoy it this evening.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's Brian Kelly, the head coach for Notre Dame, in deflecting credit there to the team, to the staff, and the standard. But that is an incredible thing to tie Newt Rockne at Notre Dame for all-time wins.
It's a record I don't think anybody thought would be broken, to be honest. And the fact that Coach Kelly did it is truly amazing. I do love, and it's a sign of a great coach. He said it takes a lot of great players, right? That's what he first started with. A lot of times coaches get it in their mind that it's their plays, it's their way of doing things that wins. You need great players to do it too. And that comes from great coaches who can recruit at this level. And Jack Swarbrick and Father Jenkins, as he mentioned, supporting him through good times and bad to get to now this great time and an enduring time of success for Notre Dame football.
Notre Dame now has wins over Florida State, Toledo, and Purdue after a 27-13 victory in South Bend this afternoon. Along with Ryan Harris, I'm Paul Burmeister. We're back with more after this message. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football.
If you're a trivia buff, gather up your friends, family, or coworkers and register your team for Pet Refuge's annual trivia fundraiser. It's Saturday night, September 25th at Diamiki's Club on West 11th Street in Mishawaka. Registration is $15 per player and proceeds benefiting the mission of Pet Refuge. Bring your own snacks and decorate your team's table. There will be a payout for the top 2 teams, plus a cash bar, silent auction, raffles, prizes, and much more. Don't miss Pet Refuge's Trivia Night Saturday, September 25th. Doors open at 6 and trivia at 7. Register now at petrefuge.com.
Joint pain or injury shouldn't limit you and how you want to live your life. The care team at OSMC can help you feel better. We're experts in orthopedic care, sports medicine, pain management, and podiatry. We take time with you. We listen, then offer you treatment options. You decide on the solution that's right for you. This straightforward approach sets OSMC apart. It's the way to care. Choose the Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Center. See us at any of our 6 locations, including our new Granger office.
Sticks.
Light it up, let's get this show on the road.
The legacy continues. JY, Tommy, Chuck, Todd, Lawrence, Ricky. Sticks. Friday, November 5th at 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo. Sticks. With one hit song after another. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Sticks. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
At KeyBank, we know you've got a lot in your head when it comes to your money. You're excited for payday, annoyed about being nickeled and dimed for using your nickels and dimes, and feeling all the emotions everyone has when it comes to money stuff. That's why we created the Key Smart Checking Account. No maintenance fees, no minimum balance requirements, 40,000 ATMs, and convenient digital access. We work hard to make banking easier, so you can get out of your head and on with your life. KeyBank opens doors. Visit key.com/keysmartchecking. $10 minimum opening deposit required. KeyBank is member FDIC.
This is WNSN South Bend, home of Notre Dame football, presented by South Bend Orthopedics.
BT South Bend. This is the Notre Dame football post-game show with Sean Stiers and Evan Sharpley.
The Notre Dame football post-game show is brought to you by Coca-Cola, St. Joseph Health System, Sirius XM, Papa John's, South Bend Orthopedics, Bell Tire, West Bend Insurance, Bowling Vision Center, Burger King, Chili's, Papa Vino's, and ABC 57 News. Notre Dame football is sponsored by Edward Jones, OSMC, Pet Refuge, Sherwood Tire, Salsa's Mexican Grill, Imperial Furniture, Wings Etc., Key Bank, Legacy Heating and Air, Four Winds Casino, Fisher's Barbecue and Catering, Leckleitner Door, Mimo's Pizza, Bill's Collision Service, Monterey Mexican Bar and Grill, the Food Bank of Northern Indiana, and Barnaby's of Mishawaka and Granger.
It's Notre Dame football postgame show time, along with the former Notre Dame quarterback Evan Sharpley. Sean Stiers. Notre Dame defeats Purdue 27-13. Another not necessarily stellar game for the Irish, but in the end, all that matters, it goes in the left-hand column, the W column, as Notre Dame improves to 3-0. We'll have a lot of analysis of this game, obviously, but Evan, I want to start with what Brian Kelly was just talking about a little bit. He ties Knute Rockne, 105 career wins at Notre Dame, as he ties Rockne as the program's all-time winningest head coach. And interestingly enough, his first career victory was over Purdue in the 2010 season opener, and now 105 wins later, he ties Rockne for the program's all-time wins record. And again, the win is against Purdue, a team that the Irish haven't played in 7 years. So let's start with that. You know, he sort of downplayed it. Your thoughts on Brian Kelly and what he has done at Notre Dame to tie Rockne, and he is ultimately going to pass Rockne for the program's all-time wins record.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, Sean. I mean, to be at one school for that long and that type of consistency year in and year out. And certainly there's been some peaks, there's been some valleys, and I think what you've seen over the course of the last 5 years or so is really an uptick of consistency, a change in culture, recruiting, everything, and it's shown in the win column where you're winning 10 to 11 games every single year. So I know he's going to downplay it, but it's got to be a pretty cool feeling. I mean, anytime you're mentioned with Rockne, I mean, he's the epitome of Notre Dame as far as coaching is concerned, and I know there are a lot of other coaches at Notre Dame that are in that type of that conversation, but to now tie him and ultimately pass him, I mean, how special is that both for him, for the program? Again, it just gets back to consistency, and this is a program now you can count on winning 10, 11 games every year, and possibly be in the hunt then every few years to make the playoffs. So it's an incredible accomplishment, and hats off to him and his staff. And I look back to a few years ago after a really bad season. I think that that was really the turning point for him. There were a couple of, it would have been easy to cower and run away, and he made some changes that I don't think a lot of us as fans and even some as former alumni too and players thought maybe were possible. And since then, it's really been a righting of the ship, and they've had some great years.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, those changes that he made, he had a lot of close friends on his staff. And I mean, think about it. If you're a business owner, or you're the manager of a business, and you've got either close friends or family working for you, and things are not going right, you've got some tough decisions to make. I think a lot of people would be really hesitant, to pull the trigger and make those kind of changes if they had those kind of people around him. But to his credit, as you said, he made some tough decisions after that 2016 season, and during the 2016 season, made some big changes, and it has brought historic success over these last few years. And, I know a lot of people look, the ultimate goal at Notre Dame is win national championships. They haven't been able to do that since 1988, but they're knocking on the door. And when you look at what Brian Kelly has done with 105 wins now in his 12th season, and again, he's going to amass a lot more, he has brought the most stability to this program since the Lou Holtz era in the late 80s and, into the mid-90s before Lou was finally gone. 26 consecutive home wins and career win number 105 for Brian Kelly at Notre Dame as he ties Knute Rockne with the 27-13 win over the Boilermakers. We're just getting started with former Notre Dame quarterback Evan Sharpley, Sean Stiers. We will take our first time out. When we come back, we'll jump into first half analysis, a slow start for Notre Dame, a little bit of a quick start for Purdue before things stabilized a little bit. We'll talk about that and more. 27-13, Notre Dame over Purdue, with Brian Kelly getting his 105th win at Notre Dame. A timeout, and we continue with the Notre Dame football postgame show right after this.
The St. Joseph Health System Sports Medicine Institute's mission is to help you return to a healthy lifestyle and bounce back like a champion. Whether you're an athlete putting your body through stress and competition, or a weekend warrior working to maintain a healthy lifestyle, injuries can happen at any time. Our board-certified sports medicine physicians are proud to assist our hometown athletes and residents by getting them back in the game. For more information, go to sjmed.com/sports-med.
If college football runs deep in your veins, then ESPNU Radio is where you need to be. We're talking top 25, conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Dusty Dvoracek, Danny Cannell, Brock Heward, Rick Neuheisel, EJ Manuel, and Mark Packer. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside college football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the SiriusXM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
Is life throwing you hard knocks?
Okay, it's time to go to work.
You may be injured or just worn down. Whether it's Notre Dame football, work, or just everyday life, South Bend Orthopedics believes everyone should be treated as if they are on the same team. Schedule an appointment with South Bend Orthopedics today. Call 574-247-9441. Let us get you back in the game.
ABC 57 News with Brian Coneybear.
It's a story you'll see only here on
A no-nonsense approach. Trusted. Local. Delivering local news with the integrity you deserve. Brian Coneybear, a Michiana native, goes beyond the headlines to make sure you understand what the news is all about and why it matters to you and your family. With important local stories at 5, 5:30, and 6. See the difference only on ABC 57 News.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Hey, Irish fans. This is DJ Fitzpatrick, former Notre Dame kicker and punter, class of 2005. I'm a South Bend native, and our family business, Quality Dining, owns and operates local Papa Vino's, Chili's, and Burger King restaurants. We're glad you're back in town. It just hasn't been the same without you. When you dine at our restaurants, you're supporting the people who work in our restaurants and their families. We thank you for your continued support, and go Irish.
It's 4th down and 3 from the Purdue 39-yard line. Purdue leads 3-0. 14:08 left until halftime. Kyron Williams is behind and now to the left. Empty backfield of Jack Cohn, who's in the shotgun.
Great time to use cadence.
He drops back. Here comes the blitz. Throws over the middle. Wide open, Kyron Williams. 25-20. Nobody near him. Easy touchdown, Notre Dame. 39 yards on 4th down for Kyron Williams on the reception from Jack Cohn.
Jack Cohn and Kyron Williams banging a drum with a 39-yard touchdown pass in the first half, the first touchdown of the game after Purdue took an early 3-0 lead. Notre Dame went 3 and out on its first possession. Purdue came down, kicked a 34-yard field goal, and then it took Notre Dame until its 4th drive. They punted on their first 3 possessions before that touchdown pass to Kyron Williams. And, Evan, a slow start for the offense. You know, even when we saw some sluggish play in the first couple of games, Notre Dame came right down, scored touchdowns on their first drives of the first 2 games, but not so much today. What did you see early on as Notre Dame struggled to find some consistency?
Well, first off, Sean, I got to give you some credit there on the banging the drum. That was pretty good. I like that.
Like that?
Appreciate it. I had to at least say something. Yeah, I mean, the first couple of games, it was like clockwork, and I think we spoke about this last week, where it looked like and seemed like Tommy Rees and the offensive staff really had a pretty good idea on what they wanted to accomplish with their openers and those scripted plays, and it really wasn't the case today. If you're looking at what happened, it really was this Notre Dame defense came to play, and the offense really the thread throughout the entire game, and not just the first half was there were just a lot of missed opportunities, and I think that was kind of the tempo that was set from the beginning. Purdue came to play, and that's what happens. Opposing teams, they want to come into South Bend, and you need to survive the early fury, and I think the Notre Dame defense did a great job, but it really was a number of missed opportunities from the offense really throughout the entire day, and we saw a couple of the same things we saw in the first two games as far as protection issues and an inability to control the line of scrimmage in the run game, and once again too kind of a quarterback carousel back and forth between Jack Cohn and Tyler Buckner too. It wasn't as successful really as we had seen in the previous two games, and especially last week against Toledo when they needed Tyler Buckner to run the football. So I'm once again curious on what this offense, what their identity is, and we heard Brian Kelly talk about it last week as saying we need to decide who we are. Well, I think even after today, we may not know who this offense is. Now they got it done, but you talk about a missed field goal, an overthrown touchdown, and a drop touchdown, where you're leaving nearly 20 points on the scoreboard. This football game could look much different.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you've got to be able to make if teams are going to play your guys man to man, and you've got Kevin Austin and Braden Lindsey and Michael Mayer, if they are going to play those guys man to man and blitz on you because they know you've got a porous offensive line, and they brought some blitzes early. Very first play, they brought a blitz, got a sack. Second drive, a strip sack that was ultimately recovered by Notre Dame. But, I mean, if they're going to do that, if they're going to leave their corners on an island, and you've got Kevin Austin, Braden Lindsey, and Michael Mayer, you've got to make them pay. And, I remember Kevin Austin saying at one point, he said, Jack Cohn's never going to overthrow me. Well, Jack Cohn overthrew him by a couple of yards, early on. And, like you said, they missed out on some big-time opportunities. They easily could have had some more explosive plays of their own, and those are just, I guess, the only way to say it is you've got to make them pay if you're going to leave those guys man-to-man,
and I thought, to give Purdue some credit, I thought they came in with a good game plan based on what they'd seen in two games from Notre Dame. You're going to want to pressure the quarterback as much as possible, and you're right, they came with an all-out blitz in the A-gap early and made Notre Dame pay. I also thought they did a great job in bottling up Michael Mayer. I mean, he wasn't targeted a bunch, so I think really, if you're looking at the broad scheme of what they wanted to do, it was going to be, number one, to stop the run, load the box, put pressure on the quarterback, but then take Michael Mayer away, and then just say the guys on the edge are going to have to consistently beat us. And today, what didn't happen was Notre Dame did not consistently make them pay. The opportunities were there. Exactly. I was a little surprised. I know Jack Cohn, I mean, he was dialed in game one against Florida State. I think that going back and forth last week, it sometimes can mess with consistency and rhythm at the quarterback position, but there were some throws today that I was pretty surprised that he didn't hit on. Some balls that were thrown out of bounds versus even making a playable catch. So they're there, and if teams are seeing, as the season goes on, and if Notre Dame is unable to run the ball consistently, and let's take away a 50-yard touchdown run near the end of the game, which was an incredible effort run. They're at 44 yards in the first half rushing, right? I mean, there's still some things that need to get shored up there, but what teams are going to do is say, you're going to have to beat us on the outside, and you've got the thing is, though, they've got the talent there to make it happen. Now they've just got to go out there and execute.
Tyler Buckner, as you mentioned, that quarterback carousel, he came in. I don't think he came in the second half, if I remember it, but we'll talk about the second half later, but he did come in the first half. I loved, I can't remember if his first run or maybe his second run, when he gave that defender the Heisman.
Yeah. that was a gritty run, right? Gritty.
Oh, man, no kidding. That was a great run that he had. I mean, quarterback draw, a little bit later, starts from his own end zone. They convert that 3rd and 16. So he did some good things, but Purdue is much more ready for Tyler Buckner than Toledo was last week because they had some film on Buckner to watch this week. So his packages weren't quite as successful today as they were last week against the Rockets.
Yeah, I mean, he still does add an element, but now that teams know what he can do, it's, you're going to game plan for that, right? You're going to rep that out throughout the week. It's not going to be, you're going to expect to see both guys, and I think that'll be how it is moving forward. But you're right. I mean, I like what he adds to the offense as far as being able to run the football, but if he's going to take a larger chunk of snaps moving forward throughout this season, and Kelly said this following the Toledo game, right, is the offense is still going to have to be the offense. He's going to be able to or have to push the ball down the field and make some throws if his pie is going to get a little bit bigger. Right now, it's just a little slice here and there.
Yeah, and one final thought on the first half. I thought we saw, and I tweeted this, exceptional open field tackling by Notre Dame's defense in the first half. After we saw, especially in the first game, tackling was pretty rough. Second game got a little bit better. I felt like today we saw, and like when you talk about big plays, now Purdue still hit a couple 30-yarders and stuff like that, but I've been saying this week, you cut those in half, and that can make a big difference. A 30-yard play even as opposed to a 60-yard play. They did that today. I felt like today's defense, now how great Purdue's offense is, I don't know, but I felt like today's defense was a lot closer to probably what we can expect from Marcus Freeman's defense. What'd you think?
Yeah, I mean, 4 for 16 on third down, and really going into the fourth quarter, right? I was trying to find out when the last time Notre Dame's defense hadn't created a turnover, and they created 2, right? So 3 sacks on the day, 5 tackles for loss, 8 QB hurries. You're right. As long as they get rid of those explosives, I think you're going to see this defense continue to get better. And you're right. I don't know how good this Purdue offense is, but the defense did what they needed to do, and they put this offense in a position to probably be able to win the football game by 20+.
He's Evan Sharpley. I'm Sean Stiers. The Notre Dame football postgame show. We'll have head coach Brian Kelly's postgame press conference coming up in a little bit. And don't forget about KeyBank. Open a Key Smart checking account today. KeyBank opens doors. For more information, visit key.com. KeyBank, member FDIC. We will take a timeout, and then we've got more of the Notre Dame football postgame show coming up on Sunny 101.5 and Sports Radio 960 AM WSBT.
For people facing hunger in our community, a daily meal isn't a choice between different dishes. It's a choice between food and other crucial needs like electricity, childcare, or medicine. There's no luxury of what to eat. The choice is if they eat. I'm Mary Jo Martinek with the Food Bank of Northern Indiana. September is Hunger Action Month. How will you choose to end hunger? Find out how at feedindiana.org.
During these busy times, driving all over town just isn't an option. So when your car needs work, why take it to the body shop to fix a dent, the quick lube for an oil change, and the dealer for a brake job? Unlike other body shops, Bill's Collision is a one-stop auto shop. The name you've trusted for over 50 years to restore your vehicle to its pre-accident condition are also certified trained experts to do oil changes, alignments, plus brake and exhaust work. For a limited time at Bill's, get an oil change with up to 5 quarts of conventional oil plus a free brake inspection for just $30. Put your family's safety first and save by having your brakes checked and getting your oil changed for only $30. Call Bill's for an appointment and save with their September service special. Bill's Collision on U.S. Highway 20 just west of State Road 13 in Middlebury.
Bill's Collision will get you out of the fix you're in.
Light it up, let's get this show on the road. The legacy continues. JY, Tommy, Chuck, Todd, Lawrence, Ricky, Stinks. Friday, November 5th at 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo. Stinks with one hit song after another. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Stinks. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
Under center, hands off to Williams, right up the middle, covers up the ball, keeps his feet, still going, across the 35-30, running out middle of the field, 10, 5, touchdown, Kyron Williams! Incredible run, 51-yard touchdown!
Kyron Williams with the 51-yard touchdown run to ice things. When it was all said and done, Notre Dame's defense still had to come up with a couple of stops after that. Kyle Hamilton with an interception in the end zone after a tip by Jack Kaiser. DJ Brown then on Purdue's last possession with his first career interception on a tip by Cam Hart, who had an up-and-down game but still was able to make that play at the end. Let me ask you this, Evan, because we talked about those near misses that Jack Cohn had, some overthrows. Going deep, though, and some drops, though, to be fair as well. Did the threat of those deep shots, did it maybe ultimately kind of open things up a little bit, do you think, for the run game? What'd you think?
Maybe a little, but at the same time, I think Notre Dame wore Purdue's front out by the fourth quarter. That was one big thing I saw, and I think Purdue, to their credit, they came out and played really well, for the vast majority of the first half and even into the third. But I think overall, I think Notre Dame just, they continue to push. But yeah, I mean, anytime you push the ball down the field and there's that threat, it certainly can help open up the run game. But I'm still, at this point, I'm still not 100% convinced that Notre Dame has solidified something in the run game, even though, it's a 51-yard touchdown run. That's big. And I even wrote down, correct. It was a huge effort run, but, I wrote down in my notes before that drive, I was like, if you want to win a football game, this is where it happens. And they did. You have to give credit to Notre Dame's offensive line, too. There was a push there, but Kyron Williams gets bottled up and then, kind of jumps out, makes a couple of guys miss, breaks a tackle. That's a big-time run in a point of the game where it wasn't 100%, put away at that point. So a huge credit to him, and I'll give some credit to the offensive line, too. And I said this in game one, they're going to continue to get better. I'll say it week in and week out. You got 4 new starters. You got a guy who's the third-string left tackle. I'm not making excuses. I'm just stating the facts. That's all I'm saying is they're gonna get better as the year goes on. They're not gonna get worse.
Yeah, and when Brian Kelly was asked about the offensive line during the week, most of his responses were about pass protection as opposed to run blocking. And to me, I'm more concerned about the run blocking because, I think it just seems like you ask most offensive linemen, the run blocking is the thing that comes more naturally because you fire off the ball, you hit somebody hard, and you drive them off the ball. Where pass blocking, you're moving backwards, it's a little bit more ballet, you've got to keep your balance, and you're talking about big guys and all that. When it comes to run blocking, again, it felt like it's not quite there. Maybe there was some improvement. What did you see looking at this offensive line today? And more specific to run blocking first, but you can put pass blocking in there as well. We know that there were some misses, with pass protection. What did you think about the run blocking, though?
Well, I'm with you. If you can't run the football, you may have to change the starting quarterback. And it's a guy who won the job, right? If you can't, and you play a really good defense or a team that's able to consistently score against this defense, there's some red flags there. So I'm with you. I start with the offensive line being able to control the line of scrimmage through rushing the football. Now, outside of the Buckner quarterback draw and this 51-yard run, it was hit or miss is the best way I think I could describe it. I thought they did a lot better in pass protection. There were still some things, there's still some pressures. I thought Cohn did a better job of getting the ball out a little bit quicker. There were a couple where I think maybe he could have been a little more decisive. Obviously, a couple of big touchdown passes, one to Kyron Williams where, that's a big-time throw. You motion out a big fourth down there and you fit a ball in between, and it was a zone blitz from the defensive line, even though they were playing man coverage. So for him to get that ball out, be able to score a touchdown like that was great. So once again, I think they're going to improve. But for me, and same as you, I look at what they do rushing the football because when you play a really good defense, if you're not able to do that, you become so one-dimensional, you're not going to win a lot of football games that way.
And, let's be honest, they're going to see a much bigger and more physical opponent next week in Wisconsin, and that is kind of a scary task, when you look at how things have gone specific to the running game these first 3 games. Because, again, I felt like there was at least some improvement, but, if you look at these 3 opponents, who's the best of these 3 teams? Is it Purdue? Because today was at least a cleaner game, but at the same time, it's still pretty hard to evaluate for me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, 3.5 yards a rush, and that's with a couple of big runs based on the number of times they're rushing the football. So I think there's still some things that they're going to need to figure out, and maybe it's a change of identity on how they rush the football. Maybe it's some more jet sweeps. Although, if I'm Tommy Rees, I'm going to call jet sweeps where the quarterback's tossing the ball forward and it's a completion probably. But, I mean, it's still an extension of the run game. So, they may have to be a little more creative on what they do. The thing is, though, is they've got 2 really good running backs. You look at the talent that they have there. I mean, they got guys that can catch the football, that can protect, the guys that can run. So they're going to need to continue to get production. And you saw today with Kyron Williams. I mean, he did it with his feet late in the game, and he did it, catching a pass as well. So they've got the guys there. There's going to be some tests here coming up. You kind of look at these as the opening acts, right? These are the warm-ups, and not to say that they were necessarily warm-ups because we've been holding our breath for 3 weeks each game, really, until it was late, and so I think that they're going to have to figure some things out rushing the football. But thankfully, for this team today, the defense, they did exactly what they needed to do, and a bounce back after a performance where they probably weren't really liking the film that they saw a week ago. So they did a great job today, getting off the field on 3rd down, and then obviously creating some turnovers late that really helped. And the play I looked at, was a critical 4th down in the first half. Kyle Hamilton on 4th down, you kind of saw the momentum change there, where then it was a little bit back and forth, but
Huge.
who knows how that game goes without him making that tackle there, because then Notre Dame scores, and I know Purdue did too, but for me that was really key.
And I mean, I talked about the open field tackling, and that was the exclamation point on it. On 4th and 1, they try that little jet sweep to the wide receiver, and I thought he had already turned the corner, and then the next thing you know, there's Kyle Hamilton, and he's tackling him at the line of scrimmage. It was just, Kyle Hamilton is so good. It's just like he just expects to make every play, and he is stepping up and making almost every play this year. He is something to watch, I'll tell you what. All right, we'll take another timeout. Brian Kelly's press conference is a couple of segments away. We will take a timeout and hit some game statistics from today's game. That is coming up next. But again, you will be hearing from Fighting Irish head coach Brian Kelly, his thoughts on the victory today over Purdue, 27-13, along with former Notre Dame quarterback Evan Sharpley. I am Sean Stiers. We'll be back with more of the official Notre Dame football postgame show right after this.
If you're near retirement or thinking about retiring, you probably have questions. How do you make your savings last? How much should you take out and when? You're ready for retirement, but are your finances? Your Edward Jones financial advisor, Pablo Rodriguez, can help you build a strategy to help make sure your finances keep up with your long-term needs. You've done what it takes to get there. Now it's time to make the most of retirement. Call Pablo Rodriguez at 574-271-7064 to schedule an appointment today. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Hey Irish fans, no one likes a game time fumble. Are you ready for 20/20 vision without having to fumble with glasses and contacts? The LASIK experts at Bowling Vision Center could make that a reality. Bowling Vision Center, the same team that Muppet McGraw, Ryan Humphrey, and Deshaun Kaiser have entrusted with their eyes. Visit bowlingvisioncenter.com to set up a free one-on-one LASIK consultation today. Ask us how you can get $500 off your custom LASIK procedure. Bowling Vision Center. Amazing happens here. Offices in South Bend, Elkhart, and Goshen.
Go, Irish, go! Hey, here's a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go mwah, right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Some things we should be able to take for granted. Things like the electrical power that runs our home offices, allows our hospitals to function, and keeps first responders responding. The NECA contractors and electrical workers of Local 153 salute our frontline defenders battling COVID-19. And we're proud to contribute by keeping our community's essential services running. So take us for granted. The NECA contractors and electrical workers of Local 153 will keep the power on for everyone.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Bell Tire has the lowest tire price, period. As in end of sentence. But then you've got a guy who just keeps going. With free lifetime flat repairs, tire rotations, and alignment checks. More free services to get more out of your tires and more for your money. Which is how we make the lowest tire price feel even lower. So come see your guy at Bell Tire today. Any day, every day, for the lowest tire price, period, and more. Bell Tire.
The Notre Dame football postgame show rolls on after Notre Dame's 27-13 victory over Purdue. 8th straight win for the Fighting Irish over the Boilermakers. 26th straight home win and win number 105 for head coach Brian Kelly to tie Newt Rockne for Notre Dame's all-time wins record. One more win and Brian Kelly will own that record to himself after the 27-13 win. Your postgame statistics are brought to you by Coca-Cola. Let's start with the defense today because we've talked a lot about the offense. We'll get to some offensive stats, but J.D. Bertrand had another big day. Bertrand has been, man, I mean, it's like every week just stamp it, stamp it, stamp it. J.D. Bertrand, 12 tackles. 9 of them actually came in the first half. A little bit slower in the second half, but I think maybe, Evan, they stayed away from him as much as they could in the second half.
Yeah, he just keeps putting himself in really good position. And you hit the nail on the head, too, as far as, open field tackling and run fits. And that was a concern in the first 2 games. So I thought there was a lot of improvement there. But he has a knack for being around the football. And I think within how this defense is structured, that's going to continue, right? He's set up to be in those lanes and those positions, and he's going to have to deliver week in and week out.
Bertrand came into the day with 23 tackles, so with 12 tackles today, he leads the team with 35 tackles now this season. He picked up his 10th tackle on the opening kickoff of the second half. Kyle Hamilton with 10 tackles as well, and we were talking about what he did on that open field tackle on 4th and 1, but then he has a couple of pass breakups. Nearly, I think it was Purdue's first pass attempt, might have been their very first play on that little throw out there to the flat. He got his hand on it, and then they sort of tried to avoid him as much as they could, but ultimately he got his team-leading 3rd interception in the end zone late in the game. And again, it's just like there's not much Kyle Hamilton can't do. You kind of run out of superlatives for him. Then Isaiah Pryor had one of probably his best game. He ended up with 8 tackles today.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you got a guy like number 14 out there. I mean, yeah, he almost had a pick 6 early. Always seems to be in pretty good position, and I think Purdue probably would have wanted to have that one back. It probably should have been a touchdown pass, but he's still in position and has great hand-eye coordination to nail that in and grab an interception. But yeah, he's pretty dang good at football, and whether it's open field, whether it's covering a bunch of territory, at the back end of the defense, there's a lot that guy can do, and it certainly helps to have someone like him out there. So, and it was good to see Isaiah Pryor's name. I mean, it certainly was probably his best game in an Irish uniform, and they're going to continue to need guys to step up and perform. And he did a great job. And you look at the stats overall, right? 3 sacks for the entire team, and some quarterback hurries and tackles for loss. So. Again, I was really pleased with what this defense did. A lot of 3 and outs. I think when they needed to change some momentum in field position, they did a good job. And I know I sound a little bit like a broken record at this point. I mean, they gave the offense opportunities to go out there and put this game out of reach. So the one thing that I think is concerning is just the amount of time they do spend on the field. We saw that in the first 2 games. That's something that is going to need to change. And their conditioning training mid-season, right? That's when it kind of starts to take a hit, is if they're going to be on the field for that number of plays and sometimes that duration. That was why it was great to see some 3-and-outs today where they could go and sit down and rest.
Well, and you talked about third downs. Notre Dame came into the day, Notre Dame's defense came into the day allowing teams to convert 42% on third down, and Purdue came right out. They converted 3 of their first 4, and again, they marched down 10 plays, 32 yards. They kick a field goal, so that's good. They at least held them to a field goal. They converted 3 of their first 4 third downs. They completed just 1 of 12 on third down the rest of the way after that opening drive. And you're talking about punt, interception, punt, halftime, field goal, touchdown, then a couple punts and a couple interceptions to end the game. So even though Notre Dame ended up, and they had so many tackles for loss and sacks coming into the game, they only had 5 tackles for loss today and 3 sacks. But I think the other side of that is we didn't see any, quite the same explosive plays. The longest play Notre Dame gave up today was 32 yards. Now, you still don't want to give up a 32-yarder, but I'd rather have a 32 than a 60-yard play. They gave up a couple 30-yard plays there late in the game. But again, I think you can live with those as opposed to giving up 60-yard plays like we'd seen through the first couple games.
Yep, limit explosives, right? Control the line of scrimmage with some pressures, get off the field on third downs, and then create some timely turnovers. That has been Notre Dame's MO over the last 5 years and why they've had a successful defense. So that's why it was great to see them get back to that, right? Yes, they still gave up some plays here and there, but ultimately, if you're doing those things, you're going to have a really good defense, and offenses are going to have a tough time.
Yep, absolutely. And as we kind of continue through the statistics for this game, Jack Cohn, 15 of 31, 223 yards, 2 touchdowns. Statistically, not his best game, but at the same time, no interceptions, didn't have any real bad plays like he had last week on that pick 6. And Avery Davis, 5 receptions, 120 yards, and a touchdown. And again, I realize that some of those other kind of more big-time receivers, if you want to call them that, like Kevin Austin and Braden Lindsey, Lindsey's got to make that catch in the end zone for one, and, in some close calls with Austin. But Avery Davis was there out of that slot a lot, and this is a really big game for him, and that's now somebody else that people have to pay attention to going forward.
Yeah, and the thing was the catches he had, too, there were a few in traffic where, he showed really good body control and hand strength, and they were good throws, too, by Cohn in those situations. And, it was a mixed bag from Cohn today. I mean, he's going to watch this film and be like, man, I probably could have thrown for 300 and had 4 touchdowns. I mean, that's the type of game that it could have been. And, fortunately, they still won the football game, and he did some great things. You're right. He didn't make any critical big mistakes, but there were some plays out there that, he's going to look back on and say, there were some opportunities there. And you're right. A couple of them were drops too, so it wasn't just on him fully. But this offense, they're going to need to hit on those as this season goes on, because there'll be some teams that'll make them pay if they don't.
I like how they got Chris Tyree and Kyron Williams the ball as receivers. And again, Kyron Williams with a 39-yard touchdown catch. He had 2 receptions, 47 yards. Maybe could have hit him a little more. Tyree, 4 for 30 through the air. On the other side of that, Kyron Williams, 12 carries, 91 yards. Obviously, 51 of them came on that really game-sealing touchdown run, which is great, and that's all on, and I felt like he converted that third down. Maybe the spot was a little bit short. I still am not sure. I didn't think, I was watching, by the time that came around, I moved from the press box downstairs to where I'm watching on a monitor. I didn't think Purdue had a timeout to use to get that look on the replay, so I'm not sure exactly how they got that replay, but they did, and they said it was short, so is what it is, I guess. But Chris Tyree, 11 carries for 29 yards, and 34 carries as a team, 120 yards, just 3.5 yards per carry. That is something that does still need to improve going forward.
Yeah, and especially when you play a good defense with a good front. You know, if you're unable to control the line of scrimmage, rushing the football, and you're going to have to rely on just passing it down the field, play action gets taken away. It's a different offense entirely.
Irish fans, if you had 20/20 vision without glasses or contacts, what's the first thing you'd want to see clearly? LASIK at Bowling Vision Center could make amazing vision a reality for you. Take the first step at bowlinglasik.com or call today for your free consultation. Bowling Vision Center, amazing happens here. He's Evan Sharpley. I'm Sean Stiers. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, you will hear from Fighting Irish head coach Brian Kelly. This is the official Notre Dame football postgame show on Sunny 101.5 and Sports Radio 960 AM WSBT.
When you gather around a Shaq-a-Roni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than pizza. You're sharing textbooks, free meals, and better basketball courts. That's because for every Shaq-a-Roni sold, Papa John's donates $1 to the Papa John's Foundation to share with charities like United Negro College Fund and the Boys and Girls Club of America. It isn't just pizza. It's pizza with a purpose. Order an extra cheesy, extra-large Shaq-a-Roni for $13. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. U.S. only through 10/24/21. Prices and participation may vary.
If you're a trivia buff, gather up your friends, family, or coworkers and register your team for Pet Refuge's annual trivia fundraiser. It's Saturday night, September 25th at Diamiki's Club